There are stories that pull you into a world of heroes and villains. And then there are stories that drag you into the raw, restless corners of real life, where loyalty can feel like religion and violence can become a way of belonging. Published in 1997, The Football Factory was the breakthrough novel that introduced readers to the uncompromising voice of John King. Inspired by the culture, identity, and tribal passions surrounding English football, King transformed a world often dismissed from the outside into a powerful portrait of working-class Britain. The novel became a cult phenomenon, selling hundreds of thousands of copies and finding readers far beyond the streets that inspired it. King would go on to earn acclaim for works like Headhunters and England Away, establishing himself as one of Britain's most distinctive contemporary authors. In 2004, The Football Factory was adapted into a gritty film directed by Nick Love and starring Danny Dyer, bringing its intensity to an even wider audience. As you settle into this journey, remember that this is a third-person retelling of the story, not a word-for-word reading of the original book. And while the visuals in this video are created using today's technology, they may not always perfectly match every scene from the story, but they are designed to help you visualize the world and atmosphere as you listen. Along the way, you'll also discover fascinating facts about the novel, its creation, the film adaptation, and the people behind its enduring legacy. So step into a world where friendship, identity, and obsession collide, and decide for yourself where the line between passion and destruction truly lies. The story begins. One o'clock. Pre-match pint in hand. The narrator feels the lager kickstarting him after a brutal week stacking boxes at the warehouse. 5 days of cardboard rubbing his hands raw, sending his brain into numb remote control. The worst shifts involve 40-foot containers packed with pressure cookers. 4,000 of them, sweat pouring off him for hours as he stacks pallets for Glasgow Steve, a tall, thin Rangers fan who operates the forklift while shouting sectarian slogans. Steve fancies himself King Billy, exiled from Ibrox now, showing up at Chelsea matches because he figures they're a good Protestant team, though he doesn't know any player names. He never stands with the narrator, though. The table is a closed shop. Too many undercover police operations these days. The narrator remembers watching football riots on TV as a kid, Jimmy Hill narrating slow-motion replays, but back then the cameras never caught the real damage. The violence miles from stadiums, down tube stations, and back streets. You can't stop human nature, he figures. Men will always batter each other, then go find a woman. That's just life. Mark scratches himself, recounting the previous night's woman from Wandsworth. She'd handed him a Heineken, told him to wait in the living room, then reappeared in suspenders and crotchless pants, shaved. She kneeled and took him out. On the television, a bald presenter interviewed a sex therapist talking about safe sex and how gay men were taking the blame for AIDS. So there he sat, beer balanced on her shoulder, one bald head on screen talking and another bobbing between his legs. She bit him hard enough to leave teeth marks on his arms and back, but she swallowed without hesitation. Only downside, Mark complains, was the biting. And she needs a diet. Rod cuts in, aggrieved. He'd ended up with the mate, a woman living with her mother near the flyover. They'd waited for the old woman to go to bed, but when Rod finally got his chance, the woman only gave him a hand job over the couch. He'd shot his load across cushions, printed with pheasants. She got angry, said they were Indian, bought at Wembley Market. Rod couldn't be bothered arguing. She stank of blood anyway. He walked out, went to the kebab van, and nearly fought a group of young Shepherd's Bush kids. Chains, leather jackets, shaved patterns in their hair. The narrator hears Rod's warning. Any of them could have carried a blade, and Rod could be dead now. Mark dismisses Rod's night as pig meat. His own woman had a mirror in her bedroom, and a selection of condoms, open packs, a half-empty tube of gel, clearly a busy girl. He admits he only pushed himself through the grinder because it's only Coventry today. A better opponent, and he'd have left after the blowjob for a decent night's sleep. The narrator heads to the bar. Service is always slow on match days. Captive audience, watered-down lager served in plastic pints that smell like piss. The pub got renovated after Chelsea and West Ham clashed years ago during the original Headhunters peak. 11 in the morning back then, the ICF showing up in Chelsea pubs. A golden age. West Ham hate Chelsea, like Chelsea hate Tottenham. The East London lot think they're the real London, think Chelsea's mob is all wide boys and Newtown delinquents. They'll be down again in a couple of weeks. Tottenham 1 week, West Ham the next. Can't ask for better. At the bar, Dave Harris complains about a mate's 6-month sentence for fracturing an off-duty copper's cheek outside a Camberwell club. The bloke had acted cocky. The mate headbutted him. Broke his nose, too. Wouldn't normally have bothered the police, but they take care of their own. 6 months isn't a death sentence, the narrator reflects, but it's long enough. 11 in the morning, back in that golden age, the ICF used to roll into Chelsea pubs. The narrator reflects on the rivalry. West Ham despised Chelsea the way Chelsea despised Tottenham. The East London lot think Chelsea's all talk, that East London is the real London, that Chelsea's mob are just wide boys and Newtown delinquents. They show up, get a warm welcome, and leave Chelsea stuck with an amusement arcade of a pub. They all fancy themselves related to the craze. They'll be back in a couple of weeks. Tottenham 1 week, West Ham the next. The narrator can't imagine a better schedule. At the bar, Dave Harris complains about a mate's 6-month sentence for fracturing an off-duty copper's cheek in Camberwell. The mate hadn't known the bloke was Old Bill. He was acting cocky outside a club, and the mate headbutted him, mistaking him for some Cockney Yosser Hughes type. Broke his nose, too. The police wouldn't normally have bothered, but they take care of their own. 6 months isn't a death sentence, but it's long enough. Harris adds at the bloke's Millwall, that he's sound. The narrator notes there's grudging respect for Millwall. A few of their names have graced Chelsea in the past, but when they play, it's war. The narrator observes how it works. Like with black lads. People say they hate niggers, but if they know one personally, he's all right. Or if he gets stuck in, then he's a Chelsea nigger. Or watching England away, all the English get on, despite occasional trouble between clubs like Chelsea and West Ham, because some rifts run deep. Generally, everyone breaks down into individuals rather than mobs, and the whole thing somehow functions. But nobody gets on with Tottenham because they're Yeeds, and the Scousers are all thieving little cunts. Ask a Man United fan about Scousers. Harris turns to the narrator as he waits to be served, a nutter but friendly with it. His head's together, unlike 1 or 2 blokes who hang around this pub. He's got a brain and uses it. Runs a roofing company, mid-30s, been around. Harris mentions it's 11:30 in King's Cross for Tottenham. Flash Yid cunts came down to Chelsea pubs last year taking liberties. Next Saturday will be worse than usual. You don't come down here and do that. Harris asks if the narrator's lot will be there. He's running a coach to Liverpool as well, offers seats. They'll stop in Northampton on the way back. Good town for a piss-up, an hour or so from London on the motorway. Bog and video on board, drivers in original shed skin from '69, who hang around till Northampton closes. Quality travel, tickets lined up, 15 quid for the coach, plus the ticket price. A lazy barman serves slowly. Some of the lads are getting pissed off, telling him to move his finger. Coventry never pulls a big crowd. The pub's half full, but they still take their time. The narrator figures they try to make punters wait. They're only football fans, after all. But if they decide to turn the pub over, the staff would sort it quick enough. You don't piss in your own lift, unless you're a bit slow. Finally, a dark-haired woman with a ponytail serves him. She stares at the glass or the wall the whole time, as though he doesn't exist, so he stares at her tits just to remind her he's alive. She goes red, the dozy cow. He takes 3 pints back to the table. Mark launches into talk about the Liverpool game. He's got a cousin, Steve, who lives in Manchester, and says they can stay with him after the match. Manchester sounds better than Northampton if you've got somewhere to crash and don't have to worry about the trip back to London. The narrator reflects they've been to Old Trafford and Main Road plenty of times, but haven't seen much of the city center. That's football for you. Unless you get organized and arrive early, you just see the train station or coach park, the police escort to the ground and the local slums. The natives try to have a go, and if you're smart, you ditch the escort and find them. Usually that's it. Go up, see the game, have a punch-up if you're lucky, then leave. Old Trafford's a smart ground. Deep down, the narrator knows Man United are a great club. Places like Old Trafford and Anfield give an extra kick. Football is all about atmosphere. Empty grounds with no noise would make the whole thing pointless. Chelsea have had good rucks in Manchester, piling out a main road when the police aren't organized, running fights along the side of the ground. Last year, walking back to the coaches, a mob of Moss Side niggers started lobbing bricks. And Chelsea went straight after them. They just ran further down, kept throwing bricks. Chelsea chased again, but they kept moving. Had to give up in the end, out of breath, only 20 of them by then, and it could have been a trap. Lots of ways and places to die, but hacked up by Man City fans in Moss Side isn't high on the list. Niggers don't fuck about. They can't afford to. And if you see one in a white mob, the narrator knows he'll do the business. Mark suggests taking Harris's coach up, then catching a train from Liverpool to Manchester. Or if his cousin comes to the game, get a lift back, have a wash, and some mushy peas. Then go into town. Steve says it's more than just Coronation Street. Some of those places are mental. Cheap pints. Northern birds are friendly. Mark adds that last night's bird was friendly enough too, her mirror shaking as he took her from behind, banging her head into the wall, waking the neighbors. He had to shut his eyes after a while and think of England, because the way the streetlight hit the mirror, it looked like his cock was wedged into the wall. One day that mirror will come unstuck, he says, and 2 dead strangers will be found shredded in Wandsworth. Coventry at home is always a letdown compared to Man United and Leeds. Lots of boring home games, but the narrator turns up because what else is he going to do? They sit around, hungover from last night, then drink up and leave at 20 to 3. A crowd builds along the Fulham Road heading for the ground. They wait for the traffic lights to stop traffic, avoiding the police lined up outside Fulham Broadway. Smell of horse shit and hamburger meat? Coppers on horseback tell the crowd to separate. When they reach the gates, a van full of police moves slowly, eyeballing everyone under 40. Outside the church hall, tables sell fanzines and souvenirs. Kids with blue and white scarves hold their father's hands. More vans sit outside the North and West Stand entrances. The narrator has no idea what they think's going to happen. A pissed old geezer stumbles off the pavement. 3 young, mouty coppers go over. If there were a decent-sized crowd and not those fucking cameras on top of the flats, maybe they'd get the kicking they deserve. But they've got uniforms and overtime, and they nick a harmless drunk, bundling him into the van, well over the top with their attitude. Mark mentions visiting Andy Marshall's that morning, handing his ticket to an old boy behind the turnstile. Haven't seen Marshall for 2 years, but he lives near that bird in Wandsworth. Marshall's grown a beard and long hair, a right hippie, sits in front of the telly watching old Schwarzenegger videos, thinks he's half man, half machine. Just started lifting weights. Says it kills time while he waits for a job. Wants to join a gun club and kill 20 chinks with 1 bullet. Rod says they should sign him on and send him off somewhere, leading up the steps and weaving through railings. Marshall was a special constable. Wanted to become a proper copper, but they wouldn't have him. Even the old Bill have standards. He's the kind of bloke who sits in front of the box all day, then goes out and does a Hungerford. Rod imagines that cunt with a shooter down Wandsworth Shopping Center, walking through the crowd thinking he was Arnie on patrol in the jungle. At the top of the West Stand steps on a clear day, the narrator turns and looks over the scene. Good view. He remembers a clear evening with a gold sunset when West Ham turned up outside the north stand. They were already inside the ground when it kicked off along the Fulham Road. Police megaphones echo. Visitors keep moving. North stand to the right. Everyone stay on the pavement. More vans coming down the road. Coppers giving it the big one. Cameras record everything. Videotape rolls. Faces get saved for future reference. They go for a piss and wait for space. The bogs are full of urine. And this is the kind of Saturday where you have a few pints and don't worry about aggravation. They show tickets to a wanky-looking steward and enter the West Stand. The narrator looks toward the visitors to see how many turned up. A few hundred Coventry in small groups. Empty spaces all around the ground. Still time before kickoff, but with what they charge for tickets these days, what do they fucking expect? In their seats, all the usual faces are here. Harris sits 2 rows in front, flanked by a couple of evil-looking cunts the narrator knows by sight, sipping a cup of tea. Harris isn't a big bloke, but he gets things organized and is always looking for trouble. That's all you need. Common sense and the confidence to make people believe you know best. The police know his face. He's been done a few times, but he escaped the kind of sentences handed down in Operation Own Goal. He's careful, learns from past mistakes. The camera under the roof records their sins. Only kids and pissheads step out of line. You'd have to be daft to do anything else, though occasionally things boil over, and then the papers are clocking faces and running witch hunts. Hard to believe there was a time you could go on the rampage inside the ground and get away with it week after week. Like the Chelsea North Stand, when the narrator was a kid. They steamed in every chance they got, went mental regular as clockwork. Millwall and West Ham in the shed, and the whole place went up. Mark says last night's bird had her head banging into the wall and kept telling him to go deeper. What does she think he is? Some kind of marathon man? A deep sea diver? It's not the fucking Olympics. If she wants that kind of treatment, she should go and see Marshall. That bloke's in need of some serious sex. If he doesn't do the business soon, he's going to start killing. Rod remembers Marshall's old porn collection. Over 100 films, Dutch and German hardcore, the kind you get done for bringing through Dover. Marshall used to sit for hours after the pub closed with the pause button at his fingertips, freezing the action. Rod admits he likes a dirty film like anyone else, but after a while you get sick of watching other people do what you should be doing yourself. The more Marshall watched, the more he bought. They knew Marshall from school, an upright kid, looked like a miniature bank clerk. One time, Rod ended up at Marshall's flat in Hammersmith with some of the lads, and Marshall put on a film of a girl getting gang-banged by squatties. No sound, just classical music. Mozart or Beethoven, some dead German cunt. The girl was trying to fight them off. 4 or 5 blokes took turns while their mates held her down. Rod was eating his chow mein and wasn't interested in that kind of sex, but Marshall laughed. The acting was terrible, but the girl was all right. Still, watching some bird treated like that made Rod feel a bit sick. When it finished, Marshall said it was the real item. Paid £100 for the video, made in Aldershot, authentic rape, authentic squatties. The lads laughed, but Rod could tell they didn't like that kind of scene. You have to be a fucking nonce to get off watching rape. Just sitting there with a camera trained on the Barmy Army waiting for them to do the business, get them going, pay your money, then send them down for 10 years. Rod made his excuses and left. After he left, John Nicholson threatened Marshall with a kitchen knife, kicked him in the head and told him he was a cunt, then put a chair through the screen. The only honest bloke there. The Tannoy pumps out Liquidator, the 60s Chelsea anthem, a ska classic from the skinhead era. Next is Blue is the Color, Peter Osgood and Alan Hudson in the Top of the Pop studio. The teams come onto the pitch. The narrator stands to clap. Players wave. Pre-match kickabout begins. The crowd looks more respectable. Men coming in from the pubs. A zigger-zagger chant echoes through the West Stand. A video camera captures the image. coppers sit at the controls. The pitch is a brilliant patch of green catching the sun. Harris laughs with Billy Bright. Mark reads his program, moaning about the price. Rod skins up and adds a bit of blow. The narrator sits back and waits for the captains to toss up and the game to start. Coventry gets a chant going. Half the West End looks their way. The narrator raises his right hand with the others and gives them the wanker sign. The narrator reflects on being well fucking pissed on 10 pints of lager, a decent jukebox, a bit of fluff knocking about, mostly slappers and miniskirts, black cotton wedged up their arses. Just what you want after a few sherbets. Wide boys and tarts with wide open thighs spread easier than margarine. Telling them to wait because you're drinking with your mates. Downing the cheapest lager like nobody's business. 8, then 9 o'clock. The evening steaming past. End of the week with 2 days off. The lager tastes like heaven, cold and sharp against the throat. Chemical bubbles brew quickly for lager louts. All the lads on the piss-talking bollocks. Nothing you'll remember tomorrow. Music cranked up, so you have to shout, but the electric beat gives the place rhythm, drowns out the need to think. Just keep talking, moving the tongue. The more pissed you get, the more the words in your brain aren't what come out through your mouth. You could be saying anything. Fuck it. Drop money in the slot, press a button, flick pages, and choose songs. Dead simple. A fucking idiot could do it. But it's hard getting in at the bar if you're not half cut. Easier now because you're pissed and don't give a toss about fine edges. Just blunder through, push, and stumble toward the barmaid with big tits bursting through her blouse. Pouting painted lips, a bit stroppy. Knows she can afford to act like she's something special because there are enough pissed-up blokes looking her way. Fucking loves it. Time of her life. The narrator tells her he'll have 2 of those. Darling, you with the blouse at breaking point, tits knocking forward, showing your wares, getting the hormones going. If some cunt doesn't like you piling through, they shut up anyway because you're pissed. But mostly because you're with a tidy mob of blokes who'll put a man through a plate glass window for looking at you and your mates. No fucking strop. Steaming into 10 o'clock. Evening flashing by. All those faces under the lights blending together, skin tone changing with each pint, waxwork reflections. Suddenly, it's last orders. Always comes around too fast after 10. White faces melting through the smoke haze, the smell of perfume in the air, a sweet smell. But the narrator wants another drink. Getting double rounds in, a couple of pints to knock back. The cunt behind the bar wants him out of the pub sharpish. Now he's got your money, and the till is loaded. He wants to fuck off upstairs and watch his new surround sound TV. That till full of cash, your cash. The narrator thinks he should rob the place. Smash a few windows. That slag of a barmaid on all fours getting shagged by the landlord's dog. A lot of laughter from the lads imagining the picture, but the landlord's got a Rottweiler out back, so drink up, lads, drink up, gentlemen, please. Otherwise you'll get the dog set on you. That's what he really means. Nice little warm-up for the mutt before he slips the woman a canine length. In the street, it's cold, and the narrator is hungry. Fucking starving. The drink gets you going. Only poor cunts go down the burger van to stand in the drizzle. A long hike for a burger made from cat food. Everyone agrees. Straight down the curry house. Can taste it now? Red velvet wallpaper. Ravi Shankar sitting out back, tuning up the sitar. Though the narrator wouldn't admit anything, he knows it's a fucking good sound. Magic music when you're pissed and staring into the palau rice doing an acid turn in front of you, buried deep in the plate, multicolored spin washable, the original Bangra sound without the electrics. Just the old Rishi on a mountaintop job stroking passing tigers like fuck. But you've got to get inside the curry house first. A few minutes making the effort, acting sober, though the waiter giving them the table isn't convinced. The narrator knows they all know the real state of affairs. The cunt must be able to smell the hops or whatever shit they put in your drink nowadays. Who knows? Imagine that. Not having a fucking clue what you're drinking. Same goes for your food down the supermarket. It's dangerous thinking about that kind of thing. But so fucking what? Money's money and the waiter knows your face. Easy option. Better than an argument. And there's hard-earned cash into the bargain. The Curry boys can't lose. Wedged in, ordering a stack of papadums and 6 pints of lager. The narrator knows it's going to be Carlsberg. It's always Carlsberg in curry houses. Tastes wrong if your Indian isn't accompanied by a bit of Danish. Maybe it's down to bulk buying, brewed by Danes for Indians. Fucking right. What else does Europe give you? Apart from a few dodgy lagers. Not like the Commonwealth, shunted out the back door. The narrator would rather have a curry any day of the week. None of that French muck the rich bastards eat. Fucking wankers. If they want to be French, fuck off to France. What have the frogs ever done for the English? The cunts came over in 1066, stuck an arrow in someone's head, and built a load of stone churches. Made the rich cunts speak their language, while the rest of us were told our words are filth. Fuck off. And they sided with the Germans when they rode into France in the war. No bollocks, those cunts. No fucking pride. Hang on to the curries and JA sound systems. The place is packed. Lucky to get in, blokes are being turned away a few minutes later. Mobs of geezers not taking it well. Stroppy cunts can see there are no tables left. Too fucking bad, pal. 4 birds at the next table. Right old slags by the look of them. Fit bodies, a couple of them, but fucked up faces. All shagged out. Cunts like the Mersey Tunnel, most likely. Something about that Strangler song. Making love to the Mersey Tunnel. The narrator can't remember. Kitty memories. Fuck it. They're pissed up, looking over. The narrator starts giving it the classic chat while waiting for the papadoms. They're dopey cunts, know fuck all about curries, just looking for a length. They get their kormas delivered. What's the fucking point coming for a feed if you order a korma? Should be embarrassed with a full tandoori menu in front of them. But that's women for you. They go on about it being hot. How can it be hot when it's full of yogurt or whatever the bastards put in it? Probably spunk. The narrator laughs, telling them the korma's full of it. A line of waiters wanking in the sauce. The birds look disgusted, but only halfway. The lager arrives, straight into the papadoms, giving the main order, bhaji's all round, digging into the chutneys, lime, pickle, and mango, chopped onions, fucking beautiful. The business, talking with mouths full, various vindaloos and madras dishes, Bombay potatoes and bhindi bhaji side orders, ladies' fingers wrapped around your knob. But the girls next door are no ladies. No chance. Order a stack of naans, half plain, half peshwari. The waiter fucks off. The narrator's mouth is like a dam. Peshwari naans. Fucking beautiful. The narrator tells the lads about his Irish mate who went overland down through Iran and Iraq. Hard trip through the desert, but good people. Sound people. Ended up in Peshawar during the war against the Russians. The town was the base for the Mujahedin. Fucking hard cunts. A real wicked place on the northwest frontier. The Golden Crescent. He spent a couple of weeks there out of his head. Someone says he should watch it because those Muslims would have him, especially the desert warriors. They have no qualms about shit-stabbing a bloke. The mate said they were good people, no hassle. Still, the narrator figures you don't want to take chances. Not in Pakistan, anyway. The slappers next door are giving it the big one. Always some mouthy cow leading the charge. Some bodybuilder slag with a wet pair of knickers. Always those birds have the biggest mouths to go with the biggest leg muscles. Telling the narrator they're putting it on a plate for you. Eat your curry, lads, and come back with us for a drink. For a fucking shag, you mean. But the narrator is hungry. Really fucking hungry. He just wants them to shut up so he can concentrate on the food. Either that or fuck off, girls. Go pick up some other cunt. Doesn't matter who, but the food's important. Watching the trolleys get rolled out. Tandoori chicken sizzling for the mob a couple of tables along. Look like off-duty squatties. Shaved heads and straight clothes, smart wearing blazers. None of the crisp Fred Perry gear. Must be soldiers. Can't read the words on the blazers, but knows it's some kind of crest. Fuck them. The narrator isn't getting involved because the army's always on the lookout for a bit of aggravation. A couple of hours out of the garrison, and the cunts need a ruck, essential to their training. Queen and country and kick some cunt's head in. Basic training decides a soldier. Shut the old brain down and learn to obey orders, because the eaten wankers in charge know best. Just do as you're told. Follow orders. One of the lads says his great-granddad was a soldier on the northwest frontier, up on the Khyber Pass. Must have been fucking mental. The narrator wonders what it was like being a soldier in the Empire, keeping the Commonwealth together. The old boy once saw a donkey loaded down with bricks, the poor fucker breathing fit for a heart attack, about ready to explode. The soldier called the owner over and cut the rope holding the bricks, told him not to overload his donkey. Because the English loved their animals. No fucking cruelty, mate. Or not much anyway, except for the scum who burn cats and drop dogs off high-rise blocks. Cunts you read about in the paper but never see, because if you did, you'd break their fucking necks. Cunts! Just eat your curry when it comes. The logger sliding down a treat. The onion bhajis arrive with a sweet mint sauce, salad arranged around the sides, a slice of tomato, bit of cucumber and lettuce. The narrator gets stuck into the bhajis, orders more lager from the waiter, calls him Abdul. He's Abdul, and you're Mustafa Curry. The bloke just laughs, because he's heard it all before. Every fucking time. Starving, the narrator watches 4 prats at the next table. 2 couples with their food already in front of them. He feels envious. Then the big cunt of their group, the beer monster, with his guts spilling over his jeans and lager drenching his hair. The kind of bloke who never marry or have kids and turns up everywhere after pub kick-out, leans over and sticks his hand into the nearest plate of palau rice and dansak. The narrator laughs but feels for the bloke who owns the curry. Not exactly Henry Cooper or Frank Bruno. The prat can't do anything except hope his woman isn't the type who demands honor defended. He takes it well when the big cunt leans over with a smile, hand still in the food, asking if the bloke minds, like he's genuinely worried he's gone too far. The narrator knows the fat bastard could go much further, but he's your mate, so you forgive most things. The poor bloke just laughs and shakes his head. The fat bastard lifts a handful of Persia and stuffs it in his mouth. The narrator is so pissed he's cracking up, barely keeping control of his bladder. Mind shifting around, he watches the squatties arguing with some long-haired cunts at another table. Trendy wankers, not the dub-smart drumming type, the kind who dress up for it. The slags next door moan that the korma's too hot, forgetting about the foursome with the wrecked dansak. The onions and the bhajis are harsh. He washes them down with more lager, feeling the glow inside. He gets up to piss, stumbling between tables. The door slams, cutting off Ravi Shankar. He unzips and rocks forward against the marble wall, solid marble like the Taj Mahal. The waiter once told him the love story behind that building, back when the narrator wasn't so pissed. Now the marble's being destroyed by pollution. The government wants to close factories to save it for tourist money, but factory owners threaten to bomb the place. Jobs are jobs. He leans his head against the wall, then realizes sick cunts wipe snot there when they piss. He rocks back too fast, nearly falls. Back of the skull cracked by a sink. What a way to die. He zips, washes his hands, wipes his head. A squatty comes through the door, doesn't see him, walks like a prize bull, Stone Age man in slacks and blazer. A hard cunt the narrator wouldn't fuck with unless odds were 10-1. He grew up in Slough, Windsor, and has seen plenty of army aggravation. This bloke's not a raw recruit career soldier, well into his 30s. The narrator reckons he's killed his way round the globe, cutting throats in the Falklands, shooting through Northern Ireland. He gets out of the bog because it smells like death. He doesn't want to get on the wrong side of the bloke by standing too close or breathing too heavy. Back at the table, the waiter has taken away the plates and put out the heaters. The narrator downs a third of a pint, chatting with the tarts next door who finished their meals and ordered ice cream. Congealed spunk, he jokes. They tell him to hurry up with his food. He tells them they can wait as long as they want. The mouthy slapper gives it back. Real pig meat, though the bird next to her has jet black hair and massive eyes. But when she opens her mouth, the teeth are rotten. Fucking horrible. The narrator wouldn't want that wrapped around the old anti-tank missile. The main meal arrives. He gets stuck in. Everyone sobering up fast, sharing fair and square. The two couples next door ask for the bill and leave. The narrator lifts the first few forkfuls. Heaven. Fucking beautiful. The meaning of life. Ravi Shankar in the background, strings vibrating like they're about to snap. The squatties laugh at something. Long hairs look around. One of the birds leans over, rubbing the narrator's leg. He tells her to leave it out. All good things come to the slag who waits. They don't like that, acting offended. Fucking right, darling. Flat out on the parade ground with a queue of squatties like that video. The couples have gone, leaving money with the bill. One of the narrator's mates leans over and pockets the lot. The narrator sees what's what and keeps momentum, cracking a joke. The waiters get confused, arguing among themselves. Abdul going outside looking up and down the street. Decent citizens don't do runners, not respectable little men and women with finance jobs. The narrator tries not to laugh. This is what makes the country tick. Petty thieving and sharing the costs, money tucked away, bunking trains, pocketing the difference. He orders more Carlsberg. Nice whitehead. The Danes know what they're doing. Most of the time, like when they won the football and voted no on Europe, then fell apart on the pitch, forced into another vote and said yes. Silly cunts. A commotion. The squatties and a mix of acid casualties start fighting. Fucking grin because it's all slow motion. The bull soldier tries to punch someone, but he's too pissed, and the other cunt jumps on a chair and kicks him in the chest, more like a push with the bottom of his trainer. The bastard falls back through a table, letting the regiment down. A couple more soldiers and casuals who aren't as pissed come over, and the whole lot are into it. Waiters run behind the bar, taking cover. The narrator waves to Abdul, who half smiles, not sure this time. What a way to make a living. The phone will be going for the old bill. The narrator sits watching the show. Everything moving out of time, punches missing, a drunken brawl like something from a Carry On film. Carry On Cowboy, Sid James, the great British hero, except one of the lads reckoned he was an Aussie or South African part of the Commonwealth. Convicts shipped off, raped on the ships. Not a bad job if you're a sailor. Not fucking funny if you're a woman or child. His meal's nearly finished. Half a pint left. He lifts the glass. Across the room, a table empties. All the waiters out back now. The bar end is a big bundle. Playground fight. Hasn't got that nasty edge yet because they're all so pissed. Though it won't be long before someone gets hurt. More people join in. A little cunt who thinks he's a karate master chops some scruffy pissed cunt. The little cunt's bird jumps on the bloke's back. Ski pants and legs wrapped around his body, smacking his head with her fists. Like something from a Karma Sutra cartoon. The old bill won't be long. Maybe she'll get a cell to herself. She rakes her nails down a man's cheeks. Long red slashes. The narrator wipes his mouth. The whole table gets up, heading for the door. The cunt with the nicked money says, next time they pay nothing, though they're paying nothing now. It's always good to have something planned. You've got to take your chances in life. Don't ignore opportunities because you don't get that many. Every little helps. Small victories matter because that's your lot. Half the curry house not involved in the punch-up does a runner. 80% anyway. A few dozy cunts, too honest or thick, stay where they are. The narrator is outside in the street, running, saving his hard-earned cash for the future. Evening air shooting round the corner, out of sight. Pissed and running, he's soon fucked, leaning against the wall, panting, laughing, and wheezing at the same time. When he catches his breath, he knows he's been a bit silly. He'll have to tread carefully next time he goes to that particular curry house, maybe leave it a few months. Go back when he's pissed and think he won't be recognized. Fuck it anyway. There's always one cunt who thinks with his knob and wants to fuck the girls at the next table. Did anyone see where they went? Did they do a run or two? Who knows? Who cares? A couple of the lads piss off home as sirens sound. 3 cars flash past. The narrator shouts that they've got a major disturbance to worry about. They don't give a fuck about a bunch of wankers who've just done a runner. They're interested in the ruck demolishing the curry house. The running got his head straightened out a bit. The curry's soaking up the drink. He's got his breath back and decides to wander. Should have lined it up with those slags at the next table. He walks back in the general direction, gets near, and sees the wagons pulled up outside. Blue lights pulsing like bedlam, setting off epileptic fits. Playing police and thieves, nicking a load of blokes. Some short-haired figure, not a squatty because he's not thick enough, hits a copper. The bastards have him on the ground and start kicking the shit out of him. Battered the fuck outside the tandoori by the old Bill. The narrator watches the waiters looking through the window. The English are a race of barbarians, he thinks, and the Indians get their revenge. Like that time down at a seaside curry house, well pissed, when the bastards laced the meal. He thought it tasted iffy at the time, but put it down to the heavy water beer up north. He has to laugh. He deserved it, trying to throw a table full of food across the room. He caught the train back early the next morning, shitting fluid the whole way. If he ever goes back, the lads are going to wreck the place, put a firebomb through the window, because their arses were burning all the way back to London. But credit where it's due. Those northern waiters were smart. He's no fool. He says enough's enough, turns and takes another road. No point being spotted, making it easy for the old Bill. More cars steam past. Looks like World War III, Islamic fundamentalists on the rampage, more like Christian militiamen. He walks down by the station. 2 of the tarts from the curry house are at the taxi rank, trying to pull soldiers. 3 blokes from the tandoori, including the white buffalo soldier from the bogs. They must have done a run or two, woke up halfway through battering someone, and got out before the police turned up. The Mountie slag gives them some chat, but the blokes are too pissed. Jaws hanging down, dribbling over their clothes. Rough bastards who give the girls a hard time, but Brewer's droop will hit them soon. The only hard things left will be their fists when the girls start laughing. They see the narrator coming. They blow off the squatties, leave them for the taxis, and come over. It's getting late, a bit cold. They invite him back for a drink, a shag, whatever you want, lads. Bit of music. He doesn't have anything worth listening to, but who cares? It's somewhere to go, something to do, better than standing idle. The squatties get up and move. There's an argument about nothing. A police car nearby. The squatties tell him he can have the women. Boys, you're welcome to them. They jump in a taxi and fuck off back to barracks. The narrator stands against the wall, listening to the siren cut off, knowing he got off lucky. The 2 birds tell him not to worry about it. Those squatties, mate, bred to kill, trained to inflict brain damage. The Mountie slag looks more human now. Her perfume is strong, makes her warm and female. But she's a pig, he knows that. A pig in knickers. Her mate's not bad, but those rotten teeth. Rough as fuck, both of them. He's well pissed. His best mate has just walked off in disgust and left him to fend for himself. He can't believe it. The smell of perfume and warm breath, wet pants, and a beer gut, rotting teeth, and a dose of the crabs. He's got to make a stand, show a bit of class. All he's got to do is say no. But he knows he's going to hate himself in the morning. 11:30 on the dot, the narrator stands at the bar in their North London local, King's Cross. The city's wide awake, a good mob packed into the pub. He sips a pint of lager, taking his time, making it last. Mark makes do with orange juice. Rod holds a bottle of light ale. Harris is by the door, watching people come in, seeing who's who. He's got his usual firm on hand, small crews from all over West and South London, exclusive, no room for part-timers. The landlord must think it's Christmas. They usually use this pub before a game in North London, or when they've come back to King's Cross from up north. You find somewhere handy where you can get together without the owner calling the police. You keep using it till it gets sussed. When there's a police van sitting across the road, you know it's time to move. They just want to be left alone. Dress sensibly, leave army fatigues and funny haircuts for school kids and sillies. Be casual, blend into the background. Tottenham away is a cracker. There's always been a healthy hatred for Spurs. They're Yeds, wear skull caps, wave the Star of David, win Chelsea up. The narrator is a Chelsea boy from the Anglo-Saxon estates of West London. Your average Chelsea fan coming up from Hayes and Hounslow is used to packies and niggers, but go up Seven Sisters Road and it's all bagels and kebab houses. Greeks, Turks, Yeeds, Arabs. The Spurs mob like to get Chelsea going, and it works both ways. Tottenham has a reputation for being flash. Silvertown Yeeds. Rich spivs to West Ham's poor dockers. At least that's how the story goes. You go through Stamford Hill and Tottenham, and you wouldn't think you're in the same city as Hammersmith and Acton. West London has its paddies, but none of these Yid ghettos. The narrator is no Christian himself, but still Church of fucking England. Tottenham sent Chelsea down to the second division in the mid-'70s. Most of the Chelsea mob got locked out of White Hart Lane before kickoff. It went off inside, battles all over the pitch. Spurs had the numbers, and though Chelsea put up a show, they got a kicking. Tottenham won 2-0. Chelsea went down. They've been paying for it ever since. Talk to other club supporters, whether from up north or London, everyone hates Tottenham. But Chelsea are proud of that fact. Harris has had his brain ticking since last Saturday. They're working to a plan, know where to find Tottenham before the match. There'll be a good turnout because Chelsea always show up in force for Tottenham away. Black Paul stands next to them at the bar. A Chelsea nigger from Battersea. He lives in a 10th floor flat overlooking the river and sees the Stamford Bridge floodlights every morning when he gets out of bed. David Mellor shagging some bird in Chelsea gear is nothing. Black Paul knocks them off with a view of the fucking ground. He's no mug. Built like a concrete bunker, works on a building site. None of the lads wear colors. Club shirts are the mark of a wanker. But Paul always has a kit top under his sweatshirt. Gets away with it because he's a mean cunt and nobody's going to say anything. 6'4" in his bare feet, hands full of scars. Building walls for the white man. He makes up for it by shagging the white man's women, winding them up with stories of blonde birds flocking round his big black cock. Always the same kind of birds. Blonde hair stacked up, listening to digital drum beats. Ecstasy girls from inner city estates. Kids who won't touch a white bloke. They look Chelsea over like they can't compare with Black Paul and the niggers from Shepherd's Bush and Brixton, like they're not up to scratch. It can cause bad feeling. Paul gives them jungle spunk, but he's a Chelsea nigger first and foremost. Do the business for Chelsea, and that's all that counts. The narrator fancies a decent drink, but takes his time. Last night was quiet. A hard week at the warehouse. Boring place to work, but you've got to do something. Didn't want to shag himself out with Tottenham next day, so he had a couple of cans and watched a film about some smooth cunt who makes a fortune buying and selling property. Knobs everything in sight, jacks up on heroin to cope with his millions, gets careless with his works and finds he's got AIDS. Makes him look up his old man, ignored for 5 years, and they become best mates. The bloke dies, the old boy gets the cash, rags to riches. Pile of shit, basically, but there was nothing else on. The lager tastes good, but there's no point getting pissed and nicked for mouthing off along Tottenham High Road. You have to keep your wits about you when you're looking for a ruck. Get pissed and you're on for a kicking, not to mention a threatening behavior charge. Assault if the police are around to see you in action. The cream of every club knows the score and leaves the pissheads to make noise, jump up and down, and generally create a show for the TV cameras. It's a mugs game, like the older chaps dressing for action, out on parade with boots and fatigues. The narrator calls them sillies. It's all about melting into the background. You could be twice as tasty without the show. Just do the business and piss off before you're spotted. Calculation. Think before you pile in. Use your brain. Don't rant and rave and give yourself a heart attack. Look after yourself, stay healthy, find the opposition and batter them into the concrete. You don't need a brass band. Do it on the quiet, get the same result with none of the comeback. Basic politics. It's great because the papers and television always miss the point. No reporters down Kensington High Street when Chelsea pulls Scousers off the train and kicks them into next week. The cunts are in the East Stand, rubbing shoulders with money men, hoping a politician will look their way. The commentators don't sit in a block of flats with their camera crews zooming in when Chelsea steams Geordies at King's Cross. They're editing highlights and pocketing their wage packets. Suits them fine. Who needs the hassle? 1 o'clock. They start moving. A fair old walk along the Euston Road. Out in the open, then safe underground flooding the northbound platform of the Victoria Line. Clockwork soldiers moving in time. Wind rushes down the tunnel. A Walthamstow train piles in, packed with Chelsea heading north. Small mobs, kids, decent citizens, older geezers with lion tattoos, granddads who remember Bobby Tambling and Jimmy Greaves like it was yesterday. Nothing aboard compares with the narrator's lot, though. They get a few nervous looks. No colors, no sound. They wait for the next train a couple of minutes later, watched by London Underground lenses. Video cameras see everything. You have to be sharp to achieve your ends, because there's a market for peeping toms. Like that crime program on the box hunting a serial killer wiping out sadomasochist queers. They took cameras to a grubby flat in East London, a bedroom with a body wrapped on the bed. Everywhere. Even went upstairs to talk with a granny who said she saw the victim and another bloke come home on the murder night. Said her eyesight wasn't too hot, but if the bloke's a nutter, which by rights he has to be, then he could well top the old girl too. The studio loved it. Letting the country get off on the forensic team, checking the flat, pointing out old condom packets and an empty tube of KY. Then a camera at Waterloo picks up the killer with another bum bandit on their way to Putney and another murder. Cameras have a lot of power, but they won't stop anything. If you've got the urge to do something, it takes a special kind of strength to resist the desire. You don't have to get caught just because London's turning into a surveillance arcade. Not if you're clever. The second train is half full. They spread out and take over. Sauna conditions in the carriage. Mark and Rod pressed against glass. Jim Barnes sweating last night's curry, moaning about some pig he shagged. Harris is in the next carriage down. The narrator can see the back of his head through the door. Black paws against the wall, eyes to the ceiling. The train picks up speed, curves through tunnels. A few women caught on the wrong train look obviously worried, but the narrator's lot is Chelsea, not fucking Tottenham. They're not interested in bothering women. True, there are wankers about who'll get pissed up and give women a bad time. But they're nonsense who wank their days away and spend their evenings telling everyone how hard they are. The train stops at Highbury and Islington, then Finsbury Park. The narrator checks the platforms for Tottenham. If they're out looking for Chelsea and they get them underground, that's their mistake. But the platforms are empty. Finsbury Park is Arsenal territory, but Arsenal are away today, though there are memories of that area. The doors close, reflections in the windows. The next carriage starts singing about Spurs being on their way to Auschwitz. The narrator's lot joins in. A gang of kids in their late teens, reeking of drink, starts pulling at a seat. One flashes a knife, another puts his hand on the emergency lever. Rod tells him to leave it out. They don't need the old Bill ruining their Saturday. Little Hooligan showing off is fine when they do it away from Chelsea, but this lot doesn't need that behavior. Standards. The narrator would have done the same at their age, but he's not that age anymore. Now is now. No room for nostalgia. The kid does the sensible thing and puts the knife away. Rod isn't a bloke to annoy. At Seven Sisters, the platform is all Chelsea. Jokes about what will be first on the menu, laundrette or kebab shop. Harris is ahead now. The rest filter through the crowd, trying not to draw attention. Tottenham offers a bonus because the tube is so far from the ground. A long way down Tottenham High Road, and the police can't cover all the different routes properly, gives them the chance they're looking for. The crowd spills through barriers into the street. A kebab house opposite. A queue forms at the counter. Fare dodgers get pulled at the barriers while the narrator's lot moves on to the main road. Keeps the police busy, makes them feel needed. Traffic clogs the street. Men run for buses to save their legs. Harris is on the other side of the road with Black Paul and some Battersea lads behind him. Hammerhead, a fat cunt from Isleworth who never runs because he's too heavy, heads for the kebab house, saying he needs a feed. He got a bad kicking at Leeds last season, but reckons his 16 stone of blubber saved him from permanent damage. More a mascot than anything. A funny bloke, lots of humor, not the kind who deserves a kicking. Leeds are scum for doing him. 10 on 1. It's not the odds. Hammerhead just doesn't want to know when it comes to a fight. Fair enough. Tottenham is a dump. Holes in the pavements, more fumes than Hammersmith. Pensioners sit on benches staring into space. An old black woman pushes a supermarket trolley packed with flattened cardboard and empty cans. Heavy smell of kebab meat. Even the niggers look different here. Wider streets. Derelict flats boarded up against squatters, areas where kids from up north head for cheap accommodation when they come to London. Plenty of builders looking to do them up and make a quid. Plenty of nutters who'll carry out evictions. The narrator knows you've got to look after yourself. Nothing comes free. Do the other bloke before he does you. The pensioners on the bench don't realize that. They might be owed something, but there's nobody left to cough up. Different world now. The war spirit is dead and gone, packaged and sold to the highest bidder. They cross over and follow Harris. The crowd from the tube stretches along the high road, dedicated to the mission, getting in tight behind the leader. Black Paul tells him he's going to have a Tottenham nigger. Makes the lads laugh. His mate, Black John, is with him. A smaller bloke with a shaved head and a way of making you nervous. Eyes always darting. His mind's working overtime. Only turns up for big games. Usually the aways. Paul told the narrator on the quiet that John makes a packet flogging crack in South London. 500 quid for a couple of nights' work in Camberwell and Brixton. Worth having along because, he's always tooled up. Plenty of full-time would-be yardies around who don't like him hanging out with white men. He has to watch his step. Loves going to Tottenham and Arsenal. Gets to deal with his North London rivals. Or at least their brothers. A few Yeeds hang around further down the road. Half white, half black, which means they're Spurs. Scouting. They move away all stroppy-like, looking back. The narrator's lot is together now, spilling off the pavement into the road. They turn a corner. The wanker at the back disappears sharpish, running, trying to play it cool, at least till they're out of sight. But the narrator's lot is looking for their mob, and they're off to give the warning. Harris moves faster now, telling some younger lads to hang back, take it calm, don't spoil the party. They reach the corner. The Yeeds have disappeared. A pub further down the street on another corner is the target. They turn right and spread across the road. The narrator feels the tension. He's buzzing. Been looking forward to this all week. Washes away all the boredom and slaving over hot cardboard boxes. Some of the lads start kicking at a broken wall, breaking away chunks of brick and masonry. Harris tries to keep things together. Black Paul hands out half bricks, a professional who knows his trade. The narrator laughs. Rod and Mark's eyes shine. A chunk of concrete with wires sticking through the middle rests in his hand. Then they're running down the street. That noise comes from somewhere deep inside when you steam in. No words, just a roar like they're back in the fucking jungle. Bricks fly through the pub windows. The narrator sees shapes inside already heading for the door. Vital seconds lost with indecision as the scouts got back and made their report. tight cunt should invest in mobile phones. His hand is in the air. He sees his lump of concrete among the bricks caving in windows, glass shattering, a soft noise in the din of voices. Tottenham are breaking through the doors, but Chelsea is there to meet them. Harris leads from the front with Black Paul and others pulling the first yeeds into the street. Weight of numbers piles out of the pub, spilling everywhere. Harris copies his mate from Camberwell, headbutting a big cunt between the eyes, bridge of the nose job, no copper this time. Black Paul kicks him in the bollocks. As he stumbles forward, several blokes start kicking him in the head and gut, driving him under a parked car. Rod lays into some bloke wearing a Tottenham shirt. Silly cunt. Shoulder to shoulder. The narrator smacks a nigger in the mouth, feeling the pain in his knuckles because he doesn't catch him right. Tries to kick him in the balls, but Mark gets there first. They're in position by the pub door. More yids inside try to force their way out, but Chelsea has the strategy. The narrator does the geezer now. He falls back against the wall. Chelsea piles in, and he sinks into the pavement, feet catching him in the head. For a split second, the narrator sees his eyes glaze. Then he's fighting to survive, panicking in the crush. But they're piling into the street now because someone's lobbed tear gas into the pub. Chelsea backs off. It makes you choke, makes you feel like you're going to suffocate. A split in the road. The narrator's lot is further back, those near the front rubbing their eyes. All the pub windows smashed, just long shards left. A pint glass flies through the air, catching Mark on the side of the head, sending blood down his shirt and over his jeans. The yeeds are getting it sorted out. A few of the cunts dazed on the pavement, others helping them away, half walking, half crawling. Chelsea gets ready to steam in again. The noise cranks up. Car windows kicked in because the energy has to come out somehow, held back by the gas. Then a giant Irish-looking geezer with red hair and pasty white skin comes through, accompanied by a nigger with a machete. Nobody's going to tangle with that cunt. The only weapons are bricks, which batter him. Then Paul saves face, taking him out. The mob piles in, kicking the bastard to fuck, paying him back for their fear. Head on a stick. Everyone reads the papers. The narrator is in there, feeling the sheer joy of kicking a deserving bastard in the bollocks. Head, gut, anywhere they can get the cunt, among wrecked cars in this broken-down North London slum. The two mobs clash again, less frantic this time. Trouble flares across the street, mostly punches and kicks. A couple of blades come out, flashing in the early afternoon sunlight, sparks of silver fear that make you pull back. Everyone mobs together and does the offender. Martin Howe is in there, only let out 2 weeks ago after 4 months for smacking a bloke who cut him up at traffic lights, and he's bleeding from his leg, pig stuck by spurs. Slower now, picking spots. The narrator goes after a mouthy cunt shouting insults. The cunt goes for the narrator's head and misses. The narrator does his kung fu impression, the cunt is small enough, and splits his mouth open. Mark follows through, trying to do his knee like a kickboxer. Rod uses his karate to bruise the cunt's throat, sending him spluttering into the crowd, choking on his words. The battle moves along the street. The pub is empty. Scared faces watch from behind net curtains. A shitty street with broken walls and small run-down gardens. Piles of rotting rubbish left uncollected. Rusted bike frames on the pavement. The place smells of curry and decaying big ends. Pale kids on doorsteps are shitting themselves. The narrator feels a bit bad for them. When you're young, you don't need this, not with your mom and dad at each other late into the night. But they'll get it from somewhere anyway. Everyone's been through that shit themselves. Sirens scream in the distance. One by one, the narrator's lot takes them in, knows where they're heading. The sound sends them moving back toward the main road. A van flashes blue murder, just one of the cunts. A brick sails through the windscreen. The back door opens. The police are looking for aggro tooled up. Tottenham have scattered into the back streets. The narrator turns around. Mark's holding his head together, okay? Rod next to him. The narrator is with Harris and his mob, looking further up the road. Only the one van. The police size up the situation even as they pick on a young lad nearby and crack his head with their truncheons. One cunt with stripes smashes the lad's head into the side of the van. Another kicks him. splits his lip with the truncheon, screams abuse, voice and siren together, fucking Chelsea scum. Somehow the copper knows they're Chelsea. The other coppers lash out trying to nick some of the younger element, but the narrator sees they fucked up. Chelsea is mobbing together and the cunts are on for a kicking. The narrator wants to laugh and shout because this is Tottenham, a fucking shithole, and the police don't put cameras down poor people's streets. They're only interested in protecting city wealth and the rich cunts in Hampstead and Kensington. Fuck the scum round here. No cameras this distance from the ground. No fucking chance. The police know they haven't got the numbers, and there's no videotape deterrent. The road is jammed with traffic. Flashing lights further down are blocked by buses. You couldn't ask for more. A few seconds of quiet. Everyone knows the score. Chelsea runs toward the van. The coppers are shitting themselves. Even the sergeant leaves the kid alone. The boy murmurs to himself on the pavement. They've all got their numbers covered. No chance of identification. The narrator knows any complaint against police brutality comes to nothing. They love football fans because they can do what they want. Chelsea is lower than niggers because no politician will stand up for the rights of mainly white hooligans. The narrator doesn't want their help anyway. Stand on your own feet. No easy place to hide. No labor council protecting them as an ethnic minority stitched up by the system. No Tory minister supporting their free market right to kill or be killed. The police are the scum of the earth. The shit of creation. Lower than niggers, packies, yids, whatever. Because at least those bastards don't hide behind a uniform. You may take the piss occasionally, but you have some hidden respect somewhere. But the police? Leave it out. Chelsea has the cunts in their sights. They pile in. The bastards don't have a chance. The sergeant takes the worst of it. All stripes and mouth, and they saw him batter the kid. Somehow he's worse because he's got a uniform and authority, and the narrator has been trained to respect uniforms and believe in the idea of justice. The sergeant shouts as he sinks to the road, pulled to his feet by Black Paul. A few Battersea mob members take turns kicking him. His eyes are shut and bruised. Blood spews from his nose. His head snaps back and opens up on broken glass. He's getting his reward. The narrator is so frenzied he couldn't care less if the sergeant died. Sirens get louder. Police vans mount the pavement. Chelsea moves off. Another train has arrived at Seven Sisters, spilling more people onto the pavement. The vast majority of football fans who hate violence, content to sing songs, and have a few pints. Chelsea are evil bastards in their eyes, and it gives the narrator's lot a special position. They split up and leave the battered coppers. The police unload their vans and block the road. A few coppers go to check their mates. The rest pile into the crowd fresh off the train. They grab the nearest blokes and start laying into them. The narrator looks back. They've got some kids under a bus stop kicking them black and blue. A black woman screams at them to stop, saying they haven't done anything wrong. A copper turns and lays her out with a single punch, calls her a fucking slag. The police are going mad. A couple of thousand people are along the road now. The crowd loses it and starts fighting back, defending themselves, and that's how you get a riot going. It only takes a few to start things off, and the police are so fucking thick they whip everyone up. A helicopter circles above. More coppers pile down the road with shields out, trying to form a barricade as Chelsea moves forward, covering the area. Kids and older blokes joining in. Paradise. A great way to spend a Saturday afternoon. Bottles bounce off shields. Snatch squads run out to pick off young lads who look the business but are just caught up in the spectacle. The narrator's lot is ahead of the main group now, nearing the ground trying to spot yeeds among the onlookers. More out of habit than anything. People in the street watch the battle. It's turned into a standoff, the crowd singing and smashing the odd car window. They've missed the nasty part. It's turning into a show. Something to put the shit up Spurs. Mark and Rod catch up. The narrator feels great inside. The rush is there, his body tingles. Sounds funny, but it's true. Better than shafting a bird. Better than speeding. Mark's head is a mess, but the bleeding has stopped. The narrator's knuckles are bruised. Rod's eyes have gone a bit mental looking. They join the crush trying to get into the ground. The crowd is already buzzing inside. The constant chant of Chelsea echoes. This is what life's all about. Tottenham away. Love it. Sid checks his watch and wipes sweat from his forehead, annoyed at his aching muscles. He smells of salt. The closed atmosphere of the lorry he's unloading makes him feel like he's working with a surgical mask over his face. Tom stacks boxes by the doors for Steve on the forklift. Hard work. Boring. Sid daydreams the morning away, imagining he's playing center forward for QPR in one of the finest football teams the world has ever seen. He's having an excellent game, the cup final at Wembley. He's on a hat trick. His first goal came just before halftime, finishing off a long run that covered the length of the pitch by rounding the Man United keeper and slotting the ball into an empty net. The second came midway through the second half, a diving header from a pinpoint cross, Sid ducking among flying boots in a magnificent display of sporting bravery. Now he considers his options for completing the scoring. Leaning his back against the cold metal of the lorry's wall, he hitches faded jeans over a sweltering beer gut and decides on another pitch-length sprint with a pile driver of a shot that burst the back of the net, sending commentators into a frenzy of football cliches. Brian Moore and John Motson's voices echo through the living rooms of a watching nation. Alan Hansen and Gary Lineker hailed a young West Londoner as the greatest living footballer since that Argentinian hand-of-God merchant Diego Maradona. Sid is a George Best for the modern game, a worthy QPR addition to the Rodney Marsh and Stan Bowles Hall of Fame. He closes his eyes to stop the flood of sweat from blinding his view, watching his own celebrating run toward the royal box, where Princess Di cheers her favorite player with a look that means one thing and one thing only: romance. Tom asks if Sid wants a cup of coffee. Sid says no sugar or milk. He's trying to watch his weight. He's up to 17 stone again. Tom just says right and heads to the hot drinks machine. Sid is left with an image of a beautiful princess spread out on his bed in a silk negligee, looking seductive. Her elegant fingers are covered in diamond and sapphire rings. She wears a sparkling tiara. But Sid has other things on his mind. He runs around the room, making sure there are no journalists hiding in the wardrobe, sticking lenses through his dirty washing. Once the bedroom gets the all clear, he tries to click back to the expectant royal, awaiting his plebeian touch. But he's not much good with pure fantasy. There has to be a bit of reality to make the daydream work. He has too much respect for Lady Di. Anyway, he read somewhere that she'd had that illness girls get sometimes, sticking fingers down their throats to make themselves sick so they can stay skinny. Disgusting. All that skin and bones. They'd never catch him making himself sick just to lose weight. Sid wonders if he's pushing it by scoring a fourth goal in injury time, just to rub Man United's nose in shit. Why not? You only live once, and he's got his second wind after completing the hat trick. Steve messes about with the last pallet they loaded, trying to work the forklift into the grooves, the sound of creaking wood and nails vibrating through the trailer. Sid switches back to the cup final, immediately setting off on an intricate dribble, a slimmed-down vision of himself from 10 years ago as a 20-year-old, twisting and turning, nutmegging the center half, and chipping the keeper. He runs to the QPR fans and sinks to his knees, enjoying their hysteria. Grown men spill onto the pitch and hug him. Sid is a hero. Tom returns with the coffee, saying Sid looks fucked, and asking if he was out on a bender last night. Sid admits to 7 pints of London Pride and a couple of cans of Tennent's when he got home. He'd only planned a quick one, but it was Kevin the landlord's birthday, and he had a lock-in to celebrate. You can't be rude. Tom reminds him he was going to lose weight. Sid says he is, starting today. No time like the present. Steve finally gets the troublesome pallet up and moving, stacking it in the shelves. Tom drags a new one into the trailer as far as it will go against the box pressure cookers rising above them, and they start the process again. Sid pulls boxes out and throws them to Tom, who forms precise rows. On the next pallet, they'll switch over. It's a shit job unloading these big efforts, but it makes the time pass if you can keep your mind busy. Sid is having no trouble there. He has won the pools and is signing on the dotted line. The biggest winner the competition has ever known, a cool 40 million pounds topping up his savings account, which at the moment stands at 17 pounds and 56 pence. He has decided to buy Queen's Park Rangers Football Club, fulfilling a childhood dream that shows no sign of fading. He will invest in new players and assume the managerial role. True, he never played professionally himself, though he had trials with Watford and Orient as a kid. But so what? He's an innovator ready to break the rules. He's rich. The rules don't mean a thing if you're loaded. Tom grins, telling Sid to slow down a bit, no rush, and asks if Sid is imagining himself in the cab with that French bird. Sid admits he just won a fortune and bought Rangers and was planning his first signing. He likes Tom. Tom shouts to Steve that Sid's just bought his club and is going to sign a team full of Catholics, Fenians behind his back. Steve protests he fucking isn't. Sid clarifies. QPR, mate, QPR. He's not interested in Steve's jock football. It's all haggis and kilts in the center circle at Ibrox. Sid has his say and doesn't wait for a reply. He's back at Loftus Road with Rodney Marsh and Stan Bowles on either side of him in the director's box. Chelsea are getting hammered 5-0, and Sid tipped off the police. He laughs as Tom and his nuttermates are led down the tunnel for a good spanking. Sid doesn't approve of hardline policing, especially at football grounds, but neither does he like troublemakers spoiling things for everyone else. He's a football fan, a program collector, a third of the way to being a train spotter. He's busy building a team the fans will love, already halved admission prices, and soon he'll redevelop the ground. Crowds of 50,000 will be common. The whole of White City will flock to see his stars perform. Rodney, Stan, and Sid will wave to the punters and share after-match pints with Jerry Francis and Ray Wilkins. Tom comments that the new bird in the office is well nice, watching Janet walk past toward the foreman's office. Sid can't disagree. She is. But he's too busy in the director's bar to bother about Fanny, sitting with Rodney, Stan, Jerry, and Ray. Jerry's round on his way to the bar. Rodney and Jerry have become best mates. It's turning into a good evening. Jerry returns with 5 pints of the new Dave Sexton Best Bitter, which Sid is having brewed on the premises. They're a bit pissed and talking about going for a sit-down curry when the bar closes. Terry Venables will come along later once he's sorted his England squad. Important matches were played that evening, so 5 or 6 players will have reported themselves injured. Rodney shouts at Jerry to hurry up, calling him a gray-haired tosser. Ray chants Rodney's name, obviously unable to handle the Dave Sexton Best. Stan mumbles that Ray will get them kicked out and they'll have to fuck off down the Springbok. Ray retorts that baldness is a sign of virility, telling Stan to remember that next time he's doing the business and asks how many caps Stan won for England. Stan laughs, saying it's Ray wearing them every night in the bath. That turned him into a baldy bastard, but secretly Stan curses the former midfield maestro for highlighting his lack of international recognition, comforting himself with the knowledge that he was simply too talented for the limited thinking of the England setup in his day. Sid thinks about telling the lads not to worry about getting kicked out because he owns the bar, the ground, everything. But he doesn't want them to think he's a big head. He keeps quiet. Jerry downs his pint in one. Stan smirks, watching the former England skipper while trying to open salted peanuts he's been saving since Sid bought the first round. Good old Stan. A great player, unique talent. Sid is in heaven, a rich man surrounded by the greatest players he's ever seen, all of them QPR men. He wishes the night would last forever, but knows time will pass quickly. They'll have to get to the curry house fast before the Indians lock the doors in the vein, hope of keeping out drunks who treat every tandoori like an assault course. Sid is used to eating prawn vindaloos, surrounded by rambling men. But tonight he prefers a quiet corner where he can talk the lads through the 4 goals he scored. At Wembley. Then tell them how he felt lifting the FA Cup, and how Lady D slipped him her number on a piece of paper torn from her autograph book. Outside the ground, waiting for their cab, Stan whispers that he heard about Sid and the princess. A fine-looking woman, though he heard she sticks her fingers down her throat and makes herself puke. Sid keeps his voice down, saying that was years ago. He's a discreet character. No kiss and tell betrayals from Sid Parkinson. Stan whispers again, calling her a lovely princess and remembering the royal wedding as a fine event, a day of celebration for the entire nation. Sid thinks of their first meeting. McDonald's in Shepherd's Bush just after midday. They spent the afternoon window shopping before Diana hopped a bus back to her own manor. She had 2 hamburgers, small fries, and a large strawberry milkshake. He timed her when she went to the ladies, but she was quick, too fast to make herself ill. She really was cured. He decided their relationship would remain purely platonic. He was at the peak of his football career, in the finest physical condition. He couldn't afford rampant, unbridled sex sessions with a member of the aristocracy. He knows Di wanted more, but he remained firm, and his moral stance was understood. She was a class act. Once inside the taxi racing toward the White City, Balti, Rodney admits he doesn't fancy ethnic food much, and suggests going to Tell's Club for a few sherbets instead. Sid feels a bit disappointed, but reasons that Rodney has been in the States so long, he's fallen behind on British culture. Besides, it will prolong the meeting of 5 great footballing brains, and Tell is bound to turn up sooner or later. Sid leans forward and tells the driver to change a destination. With screeching tires and a few choice words, the car heads to El Tell Palace in Camden Town. They race along the Westway at 70 miles an hour, past Baker Street Tube, then cut past Euston to Camden. Inside El Tell's, the Rangers contingent pushes through hordes of blonde Page 3 girls, crowding around them to a private table boxed in with mahogany wood paneling. A bouncer stands nearby, deterring the beautiful women pestering Sid and his mates, while El Tell's favorite hardcore beats blast from an adjacent sound system. Sid thinks he recognizes Mixmaster Incy playing the England manager's CD collection, but knows he must be mistaken. Tom shouts, obviously annoyed. It's 11:05. El Tell's vanishes in a sea of cardboard boxes. Sid is sweating in the back of a 40-foot lorry. He's lost 5 minutes of his precious tea break and isn't too pleased. He leaves Rodney, Stan, Jerry, and Ray without a word, goes into the warehouse, swears when he has to return for his coffee, then enters the tea room. The rest of the warehouse crew are either playing cards, reading papers, or staring through the glass partition toward the loading ramp, waiting for something to happen. Tom complains that the driver has been in his cab with that French bird the whole time they've been unloading. No one answers. A couple of card players glance toward the lorry and return to their hands, a stack of small coins piled in the middle of the table waiting for a winner. Tom adds that there should be a law against working their bollocks off while the driver's on the job emptying his. Still no one answers. Why torture yourself with visions of female beauty and the joys of sex when hours of mindless warehouse tedium are the best you can hope for? Sid stands up, takes his sandwiches out to the ramp, round the corner, out of sight of his fellow workers. He has to graft with these men 5 days a week and isn't in the mood to share his tea break with them as well. Good luck to the driver if he's getting his end away. He watches cars and people arrive and leave the car park. He sees Janet getting into her company car. She waves. He smiles. Then she's off. Heading to El Tell's midday ambient room, perhaps. He shakes his head sadly. What would he really do when he won the pools? He likes to think he'd make QPR a power in the land. But would he when it came to the crunch? First, he'd buy himself a flat and move out of the dump he rents. He'd tell the landlord what he really thinks of him, the arrogant bastard. He'd spread some wealth to family and friends, maybe 1 or 2 blokes in the warehouse, though he's not sure about that. He'd have a holiday somewhere interesting. He fancies Brazil. A trip down the Amazon, the street carnival in Rio. Maybe meet Ronnie Biggs and discuss the talent-crowding Brazilian beaches. He'd invest his millions, but then what? Money for players? Wages of 15 or 20 grand a week? He doesn't think he could justify the expense. Professional footballers are overpaid as it is. Would he really want to meet Rodney and Stan and the rest? He went to the Rodney Marsh, George Best Roadshow at the Beck Theater in Hayes. And much as he loves Rodney and those childhood memories of genius with a ball, the bloke was a bit disappointing. Comments about British passports and Indians in Southall. Most of the crowd laughed, but Sid thought it was naff. He expected more. Footballers are just that, footballers. When he has his millions invested, perhaps he'd look into doing something with the homeless, or start an organization to help people with psychiatric problems. Buy up old houses and turn them into homes for kids who end up on London streets and are forced to sell their bodies to pedophiles. If he had all those millions, he'd help doctors and nurses struggling against government cutbacks or aid protests against vivisection and the veal industry. He'd pour funds into a non-aligned progressive prison program that re-educates people rather than driving them to suicide, and a hardening attitude toward the world. There's a lot Sid could do with the cash. When he hears the foreman shouting that it's time to get back to work, that work needs doing, he knows he has a good line of thought that will take him right through to dinner. Then the short walk to the bookies for a $5 on Sir Rodney running at Cheltenham. Sid is feeling lucky. The warehouse held him late. A French lorry from the morning wasn't finished. Then a 2 o'clock delivery demanded attention before he could return to the mountain of pressure cookers. The driver, a flash bastard with a pretty blonde, had climbed into his cab and given her a proper fucking while the crew broke their backs in the trailer. Tom couldn't actually hear it, but exhaustion and frustration made the image far too easy to imagine, especially with Glasgow Steve crawling on the forklift, deliberately slow out of spite toward the foreman. 6 o'clock finds him on the Wimbledon platform at Earl's Court, the crowd thickening. Chelsea supporters heading to the Rochdale Cup game mix evenly with well-dressed Fulham and Parsons Green types. It always amuses him, the rich bastards living around Stamford Bridge. They must hate the Saturday invasion messing up their afternoons. The men play Lord of the Manor. The women act like royalty, looking down their noses. But staring them down is easy. Every single time, they blink first, shitting themselves. The departure board lights up with a train. Cops by the stairs check their watches, anticipating low attendance equals easy money. A gray evening, rain stopping and starting. A midweek League Cup tie against Rochdale won't stir much passion. He needs a drink to warm his spirits. The warehouse interfering with Chelsea pisses him off. Beggars can't be choosers, but he does his duty and expects to leave on time when there's a match. Steve can rant about Glasgow Rangers all he likes, but the Scottish cunt should learn some speed when Chelsea play at home. The train pulls in nearly empty. A quick ride through West Brompton to Fulham Broadway. He flashes his ticket, bins the Standard he's been reading since Hammersmith, leaving print on his hands, which the pub will fix. The paper mentioned Chelsea shopping for a goalkeeper. He waits for the lights, crosses over. The kebab house on the corner stinks, reminding him of Tottenham. Mark and Rod wait by the door with Fay Henry. Funny-looking bloke with thick glasses and ears like FA Cup handles. He only comes to midweek games because he works Saturdays. Mark greets him, emptying his own glass, calling it perfect timing. Announces Henry's getting married next week. Lucky bastard. Tom offers congratulations, meaning it. Henry deserves a woman in a white dress even if marriage is a con. A romantic bloke wouldn't hurt a fly. They've known him since childhood. Tom asks who he's marrying. Lisa Wellington, Henry answers, chest puffing with pride, asking if Tom remembers her from school. Of course he does. Thought she'd moved away. Ireland or Scotland, somewhere with its own language and drinking laws. Henry explained she did. Married an Irish bloke, but it didn't work. Gave it a couple years, came back. Their mothers knew each other. That's how they met up. By accident. Or maybe fate. Tom remembers teenage Lisa. Good-looking girl with black hair and Slavic features. Her mother was from Bucharest, came over during the war, hated communists and Jews and gypsies with a well-over-the-top passion. Lisa was all right, if a bit laid back into hippie drugs, while everyone else sped. Makes sense she'd end up with F.A. Henry, sound bloke who's never done well with women. Beyond the F.A. Cup ears, he's fuck-all Henry. Women like him well enough, but mostly want a quick length, not his thoughts on creation. Tom asks where the stag night is, promising to show up and give Henry a proper send-off before the twilight world of sweat, tears, and supermarket trolleys. Henry says he's not having one. Looking nervous. Never been into those things. Rod's was enough. Rod has the decency to blush. And he should, the dirty bastard. Speeding through space like the Starship Enterprise, warp factor 700. A haul off Fulham Palace Road. A stripper with a fit body who could have done better for herself. Real cracker. She got Rod on stage, out of his tree, stripped him bollock naked, spread him on a table, and shagged his brains out. Mark had a camcorder. Rod was shitting it long after the wedding came and went. Surprising he got it up with that much drink, but he blames the drugs. Tom slaps Rod's back, saying sometimes you do things under the influence you don't want to admit. Rod groans, remembering it like someone else on that table, like an operating theater, getting his balls stretched. The stripper told him she'd had 5 taffies on stage in Cardiff the week before. 5 bastards for £100. Bulk buying. Told him he had to compete with 5 Cardiff leaks, full of Welsh spunk and wanting to see what a Cockney could do. It worked at the time, but looking back, Rod admits he must have been mad to dip his winky in that old slapper. Henry turns bright red, ears dark purple, looking about to explode. A suspect device with a 2-minute warning. Tom tells Henry he's right. That's what tradition does. But what about Lisa? Hen nights are worse. Birds go fucking mental. Henry insists Lisa's not interested. Not that sort of girl. Tom doesn't believe it, but can't blame Henry for his naivety. Rod letting his standards slip wasn't pleasant to watch. One of your mates on the job. Tom felt sorry for Mandy more than anything. Though she was probably up to no good on her night, too. Evens out. You can't trust anyone. Certainly not women. At it like rabbits, then, acting coy when you swear, or turn up with a black eye. It's all shit, but you'd be a miserable cunt if you didn't hold out hope for people like Henry. Let him have his dreams, believe in love and romance. Tom supposes they all do, deep down, if they were honest. Mark hands over a pint, telling Tom to get it down his throat and smile. You sad cunt. Tom smells the familiar football mix of plastic and lager. Bubbles feel good going down despite the cold outside. A depressing evening, the place dead. Nothing like Tottenham. Days like that don't come often. Still, you make the effort. Like the Rochdale fan walking in, 50s, scarf around his neck. A few lads glance his way, but he's an old geezer, harmless. No point fucking about with civilians. Makes you look a cunt if you start on old men and kids. Leave that to the Yeeds and Scousers. They return to their drinks. The Rochdale man buys a pint and stands nearby. Tom wonders if he's carrying a wooden rattle. Probably an engine driver or machine minder. Looks like something out of the 50s. Thick hands, steel under the nails, Northerners all the same. Dopey cunts. Tom tells him he'll get a decent pint now he's in London. The man appreciates the humor but disagrees, saying it's not bloody likely, son. Northerners always moan about London beer. Reckon it's piss. Expensive piss. The cunts up north don't believe it's a proper pint unless it's got an inch of froth. Tom can't handle that head himself. They're right about the prices, though. A scandal what they charge. Getting shafted left, right, and center, but nothing you can do. Just get on with it. Otherwise, you'll end up doing fuck all while staring at price tags. It's not fair. Any of it. But that's life. Work hard, and the more you earn, the more worthless cunts want a slice. Mouthy wankers in suits acting big, but bottle merchants to a man. Get rid of the suits and give them the options. They disappear up their own over-mortgaged arseholes. The Rochdale fan says they've got a good team coming through. Might beat Chelsea tonight. Wouldn't Chelsea like a replay? Rod answers he'd rather have an away game at Rochdale than play at home. Gives them a chance to get out, more of a laugh. A small town like Rochdale would suit Chelsea fine. The Rochdale fan boasted about his team, suggesting a replay would be unwelcome at Chelsea. Rod answered that he'd prefer an away game. More of a laugh. A small town like Rochdale would suit them fine. Tom agreed, liking away matches himself, though he wouldn't watch England because young hooligans spoil it overseas. Rod told him not to believe the papers. Those writers know fuck all, too busy getting pissed in hotel bars or too scared to discover the truth. If you don't want involved, you don't have to. The Rochdale man conceded but warned you can't trust the French or Italians. You pay for the sins of others. Tom's glass empties while the others have barely started. He goes to the bar for a refill, remembers his inky hands, and heads to the toilets. Freezing water washes the print off. No towels, but at least the shit's gone. He's never seen a decent pub toilet. All shit, piss, and graffiti. The bowls have flooded. So he stands in the cubicle, unbuttons. His bladder burns as he pisses, splashing the plastic seat. Fuck it for the next cunt. A bog brush with white bristles has Ken Bates written in felt pen along the handle, a face drawn at the end. He buttons up and returns to the bar. The Rochdale fan has already left for the ground. Tom was even planning to buy the old sod another drink. There's not exactly going to be a crush getting in. Rod fills Henry in on Saturday night after Tottenham, aiming to whitewash his own stag memory. He describes the three of them getting a skinful in the Unity, then a taxi to a party in Hounslow with a black bloke playing jungle shit the whole way. Tom was hanging out the window, puking down the side of the car. Couldn't say anything otherwise, he'd have been up for a kicking. Mark doesn't remember Tom doing that, but he remembers the jungle nonsense. Tom sees bits as Rod tells it. Those few pints over the top when you steam into shorts like there's no tomorrow, and next thing you're fucked for the duration. He was leaning out the window, watching the road, thinking they must be near Griffin Park. Guts churning. Didn't hold back. Head outside, picking up the sweet smell of Brentford, splattering the back wing. A tape played, making him strangely think of Nelson Mandela with a spliff wedged in his mouth, and how the last thing he wanted now was lungs full of poison and a mixed-up brain. But once you clear your guts, you're okay, ready to live again. The driver wasn't impressed, but so what? Part of the service. Rod continues. They get to the party. A geezer on the door says they can't come in without bringing drink. They're not bothered with the small print, Tom lining up to take the cunt out, but too far gone to do the job properly. It's about to go off with the door bloke and his mates when the bird hosting the party turns up, and they're in without hassle. There was fuck all drink around, but Tom got hold of a couple of cans. At least some talent knocked about. Makes a change. Some places you end up, it's full of pissed up wide boys. Okay, because you can wind someone up and give them a hiding, but it's not the same after steaming yeeds all day. It works both ways. Either pull a tart and fuck the arse off her, or fuck up some arrogant pisshead with a kick in the bollocks. Easier option is an old slapper, especially after a good day out like Tottenham. Getting in a ruck at a house when you're pissed, chances are you're on someone else's manor where numbers are too heavy, or some bird phones the old bill. Trying a runner at 2 a.m. when you're pissed is a big mistake. Like that house in Acton. Rod nutted some bloke getting lippy. The whole place went up. They got a hiding. Then the old Bill kicked the door in, everyone scattering out back. A runner over the fence and down an alley. Nicked a vintage Rover, Tom driving the Hammersmith whizzing, trying to keep his thoughts together. Mark chewed dope mixed with gum, laughing like a psycho in the back seat. Bad news all round. Nick, a motor at 15 for joyriding. Fair enough, no one thinks bad of you. But when you're working, you need class. Nobody wants to get done for stealing a car for a 2-mile trip. If you're getting nicked, get nicked for something major. Best off, don't get done at all. They've all got previous, but not for petty theft, at least not since leaving school. You have to move up the rankings. It's about respect. Rod returns to the party story. They're standing around listening to greatest hit shit. Mark giving some tall cunty eye looking to start trouble. They tell him to leave it because there's loads of skirt walking around waiting for 3 Chelsea boys to give them a good servicing. Mark agrees. All a bit young, but if they're old enough to bleed, they're old enough to shag. Rod says Tom pulled straight off, a bird into him like nobody's business. Not bad after a skinful. She's pissed or stoned or both, giving him the come on so obvious even they could see it in the dark with that fucking Android music breaking eardrums. They talk a few minutes, and they're off. The cunt doesn't even stop to say goodnight. The bird comes up confident, asking if he's the romantic type. Tom nods, says nothing. Never commit yourself. Never give a statement. Deny everything unless it serves the greater good. She looks all right. He sees the curve of her tits through a tight purple patterned t-shirt snug enough to show her nipples. Made up like a doll, hair dyed red-brown. She'll do. Her body's well put together. Jeans baggy round the waist, showing the shape of her arse. Probably bought a couple sizes too big to look thinner. She says he looks romantic, her breath stinking of fags and gin. He agrees, remembering the romance of turning Tottenham over and seeing those coppers get a kicking. Pure romance, natural justice. Next thing, they're outside walking down the road. She shares a rundown West London house with 4 other birds. Bay windows, overgrown front garden, peeling paint on the front door. The telly's on in the front room. They walk quickly but quietly upstairs. Her mate's watching a video, expecting in a couple months the bloke done a bunk to sea or prison. A love story, the kind women like a girl with a fat belly and chocolates wishing life was like the videos, not abortions and stitch-ups. They get to the bedroom. She turns on a lamp. The place is a mess, bed unmade. It pisses him off a bit, but that's her choice. He can't stand dirt himself. He goes for a piss. Worse than going home with loaded balls is trying to shaft a bird when you need a slash. The bathroom's a state. Bras and pants hanging everywhere, a year's tampons, a couple hundred toothbrushes, almost as many empty containers. He returns to the bedroom. She's lying on the bed asleep. Didn't take her long to forget what she was supposed to be doing. A dead loss. He thinks about waking her, but he's knackered himself, so he pulls a blanket off the floor and sleeps in a chair. The bed's too small for 2 unless one's on top of the other, and Tottenham made him tired. A good day all in all. Next morning he looks at her. She seems the type who'll want to talk, and he's not in the mood for idle chatter. He calls a taxi and lets himself out. Early, streets empty, freezing. He feels dirty, neck stiff like he's been strung up for murder. The cab arrives. He's on his way home listening to some chirpy cunt on the radio telling him what a great life it is and how they should appreciate the time before God calls them back to heaven. That cunt must be doing some serious drugs. What does he know? Rod wraps up. Tom disappeared, and they didn't see him till Sunday night, looking shagged. He only went through her handbag and nicked 20 quid. Said she was so pissed she'd think she spent it. He needed to get home and was skint. Rod and Mark like winding him up, calling him a fucking tea leaf on the quiet. Henry looks on, a bit disgusted. Tom thinks Henry's a fucking idiot. This isn't Alice tripping through Wonderland. No magic bus back to Hammersmith at 8 on a Sunday morning. Long hike from Hounslow, and he wasn't in the mood. The bird looked like she had money. She won't miss 20. Spent enough on the fucking makeup. Henry needs to grow up sometimes. What's he going to do in a couple years when he finds his wife shafting the plumber, dustman, local fire brigade? You have to be careful. Look after yourself. Fuck them before they fuck you. Henry finishes his drink and leaves. Tom asks what's the hurry, have another, but Henry wants to get to the ground. Rod goes to the bar. Tom tells Mark that Henry doesn't like being reminded of the stag night. Mark agrees. They should wind the cunt up a bit more. The image sticks. Rod spread out on a slab, that old tart on top, tits hanging into his mouth. She was tasty all right, but rough as fuck. Mark says he gave Rod the videotape in the end. It was causing the bloke so much grief. Mandy would have done her nut if she'd found out. Mark would never have shown her, but Rod was worried, and you can't really blame him. Tom imagines the wedding reception. Mark has photos passed around while everyone's pissed. Rod's old man making a speech about his son turning out okay. Another drink, the old man admits difficult times when Rod was a teenager. But that's understandable. A young lad getting to grips with the world, sowing oats, no offense, Mandy, moving into manhood. All the usual bollocks. The blushing bride Rod met one night when he was pissed and couldn't get it up. That probably made them that lack of a hard-on. Something special, as the films say. Pulling a bird and not shafting her right off. The old man goes on about the reformed young hooligan with a good job as an electrician, making cash, buying a flat still into football, Rod the good son taking out yeeds and shooting his load over Indian wildlife. Rod the honest lover stripped and ridden half to death by a whore with a cunt full of Cardiff City fans, his Chelsea tattoo clear on the video, face dazed and distorted in artificial light. Everyone wants something to look back on. That period of rebellion then growing out of it into a nice, boring citizen. Fuck that. Talk to people like that and they've done nothing. They just like to think they have blokes and birds. All the same. Wankers. Mark starts winding Rod up, claiming he probably has a copy of that tape somewhere. He'll have to give it to him. Rod freezes. Pint stopped midair. He says Mark gave him everything he had. That's what he said. He got rid of it straight off. Obscene propaganda. Calls Mark a fucking pervert for taking those shots. Asks if Mark's an iron, keeping it quiet because he'd wind up on the end of a serious kicking rather than some queer's joystick. Mark says he didn't give Rod the copy, just forgot about it, but it's got to be somewhere. He'll dig it out and pass it on. Rod looks worried, then starts laughing, accusing Mark of winding him up. Why would he make a copy? It wasn't a pro job. The picture was out of focus half the time. Not like he's going to make a packet selling it to Marshall. Mark's voice sharpens. Just forgot about it, that's all. If Rod doesn't want the tape, he won't bother. Rod tries the big bluff. He was pissed, did the business when he shouldn't have, so what? But he's looking bad. Poor cunt. Why crucify the bloke for making a prick of himself? So he shagged a whore on stage in front of his mates. He was out of it. Everyone makes mistakes. Better than raping someone. Or watching squatties do it on video. Tom's all followed the urge and service things that didn't need servicing. Why have regrets? No place for sentiment. Though Rod's only bothered because he's worried about Mandy somehow getting a glimpse. Who cares? None of them are into being spectators. Leave that to the pundits on telly, those nobody game shows, cameras looking for football violence, getting off on lads steaming in. But it's a con. If you want something like that, go out and get it yourself. Don't sit at home flicking channels expecting someone to live your life for you. They may be cunts, but they're not hiding it. Unlike the docile majority, so silent you can hear their thoughts quivering with outrage. Tom tells Rod they're joking. Rod says he knew it all along. They start laughing. 20 minutes till kickoff, but bollocks, another quick pint. It's cold outside. They need the warmth. Shame it's not West Ham tonight. A punch-up would be good. They don't have to justify themselves to anyone. Not like those wankers running the army or killing grannies over heating bills. Kicking fuck out of someone is excitement. A buzz. You can dress violence up any way you like, but it's still there. Why play games and try to justify your actions? All these plonkers with politics and moral outrage are kidding themselves. The kick is seeing your first ruck. A mob of Cardiff chased down Fulham Broadway and battered by Chelsea when Tom was a kid. Pure and simple. No explanations. Tom asked Rod if he remembers Chelsea running Cardiff that time. Rod does. Says it was Justice. Paid those 5 to fees back years before the event. That he was looking ahead even in those days. The camera pulls back, powerful winds batter the multi-million-pound structure. But inside the East Stand, it might as well be a warm summer evening for the players, officials, sponsors, and media cocoon there. The last spectators have left, driving rain forcing hunched shoulders deep into coats. The visiting contingent facing a tiring trip north, clothes soaked, a heavy defeat for cold comfort. Floodlights have vanished, replaced by deep shadow. Stamford Bridge stands against rolling clouds, light from a near-full moon catching the angles of the towering main stand. In a corner of the bar, Will Dobson educates Jennifer Simpson, a rather attractive young hopeful, in the wicked ways of the press. Will knows the football world inside out, all the gossip and a few of the facts, filling his belly with bottled bitter and a steady stream of double vodkas. Humid sweat stains his white shirt. His eyes keep straining for a peek at Jennifer's slender legs. She admits it wasn't how she thought it would be. Not much of a crowd, and those who came were quiet. The game was very boring. Where were the hooligans they read so much about? Will laughs, tapping his temple. A figment of the imagination. An editor's wet dream. Sadly, their hooligan friends are a thing of the past. Jennifer lets her eyes wander to the bar, allowing Will an escape from any embarrassment over his sexual reference. She watches casually dressed young sportsmen rub shoulders with older, heavier men in suits. Will doesn't seem bothered by niceties. Probably thinks a new man is a type of service robot, and in a way he'd be right. She congratulates herself on the humor, determined to use it sometime soon. The bar blends athleticism and new money. Its own small world lost in the enormous concrete structure, big paychecks and wholesome job satisfaction. Jennifer notices Dobson's glances under the table, but doesn't mind the old boy getting a glimpse of her legs. She knows she's good-looking and doesn't believe in false modesty. He's not a bad sort, and it does no harm. If she's going to make a career in journalism, she'll need all the help she can get. Connections are vital, probably more so in this line, and even Dobson might prove useful. She wonders what he meant by a figment of the imagination. Dobson lowers his voice. The subject taboo that turns off sponsors. Hooligans faded after Heisel. Before that they were a bloody nuisance, but they shifted papers, and journalism's about circulation. His theory, they either got into ecstasy, which destroyed violent tendencies, or organized crime, or got married and settled down. The kids today can't afford to go often, so no new blood comes through to fill their Dr. Martens. The hooligan drifted toward extinction like the dinosaur. Police became experts in crowd control with video cameras, and the Yobs decided enough was enough. A few tough sentences, and they handed in their Stanley knives. A pitch invasion now and then is just idiots pissing in the wind. Football violence is dead and buried. Society is better balanced. The Tories eradicated the class system. The angry young men of yesteryear are either sitting in bed smoking cannabis or wandering around their local home store trying to choose paint for the baby's room. Jennifer asks about the trouble at that England game. The televised pictures, the frightened child's wide eyes sticking in her mind, the media's innocent victim line working a treat. There always seems to be a riot when the national side plays overseas. Dobson admits there are one or two bad boys around, but they behave themselves. More is the pity. He had his best bylines during the hooligan era. All you needed was a half-decent photo, and it didn't matter what you wrote. Glory back then. You couldn't fail. But that's progress. Then the Taylor Report. Clubs aren't stupid. They've increased prices and blocked out a lot of people, priced the hooligans out. When they go to Europe, the policing isn't up to scratch, so the thugs see their chance and go on the rampage. Jennifer presses, if they do that, they must come from somewhere, surely. Will has given up looking at her legs and concentrates on the alcohol situation. That's the trouble with women. They never get their round in because they're always too busy asking pointless questions. Things changed. He welcomes progress, sound investment. A lot of people are getting mega rich from the beautiful game now. It's adopting sensible business practices. His own match day experience is vastly improved. but women should remember to move with the times and get the fucking drinks in. He likes Jennifer's legs, but isn't sure about the rest of her. Knowing she's at university is a major turnoff. These further education people think they know everything. He isn't conned by her mild manner. She's an arrogant bitch if ever he saw one. He only brought her along as a favor to the editor, who's a lifelong mate of her father, a big shot in armaments with serious political clout. Then he remembers he's drinking on the paper's expense account. No need to worry about enforcing equal rights, but it's too late. Jennifer stands, walking through the crowd to the bar once the experienced pro has delivered his order, asking if he'd like another drink. Will feels tired. Filing his report, walking to the bar, drinking his fill. Chelsea is on his patch, and the old hooligan heavy days really are gone. A shame, too, because aside from the opportunity to file moral outrage and amuse the sub-editors, a punch-up was an exciting distraction from the dire games he's watched for years. He loves football, honestly, but he wouldn't pay to see more than 5 or 6 matches a season. With so much football on television now, he'd probably just stay home. The atmosphere isn't what it used to be, whatever the vested interests say. If major clubs keep alienating ordinary fans and chasing an upmarket clientele, they'll eventually go bust. There's no loyalty in money. Even Will knows that. But football is his livelihood, and he's done well for an ordinary lad from Swindon. He can't complain. He prefers to go with the flow. Jennifer places Will's order on the table without waiting for a reply, asking how many games he watches in an average season and whether he went to the Tottenham match at the weekend. Everyone at the bar seems to be talking about it. Will's eyes widen. That Spurs-Chelsea fixture showed the sport at its best. Plenty of goals, goal-mouth action, the crowd roaring appreciation. In the old days, that London derby meant trouble, but now spectators behave like boisterous schoolchildren. A few anti-Semitic songs and gestures, but nothing particularly violent. David Morgan arrives, taking a chair between them, calling the match terrible and saying they should refund their money. Will laughs that they don't pay. Morgan works for a rival paper, a full-time shit-stirrer. Widely accepted as having his finger on the pulse in the mid-'80s. He always seemed in the know. Will suspects this is because Morgan is more liberal with the truth than others, reflecting the attitude of his paper. A readiness to shell out hard cash for dramatic pictures of supposed hooligans is legendary. The subjects of the photos were generally pleased with the extra cash and fleeting fame. The lads welcomed the attention at first, treating the hacks as an amusing sideshow, pissed old geezers chasing ghosts, always a mile behind the action. Professional football journalism is a small circle, and they're doing nicely. If outsiders take some stories too seriously, whose fault is that? Will raises his glass, eyes bleary from beer and spirit, toasting the next round. They drink up. Jennifer feels part of the gang. She accepted the chance to join the sports desk, even though her aim is celebrity features for a better-class newspaper. Worthwhile experience for job applications. Looking around, she admits they're a bit oikish. And the hooligans let her down, but at least she can tell friends she's been to a football match. She can always lay it on a bit. She thinks of her part-time boyfriend, Anthony, assistant editor on a trendy-style magazine pushing imagined left-wing credentials. She always takes the mickey, asking what expensive clothes, consumer pop, and an obsessive interest in bisexuals have to do with socialist politics. She smiles, remembering Anthony's warning that afternoon from a champagne lunch CD launch in Soho. He cares for her, insisted. Chelsea fans revel in indiscriminate violence. He believes Stamford Bridge breeds white supremacists, where black players were hounded off the pitch and black spectators go in fear of their lives. She should watch herself. Chelsea fans are brain dead, capable of gang rape on terraces that no longer exist, rambling about the notorious shed and metal kung fu stars that would blind her for life. Anthony was drunk, tried to talk her out of attending, but Jennifer was determined. A shame he was so mistaken, though she'll lead him on anyway. She has a vindictive streak and enjoys his discomfort. He's childish, possessive, hinting at love, but little more than a convenient London stopover. He comes from money, means well, but lacks the calculation she finds attractive. She's meeting him after the game, but her thoughts are with Jeremy Hetherington, recently met at university. She's visiting his parents' manor house in Oxfordshire next Saturday, looking forward to following their initial drunken coupling with something more satisfying. Morgan asks how she found the game. Will says it's her first time inside a football ground. She calls it interesting. Morgan says Will should have taken her last week against Spurs. That was football at its best. But those bloody little North London sods scratched the side of his Volvo. He squeezed a line into his report about today's youth, but moronic subs chopped it out, the politics of envy alive and fermenting. Might not have been football fans, just the local population moaning about its lot, but it'll cost a fix. The paper will pay, but it makes him angry when the have-nots take frustrations out on him. A bloody nuisance. He's a busy man. Another round. Morgan takes over, bending Jennifer's ear with a story about a politician discovered in Brompton Cemetery with a 13-year-old rent boy from Burnley whose homelessness resulted from government cutbacks. Caught at it in a crypt, a family vault with ripped coffins on shelves. An excellent story. Morgan toyed with introducing vampirism and AIDS, but political considerations hush it up. Even a decent left-wing paper would ignore it. Homosexuality and privacy. If they could get something similar on a high-ranking opposition figure, they'd be away. As Morgan talks, Will drifts. He vaguely hears his colleague listing Hooligan article buzzwords. Scum, mindless yobs, thugs, ashamed to be English, not true fans, bring back the birch, give them a good thrashing, tough custodial sentences. Morgan laughs. Shuffle that lot around and you're there. Subtly checking the girl's legs under the table, marveling at her skin texture, deciding her stockings go right up the crack of her arse. First comes titillation and gory details, then condemnation masking the reader's pleasure. Call for the cat o' nine tails and square bashing, everyone's happy, makes the public feel secure. He has little call for that vocabulary now, with the death of the hooligan and his shift to meatier subjects. General moral decay, spongers, violent sex or sexual violence involving the rich, famous, or politically unsound. Homosexuality in the clergy is another favorite. If Jennifer ever fancies discussing her future career, she should call, perhaps, lunch. He's seen everything as a roving reporter and can share interesting stories that never made print. An excellent Italian restaurant in Knightsbridge. His treat. He hands her his card in Knightsbridge. His treat. He hands her his card. She smiles. Says perhaps she'll take him up on that. Adjusts her legs to give him a better view, filing his face in her memory and his card in her purse. Much more useful than Dobson, an old duffer in comparison. Morgan offers Will a lift home. Will gladly accepts. Jennifer is meeting Anthony in a restaurant on the King's Road, and Morgan is more than willing to drop her off. They drink up and leave the bar, surprised by the wind's ferocity. Jennifer sits in the back as the two journalists talk about mutual friends, a Frank Sinatra CD playing. They pull away from the stadium. Jennifer checks the streets for life. Nearby pubs do good business. Groups of men staying till closing. Features distorted through windows. The streets are windswept and empty. A pity. A gang of hooligans on the rampage and a quick exit in a fast car would have made up for 90 wasted minutes watching football. She spots Bobo's halfway down the King's Road. Purple neon above the door, flickering white candles inside. She asks to be dropped off anywhere. Thanks for the ride. Tells Will she'll see him tomorrow. Says it was nice meeting David. Calls it fun. Morgan reminds her to phone about lunch. She says she will see you soon. She waves at the Volvo as it drives away, looks for the scratch but sees nothing, then pushes through the gale and opens the restaurant door. A burst of warm air, cigarette smoke, excessively loud laughter. she immediately feels at home, the clientele class conscious and suitably confident. Looking around for Anthony, she flushes thinking of those toads sneaking glances at her legs. Then she's angry at the boring game, the loss of a good evening, not a thug in sight. At least she's on familiar ground now, can act normally again. The common people really are common as muck. You can give them money, but you can't fake breeding. The pub is loud. Police have pulled a van up outside. Everyone tries to see through the window. Lots of movement in the street. Mark reckons they're bringing a train straight through from East London. Tom doesn't know how Mark knows this, but that's how football works. Rumor and speculation fast become fact, blending together until it doesn't matter where they meet. It's logical enough, though. They've already been down to Victoria looking for West Ham and came back with nothing. You never know with West Ham. They could turn up anywhere, and Victoria is a good meeting spot. But they want to get into Chelsea streets and take the piss, so why waste time in the West End? The tension has been building since early morning. Mark banged on the door at 9, calling Tom a lazy cunt. A cup of tea and some toast. And Tom doesn't feel too bad after 8 pints last night. Mark looks happy. Got his end away with some spaced-out blonde kid barely over the legal limit. She looked like she knew the score, and Mark confirmed it as Tom got a second cup. Thin legs, small tits, but she was on all fours in the hall with her mom and dad asleep upstairs. Mark says she had a cunt so tight he thought he got the wrong hole. He had to take a look to make sure, though she wasn't complaining, so he doesn't know why he bothered. They walk to the station. Rod is already there, getting impatient. They catch a train to Victoria, a mob hanging around looking for West Ham. Then the tube to Tower Hill, back along the district line. Harris doesn't know where West Ham will turn up, and they start worrying in case they've gone straight to the ground, turning the place over while they're stuck on the tube. They decide to go back to the ground, stop off in Earl's Court. Nothing happening there, so they head for Fulham Broadway, a view of the tube, guaranteed to find them in the end. They're on edge the whole time, because West Ham is no joyride. Not like having to go at Arsenal or Tottenham. Now they're out of circulation. Dogs bark in the street. The hollow echo of horses' hooves on concrete. Traffic diverted away from the run between Fulham Broadway and Stamford Bridge. A pub full of needle, bottled up and confined by coppers ready to steam in at the slightest provocation. Fuzzy police radio messages, a flashing light, Harris talking into his cell phone, scouts out and about. Then they hear the West Ham anthem, Bubbles. Coming up from the tube into the street. They push toward the door, but the police know what they're about. Laughing, pretending they're in control, and, in a manner of speaking, they've got Tom's lot locked up safe and sound. Tom sees the scene through the window. West Ham pile out, the police have them contained. Well enough, but the hammers breed Larry cunts. The main faces are at the front. Older blokes and nutters from Bethnal Green and Mile End, fucking head cases with no respect for coppers, taking the piss, trying to push past the British Bobby toward the pub. Psychos in leather jackets, a kid in dungarees and flat cap. The ICF and under fives mean more around Upton Park than Ron and Reggie Cray. History stays for years, but who cares about names? West Ham are forced toward the ground, letting everyone know they've arrived. The pub sings as well, but Tom's lot feel like wankers locked up out of contention. West Ham keep coming out of the station, trying to turn right, force left. They've come down from the East End mob-handed, strolling along, taking their time. But Stamford Bridge is one of the safest grounds in the country now, and the police have everything tied up. Cameras on rooftops record the scene, but most faces are well known. These blokes are professionals, not average snotty-nosed hooligans. Vans across the street, flashing lights through glass, horses helping the crowd along, shitting everywhere, the familiar mix of horse shit and hamburgers. A few harder cases try to push back down the road toward the pub. The dogs go mental, straining at their leads, keeping things civilized, walking on 2 legs. 2 legs good, 4 legs bad, like they teach you in school. Lights flash. More horses come along the street. All those coppers think they're the business, keeping the lid on. West Ham move reluctantly toward the ground. Harris is near the door. Tom's lot get wound up, locked away. Freedom of expression denied for the duration. Wrong location. Talk about civil liberties. West Ham are walking their streets. Controlled, it's true, but they're at home, and it's up to them to do the business. If West Ham can walk in here, it's half a result. Turn them over, and they'll never hear the last of it. East against West goes back decades. Something you grow up with, all about territory, pride, having a laugh. West Ham disappear down the street. The police will shepherd them into the away section unless some cunts have tickets for the West Stand and plan to have a go inside. Unlikely. What's the point? When West Ham are out of harm's way, the police pile into the pub and empty the place. In a stroppy mood, they line up outside the door, like a firing squad without guns. One day that will change, and they'll walk even cockier. A fat bastard punches Tom in the gut as he goes past. Tom stares straight into his face, asking what the fuck he's doing. Let's see your number. The copper tells his mate to put Tom in the van and nick him, but Tom gets lost in the crush leaving the pub. Thick cunts with the attention span of goldfish, already on to someone else. Mark takes a knee in the bollocks from a copper that doesn't connect properly. Tom hates the bastards worse than West Ham and Tottenham combined. Fucking scum, hiding behind uniforms, licking the paymaster's arse. A van escorts them toward the ground. At the West Stand, they try to bluff their way further down the street, only half-heartedly because video cameras are burning overtime and West Ham are probably inside by now. Tom is well narked. He has to remember Tottenham and the police getting a pasting just to calm down and look on the bright side. He tries to see it as justice, but it doesn't work. They've all seen enough of the police in action to realize the score. The police are just another mob getting paid for Saturday entertainment while they fork out for the privilege, hiding behind some fuck morals where they're right because they have a uniform, and Tom's lot are wrong because they haven't taken the oath. They're their own bosses. The police work for the courts. It's enough to turn you into a fucking Trotskyist. Except Trotskyists are bent student wankers who spend all their time making placards and shafting your ordinary white bloke. Politics is a load of shit. You'll find little of it around here. True, a few blokes are into the fascist bit, but the old men at the top would wipe them out if they got into power. Line your football hooligans against the wall and blow their brains over the pavement. That's their idea of law and order. But it's a crack winding up scruffy rich kids selling Marxist papers. And fuck knows what dodgy reading matter. Give them a Nazi salute and watch the bastards boil up inside, knowing they'll do fuck all back. Soon they're inside the ground. West Ham launch into another round of bubbles. Chelsea sing around the stadium. The game kicks off, but Tom watches West Ham. A fair distance off, little chance of it going off, but they fucking hate Chelsea. Reckon they're mouthy bastards. West Ham fire a rocket into the stand. It bounces off the roof, lands a few seats back, flares for a second. Tom wonders if it's about to set the place alight. He thinks of Bradford, all those people burnt alive. Then Hillsborough, the Scousers killed by fences. The thing is, the people who wanted the fences put up never admitted it was the fences responsible. Just shifted the blame onto terracing. Give us seats, and we'll all behave. Some chance. Your harder cases have been going in the seats for donkey's years. Another mark of class. There are no grubby paupers, no lippy hooligans mouthing off without backing up the words. They're the business. The people who run football are redundant. Clueless. Hillsborough was one big scam from start to finish. Politicians, papers, the old geezers running the show, all in it together. But what can you do? Fuck all at the end of the day. Harris turns to Tom, calling West Ham a bunch of cunts. They'll have them outside if they can get hold of them. Kick them all the way back to their East End plague pits. A lot of the bastards, no pushover, but you've got to have belief. West Ham and Millwall are always the bad ones. Must be something in the water, an infection affecting brain cells. Rabies alive and well in the East End. Probably came in through the docks before the area fell apart, then stayed in the bloodstream. Some people don't fancy having to go at West Ham, but in a mob you can't afford to bottle against anyone. West Ham are hard, true, but they don't bother Tom. If you can get everyone to stand firm and the odds are even, you've got a good chance. Tom knows it's all about presentation. A reputation does half the job before you start. Everyday propaganda. Make yourself believe something, and it's easy to persuade everyone else. The downside is every cunt in the country wants a go, trying to prove themselves when the odds are stacked. If you get cornered and end up on the receiving end, there's no mercy. Survival of the fittest. The law applies everywhere. The weak don't last long in this country. No help for those who can't look after themselves. Primitive man, Stone Age society where the biggest rock wins. That's why you stick together. Rod gives West Ham the wanker sign, saying he fucking hates those bastards. They think they're so hard with their Cockney coons and Brick Lane Nazis, muggers, and packy bashers, the same fucking gene working overtime. Mark calls them scum, with bad memories from childhood. Seeing his old man get the piss ripped out of him outside Upton Park, a split lip, a kid's blue and white scarf in the gutter. The game kicks off. Chelsea cuts through West Ham's defense at will, knocking the ball around with style. Tom loves watching the Blues play like this, a reward for all the bad performances. Rain hammers down, players struggling to keep their feet. Chelsea scores twice before halftime, then adds a third near the end. A dull day, heavy clouds, vicious wind, but Tom doesn't care. Stuffing West Ham on the pitch, watching the bastards get their noses rubbed in it. The rubbish about West Ham being a football academy is all in the past. Television nostalgia. They're more Billy Bonds than Trevor Brooking. Tom knows the truth. They're cunts, and they'll be twice as wound up by the final whistle. Tom and the others make the most of the score, winding up the happy hammers. Even from this distance, Tom sees the expressions on their faces. Sullen, narked as fuck, simmering under the surface, like a pan of boiling water waiting to spill over and melt some cunt's face. The lads from Bethnal Green and all the bomb sites stretching to Upton Park and on to Dagenham. But Chelsea is stuffing them on the pitch, and Tom enjoys taking the piss. The final whistle blows. Most of Stamford Bridge celebrates a good game, cheering victory over London rivals. For the majority, football is everything. They don't want to know what's about to kick off as soon as the chance comes. Tom feels his stomach tighten. He follows Mark, Rod, and the rest up the steps. West Ham moves toward their own exit. Behind the West Stand, a crush of bodies. The light from the pit shuts out. Floodlights burn high above, but point the other way, the stage the media focuses on. Out the back, it's just another Saturday night. A few small lights, more shadows, the smell of piss and dirty rainwater. On the steps, some singing. Tom hears West Ham already coming down the road. Moving down the steps, Harris gets everyone together. They've got to stay tight and act together once it goes off. Out in the street with police vans everywhere, Tom looks toward where West Ham should be, but it's all decent citizens. The old Bill moved Chelsea along, serving the community, keeping scum in line, tense silence. Everyone eyes everyone else. Heading down toward the tube, just needs a spark. A few lads hang around the flats. Tom starts moving over, but horses come up the steps, and the old Bill move everyone on again. Pushed down by the tube, but Tom doesn't want to go home yet. Following the happy supporters into Fulham Broadway Station. All Chelsea in here now. The tube pulls in, they take it up to Earl's Court. Tom checks the platform, full of old Bill, and continues to Victoria. They get off, hang around the platform, blending with the Saturday evening crowd of backpackers and shoppers. Tom clocks the cameras. Harris tells a couple of kids to smash them when West Ham pulls in. Taking a chance, acting camera shy. No publicity, no video evidence, waiting along the eastbound District Line platform, knowing West Ham will come through sooner or later. Trains pull in. Tom scans the carriages, taking the piss out of a few civilians wearing West Ham colors, but their firm is nowhere. Getting on for 6 when the tube they've been waiting for finally arrives, Tom knows right away it's West Ham. The cameras get smashed with bottles. Before the doors open, they're kicking the windows in. The mob on board boots the doors, trying to get out. Tom hears the vague sound of crying from women and kids. Doors open. The bastards hit the platform. Toe-to-toe stuff. They've picked a good mob. Older blokes, not too many, more or less equal odds. Harris kicks a squat bastard. First off, the tube in the bollocks. Black John kicks another cunt in the gut. Rod kicks him in the face. The front of the train empties into a running battle along the platform, but out of nowhere, the old Bill appear. Transport police on the platform. Chaos. Tom can't believe they've got here so fast. Both sides try to get out of the station, get above ground where the old Bill have no chance. Coppers pile in, forcing them through tunnels and up the escalator. It's all gone wrong. Then Tom is in the flush of Victoria, jumping over the barriers, mingling with crowds, out and about, moving into the bus station, waiting for West Ham to find their way. Tom moves back as police vans arrive, doors flung open, coppers heading underground, sprinting to get stuck in. Then Tom sees West Ham across the station, running into them, but the bastards just stand there laughing like fuck. It goes off again in a big way, people running everywhere. A bitter punch-up. Black John gets the shit kicked out of him when he goes down on the floor. Tom tries to get to him, but a mob of West Ham surrounds him. He's down for the count. Some West Ham cunt lumbers into Tom, fists connecting. A numb throb through his jaw as he kicks out, missing any decent contact. Then the cunt is back in the crowd. Tom's head spins. He focuses, gets his mind in gear, but sees nothing now. Just hears the racket of shouting men and alarms, then mad barking as the old Bill get into the battle again. Dogs on the rampage, always one step behind. Tom moves across the bus station, lobbing bottles and whatever else he can find at West Ham, who are busy having to go at the old Bill. He looks over. Black John is alone on the ground, a couple of coppers looking down at him. Tom has to keep moving. Vans and cars coming from every angle. Last thing he wants is a ride in a meat wagon. A few running fights with West Ham, but everyone's getting split up. The old Bill nick everyone they can get their hands on. Tom jumps on a bus with Mark and Harris and a few others. Rod's lost in the commotion. Victoria is a no-go zone now for trouble. On a bus heading for the West End, well pissed off at the old Bill turning up so quick, Tom sits back and goes with the motion. Harris says Black John was getting a hiding last he saw. He tried to get to him, but too many West Ham. Mark says the old Bill were helping him up, dusting him off, making sure he was still alive. Mark scratches his bollocks, hoping the bird he shagged last night was clean. Last thing he needs is a dose, especially off some juvenile delinquent. Tom reckons Black John will be visiting a doctor before Mark, a heavy-duty kicking. Tom hopes John wasn't tooled up as usual. Coppers don't like knife-carrying black boys. Any sympathy for calling an ambulance would disappear once they got him for an offensive weapon. No finding out now. Not tonight. They've just got to fade away. Rod will be pissed off losing them in the chaos. But John's a cunt and a wicked bastard. Tom wouldn't want to cross him, but can't feel too sorry. John's done enough bad things in his time. Tom couldn't cut a bloke himself, but he wouldn't knock John on that score, just as long as they're on the same side. Harris laughs, saying John will be all right. It'll take more than West Ham to put him out for long. Just make him meaner next time around. Mark agrees. A short, sharp shock to the system makes someone twice as bad in the future. Tom leans against the window, watching plush rows of houses pass. Money in these streets. Gun runners and oil merchants. Millionaire flats full of stock exchange cunts with acne-free upper-crust birds choking on a property developer's plum shoved halfway down their throats. But they're just passing through, content to get away from their battleground in Victoria, fighting among themselves, east against west. West Ham's over for them now. When they get up to Oxford Street, they decide to go for a few sherbets. The center is lit up for tourists. Everywhere Tom looks, there are Arabs selling plastic police helmets and models of Parliament. Bright lights, fast food hamburger meat, an amusement arcade full of Italians. A black hole in the middle of London. They walk along the street and turn into Soho. Another fucking abortion with its fake reputation for sleaze, but it always pulls in northerners down for the football who haven't got a clue where they're going. They see this area, and no wonder they think London's full of queers and posers, rich slumming bastards and fashion queens. A magnet for scum. They try a couple of pubs, but they're dead. So they move down toward Covent Garden and find a pub. 8 of them in all. Harris says Derby played in London today, away to Millwall. Maybe they'll pick up on a few of the bastards. Mark zeroes in on a small bird with dyed hair and a tan. That means she's been abroad flat on her back, shagging foreign men for a 2-week break from shagging white men in London. He asks where she got the tan. She snaps back, demanding to know what it's got to do with him. Stroppy bird. Everyone's laughing because Mark has gone red. Embarrassed, not pissed enough to take it in stride. He's made a bad move. It's only getting worse. She challenges him, calling her darling. Her mate tells her to be nice, that Mark's only being friendly, but Mark calls her a fucking dyke. She calls him a macho wanker. He tells her not to call him a wanker. She says not to call her a fucking dyke then. He protests he was only being friendly, like her mate said. She tells him to go be friendly with someone else. He asks what's the matter with her anyway. She says she doesn't like being called darling for starters, and she's talking with her friend and doesn't need him butting in. Tom's lot crack up laughing and tell Mark to leave it out. Fair play if the girl's not interested. Anyway, they're on the lookout for Derby fans, or even West Ham strays if they get lucky. Long way to go till closing time. What's he going to do, spend the whole night chatting up 2 dodgy birds? The dyke's mate seems game enough. Same suntan, so it must have been on the same holiday. But Mark should sort himself out. A time for shagging and a time for fighting. He should think twice about mixing the two. He'll just end up confused. The memory surfaces without warning. Tom is a boy, running ahead of his parents along a beach. Sarah tries to keep up, yelling in his ear. He's a year older, a bit stronger. He doesn't want her to cry, so he slows and lets her catch him, but doesn't let her know he's doing it because that would spoil the race. They reach the water together, out of breath, holding hands like Mom and Dad. He looks back. His parents are laughing about something. Mom waves. Dad kicks sand that blows back in the wind, and Mom turns away so it doesn't get in her eyes. Then she's got her hand through his arm and they're getting nearer. Sarah tells him to put his foot in the water. He refuses, doesn't want to get his trainers wet. She says he's just scared. He insists he's not scared of anything. She says he's scared Dad will tell him off and Mom will smack him. He says Dad wouldn't tell him off. Dad doesn't care if his trainers get wet because they're at the seaside and nothing matters at the seaside. Sarah says Mom would smack him, though. He admits maybe. He runs further. Sarah follows. They stop and look over the mud to where a big black dog runs toward wooden boats sitting on the mud. The dog sprints toward seagulls floating on the water. When he gets near, they all fly away, skimming across the water. The dog tries his best to catch them. Then the birds are up in the air like magic. Tom wishes he could fly, too. He worries the dog might catch the birds and eat them, but the birds aren't stupid. They let him get near enough before taking off. He watches them go up. The dog circles, water over his paws, then heads back to the sand. For a moment, Tom thinks the dog is coming for him and Sarah. He moves in front of his sister. Boys have to walk on the outside of girls to protect them from traffic so they don't get knocked down. He's stronger than his sister and other little girls and must never hit them because that's a bad thing to do. Then he sees a man in a black jacket with a metal dog lead, calling the dog. The dog changes direction, speeds up. When Tom looks back to where the seagulls were, they've returned, sitting in the same place. Dad says they both won the race together. He lifts Tom up in the air above his head. Dad is big and strong, the strongest man in the world apart from boxers, though maybe just as strong as them, Tom doesn't know. Dad says they're both winners, puts Tom down, lifts Sarah. She laughs but looks a bit scared, not sure what to do next. Mom tells Dad mind he doesn't drop her, looking worried as well. But Dad is like Superman with his muscles, though Superman doesn't have a West Ham tattoo on his arm, and Dad doesn't wear a suit and cape. Dad claims he can fly like Superman to outer space when they're asleep. Tom doesn't believe him, thinks he's joking. If he could fly like a bird, he could fly with Dad, but birds can't go to the moon. He wouldn't want to go too far. No air in space, he'd choke, and maybe they'd meet aliens who would use them for experiments like people do with rabbits and dogs. Anyway, if Dad could fly, he would have carried them all to South End on his back instead of in the car, and Sarah probably wouldn't have been sick all over the back seat, though she might have fallen off, and Dad would have had to catch her before she hit the ground and broke into small pieces. Mom asks if anyone's hungry. Sarah says she's starving, but Tom thinks of her puking in the car and shakes his head. No. Mom asks even for chips. Tom nods. Chips are his favorite. Dad says, come on then. They walk over the sand to the pavement, climb up, go along the front to a cafe. They sit by the window watching boats come in. Dad says they're heading into London along the Thames. Used to go all the way to the docks in the East End, but that was a long time ago, before his time. Times change. People move on. There was a big war. Then unions the rich people didn't like. Then the rich built big luxury buildings, and the poor got nothing. A waitress asks what he'd like. Tom orders fish fingers and chips and peas and a glass of Coke. Sarah has the same, so do Mom and Dad. Dad asks for bread and butter, and then everyone asks for bread and butter. Warmer in the cafe than outside. Dad says they timed it right. More people coming in now, they wouldn't have been able to sit by the window if they hadn't hurried, then wouldn't have such a good view of the water. Tom likes watching the ships move slowly. He wonders how big the bottoms of them are. The smaller boats on the mud have big bottoms to make them stand up in the water. Dad says so. The small boats are painted in bright colors, but the bigger boats carrying stuff for shops and factories are gray and black. Sarah kicks his legs under the table. He kicks her back. She makes a noise like it hurt. Dad tells them both to behave, then winks. When the food arrives, Dad says he's starving and asks the waitress for more ketchup. The bottle's almost empty. She brings a new one. Dad offers to put the ketchup on their food, but Tom wants to do it himself. He's a big boy now, 7 years old. Dad lets him. It comes out too fast, a load of ketchup on his chips, but he doesn't mind. He loves ketchup. Mom and Dad raise their eyes into their heads, and that way that makes him look away, because it looks like their eyes are going to disappear into the back somewhere, and they'd have to go to hospital. Sarah has to have a go with the ketchup, too, but Dad helps her a bit because she's smaller. Dad says there's a train they can go on later. It runs right out into the water to the end of the pier. Tom starts asking questions because he loves trains. Sometimes Dad takes him to Liverpool Street to look at trains coming in. Best of all, he likes Thomas the Tank Engine, though not as much as he used to. He's getting too old for Thomas, for smaller children, really. Sarah likes trains, too, now. Tom looks forward to going on the train over the water, but he likes the fish fingers and chips and will think about trains in a minute. He announces he'll be a train driver one day, if not a policeman or a doctor. Dad coughs and says a doctor would be best. Being a policeman is tough work. Then laughs and says a train driver would be best of all, anything but a copper. Mum frowns, says the police are good. They protect people from bad people, and if there were no police, they would soon miss them. Tom scrapes ketchup off his chips, cuts bits of fish finger, chews with his mouth shut when Mum tells him. After a mouthful, he drinks Coke. It has ice in it, which makes it hard to drink. He wipes his nose on a piece of toilet paper Mum gives him. He keeps looking out over the water at the boats, wondering what it would be like being a sailor. He thinks he'd be scared. If the boat sank, he'd get eaten by sharks or at least have a leg bitten off. He can't swim properly yet, though Dad has started taking him on Sunday mornings. Mom tells Sarah not to play with her food. Sarah is full up, has only eaten half her dinner. Tom is almost done. So are Mom and Dad. They walk along the front. Tom thinks he'd like to be a policeman and help people. Superman is a sort of policeman. Then he suddenly sees a pirate ship next to the pier. He tries to run toward it, but Dad's got his hand because of the cars along the road and holds him back. He'd forgotten that. He wants to go see the pirates. Dad says, okay, but first they're going on the train because it might start raining soon and could get more windy. Best to get the train ride done first since it goes out over the water. They don't want the kids getting a cold or sore throats. Tom sits on the train. It doesn't look much like Thomas. Dad calls it a big children's train. Tom wonders what the driver calls it. Sarah keeps looking back at the pirate ship, but once the train starts moving, it's more exciting. Tom looks down at the water and doesn't like it much. What if something breaks and they fall in, and Mom and Dad and Sarah and him get eaten by sharks or crocodiles or submarines or something even worse? He doesn't say anything because he shouldn't be scared. He has to be a brave man, and boys don't cry either, though he did at school last week when that kid hit him with a lump of wood because of some black man who got beat up by white men. That wasn't his fault. He told the kid that, but the kid just laughed and ran off. The teacher asked what happened, but Tom shut up and didn't tell, because telling is the worst thing you can do. The man driving the train has a whistle and blows it every now and then. Tom likes that and feels safe because the driver's in charge and knows what he's doing. That's what Dad tells him, putting an arm around his shoulder. Tom likes the ride now. So does Sarah. Then they're at the end and have a look around, watching ships coming a bit closer. Mom says one is from Russia, another from Africa. There are wolves and bears in Russia. Africa has lions and elephants and giraffes and other things Tom doesn't know about. Some people are bad and kill elephants for their tusks. Sarah starts crying. Dad says it's okay, it doesn't happen much now, and buys them both crisps from an old man with a box of different stuff. They take the train back. Tom sees the pirate ship ahead and wonders when pirate ships come down the river into London. Dad says there aren't pirates anymore, only at sea around Vietnam and places like that. And they've got new boats now, not like the old days. They get off the train and hurry to the pirate ship because it's starting to rain more. Dad pays a woman some money. Then they're walking onto the ship made of wood, with a mast and bits of rope and loads of other stuff, some big guns on wheels. Dad says they aren't real, then says they are but not dangerous. Don't worry. Tom's glad they're not toys. They don't look like toys either. Inside, there's writing. Dad explains that pirates wore baggy trousers covered in tar to protect against the cold. Their buttons were sometimes made from shark backbone or pieces of cheese that had gone hard. Pirates often ate their food in the dark because the food was horrible, drank lots of rum, and suffered from illnesses like scurvy, typhus, typhoid, dysentery, malaria, yellow fever, and another kind of disease to do with men and women. Pirates liked gold and silver. Though they've been around for a long time before, they're best known for what they did in the 17th and 18th centuries. Mostly Dutch, English, and French, they first robbed Spanish galleons coming back from America, called the New World then, and took their treasure. Dad says pirates lived mostly in a place called Tortuga near Haiti and in the Bahamas. In 1663, there were about 15 ships and 1,000 men around Tortuga and Jamaica. Though they started working for the kings and queens of their countries, after a while they attacked anyone and became their own bosses. Then the kings and queens didn't like them anymore. It was all right when they were robbing and killing for their countries, but not when they did it for themselves. Francis Drake was a pirate. That's why the Spanish sent their armada to stop his attacks on their ships. He was sent by the first Queen Elizabeth. Pirates were called buccaneers, corsairs, filibusters, freebooters, gentlemen of fortune, sea wolves. Henry Morgan was one of the best. Everyone was scared of him. Dad says all the sailors on a Spanish ship killed themselves rather than get caught by Henry Morgan. He was captured and tried in England, but Charles I made him a knight instead of killing him, then made him governor of Jamaica. Woodes Rogers was another pirate, later governor of the Bahamas. Edward Teach, also called Blackbeard, was a giant who swore a lot and had a long beard with ribbons twisted in it like dreadlocks. He liked to put gunpowder in his rum. Calico Jack had 2 women in his crew, Anne Bonny from County Cork in Ireland, his girlfriend, and Mary Read, who had been a soldier. One of the fiercest pirates was a Welsh man called Bartholomew Roberts, who often killed people and had a dandy look with a red feather in his hat. They walked through the boat looking at guns, pictures of big ships with sails, drawings of pirates drinking and fighting. Sarah says she doesn't like it much. It's boring. But Tom wouldn't mind dressing like a pirate and having sword fights. Though he doesn't think he'd want to kill anyone or make them walk the plank and get eaten by sharks, he wouldn't want that to happen to him. Dad mentions Captain Kidd, who was Scottish. There was a flag called the Jolly Roger, a skull and crossbones, not very nice. When pirates put it at the top of their mast, it gave the ship they were after a chance to surrender. But if the ship didn't give up, a crimson flag went up instead, meaning everyone would be killed with no quarter given. Captains made their own versions of the flag. They walk up some steps onto the deck and look over the side at the water. Big ropes everywhere. Dad says a pirate's life must have been tough with storms and hard conditions, but exciting. They got to live in the West Indies where the weather is nice, different from rainy England. They were their own people and didn't have to worry about electricity bills, gas bills, taxes, phone payments, local council charges. No insurance people or rule makers making their lives miserable. Dad says maybe he'd have been a pirate smiling at Mum, all that drink and beautiful women with big earrings and necklaces, stacks of gold and sword fighting. She could have been a pirate too, like Anne Bonny and Mary Read, who they didn't hang because she was going to have a baby. No more laws tying them down and stealing their wages for stupid reasons. Someone is always after Dad's money, trying to take it away, making him pay lots for rent. They just make a law, and he has to pay what they say or go to prison. Tom imagines Dad as a pirate with pistols, a sword, baggy trousers, a big black eye where he got punched by a Chelsea fan when he went to see West Ham play there. Tom bets he would make the men who punched him at Victoria Station walk the plank. Sarah wants to go to Never Never Land across the road. They walk back through the exhibition. Tom takes a final look at the pirates and the guns. Then they're waiting to cross the road. Dad announces that's the 6th Rolls he's seen since they've been here. Wondering how many millionaires live in Southend, Tom looks and sees a black Rolls Royce along the road where the people who get rich in East London come to live. There's a cartoon picture of a man in a coat with a funny look on his face. Tom asks what that is. Dad says it's a police warning about flashers, men who show their willies to people who don't want to look. Mum says that's one of the reasons they need policemen. Dad nods and agrees. Tom laughs. It seems a bit stupid showing your willy like that, and it must be freezing with the wind blowing. They cross the road. Dad gives an old man some money, and they go into Never Never Land. Mum leads them through big cartoon pictures, explaining it's all about Peter Pan, a boy who never grew up. Tom says that's strange. He'd like to grow up and be like Dad. But Dad says not to rush. He'd rather be a child again. The best time in life because you don't have to worry about anything. You just play and go to school and be yourself. He says if he could have his childhood again, he would learn stuff at school. He's always saying this, that it matters when you grow up. Mum tells him about Wendy and Tinkerbell and Captain Hook and a crocodile. Sarah wants to be Wendy. Tom will be Captain Hook. Pirates seem to be all over Southend. He could carry a sword. He'll tell them at school, maybe play it in the playground. Sarah likes Never Never Land and wants to see Tinkerbell. Mum says it's just folklore. There aren't fairies and little people anymore. But Dad says yes, there are. They laugh. Mum says maybe, but not around where they live. They'd have to go out into the country somewhere or across the sea to Ireland, And even then they might miss them because they're not used to seeing that kind of thing. There's a shop with books and toys. Mom and Dad buy Sarah the Peter Pan book. Tom gets a sword. Outside again, it's not as cold as before. They walk along the seafront. More people around now. They get donuts from a little shop and watch the lady making them. They're brilliant when Tom bites in. Mom says she'll read Peter Pan to them tonight when they get home. Tom keeps thinking of pirates. He'd like to see a real pirate ship sailing toward them. He'd wear an eye patch and have sword fights if he had the chance. Dad says they'll walk to the end of the wall and turn back, then go to the car and drive home to miss the traffic. They'll see Bobby waiting for her dinner. Mom says she just hopes that bloody dog hasn't been in the bin again. The away supporter hates this place with a physical certainty. Anfield's cold atmosphere never matches the glowing press it receives. To him, the real Liverpool means scrawny gangs carrying blades, lone cockneys hunted on the walk back to Lime Street, rubbish-strewn streets, and underage kids throwing darts. The televised makeovers and professional scousers cashing in on a myth don't fool him. He believes what he's seen, a nasty collection of knife merchants, trophies that count for everything, and no press coverage for what it's like to get ambushed on Merseyside. The ground empties after another loss. He falls in with Mark's cousin Steve, and the regulars. They'd hoped to find the opposition, but the police picked them up, coming into Liverpool and smothered any chance. Now they shuffle toward an exit, emerging into a grim night of dark streets and a flood of coppers on horseback carrying long sticks. The local officers hate Chelsea like everyone else in the country and take no lip. Harris tries to pull his 50-man mob away from the coaches, but police vans block the route. The group smells of trouble and stands caught. They convince one officer they're heading for Steve's car, parked near Stanley Park. Walking along Anfield's concrete perimeter, surrounded by lingering men and kids, he feels painfully obvious. Paranoia tightens his chest. One mob of scousers around the corner, and 4 Chelsea boys would get cut up in seconds. He keeps his voice down, fists clenched, ready to break the first scouse mouse's nose into shrapnel. Steve better know where the car is because this will become a sprint. No hassle comes. The real threat must be waiting toward Lime Street. He pictures scousers as pale-skinned human rats with that unintelligible accent, bragging thieves who followed Liverpool across Europe, nicking designer gear but ran from equal fights. In the car now, he feels a thirst and an erection. Some Manchester woman will have a good night. Mark asks for the radio from the front seat. Rain starts falling. Tottenham lost. They cheer. Steve's wipers clear a path past chip shops packed with Scouse kids and old men. Mushy peas, curry sauce. Despite the hatred, he pities the young ones in thin, rain-soaked shirts. This city is the bottom of the shit heap. He'd die here. London's shit too, but it's home and nothing like this arsehole of England. Rod voices the same thought. A zoo. No wonder Scousers come to London just to sleep on the streets. At least there they can earn something. Steve keeps his eyes on the road and calls Liverpool a dying town. Too much Irish blood. Toxic kids left over from the slave ships, the past finally catching up. Rod says bulldoze the place and sell to Scousers. Not that anyone would want them. He whistles the Hovis tune. Steve adds that Manchester is class in comparison. The mutual hatred between Mangs and Scousers is worse than anything in London, evil and total, second only to Rangers against Celtic. They hit the motorway toward Manchester. Results come through on the radio. They swear and cheer according to their prejudices, feeling good leaving Liverpool behind despite the loss. Relax now. Away from the mob, free from alcohol. He just wants food, a few pints, a decent woman. Steve accelerates through heavy rain. The dim outlines of lorries and cars could be anywhere, but he knows they're up north from the smell and feel. Fry-ups and strong tobacco at service stations, a primitive world full of primitive people and different tribes. In Manchester, Steve parks outside his flat. They pile into the nearest pub. Early yet, with a few locals staring into pints, laid back and reflective. The Londoners feel noisy until 3 pints calm the nerves. 6 pints in 90 minutes leave Steve pissed. He can't decide whether Steve is all right or a bit of a cunt. Something not quite right, not thick, but not all there. Steve calls a taxi. The pub fills with middle-aged couples dressed up smart. Sound people, he admits, sitting in a Scouse boozer. They'd probably be all right, too. Rod pays for drinks in a done-up pub with glass mirrors and leather stools, announcing that some crumpet will get a strong dose of Chelsea tonight. He agrees. The packed crowd seems sweet. Students, probably. He'd rather have a chunky northern girl than an inflatable. The music's fine. The lager cheap. They try to spot United or City fans, but find only people into their clothes, not fighting. Poor babies who deserve a kicking just to wake them up. But without resistance, he doesn't bother. He singles out a mouthy cunt near the bar, dressed like a clown, acting like a Saturday night special. He could take the bastard easily, but knows it's early. He'd get arrested within 10 minutes. He'll pick the right moment. This one is personal. Meanwhile, Mark, pissed, describes an STD clinic visit. The doctor, scratching around his knob, talking about his wife and kids. Rod laughs that he'd rather die of the clap than have some doctor playing with his balls unless it's a bird. Scratch your own bollocks. Mark says it's professional, not like a queer, but the doctor told him to watch where he dips his todger. He thinks about that skinny bird, the tight fit, the real blood job where you get AIDS. The mouthy cunt leaves for the toilets. He follows. Loud music, some old Happy Mondays, but he hears the bloke's voice and sees the cockiness. In the bog, the target leans over the urinal, admiring himself. Another man zips up and leaves. He pretends to wash his hands, then grabs a handful of the wanker's golden hair, pulls his head back, and slams the skull into the wall as hard as he can. Bone thuds against concrete. He pulls the head back again and slams the face into tiles. The body slides into piss below. Blood sprays across the wall in a lovely pattern. The poor darling's clothes are ruined. Blood and piss, the great British cocktail. He walks out, tells the others he just did some mank cunt, and they leave sharpish. Outside, Manchester buzzes with real flavor. He feels better. He brought things to a natural level. Hope the bastard's head is split in half. Hope the stitches dig in deep. But it's no time to linger. 10 minutes later, they find another pub, better than the last. 2 tasty girls at the bar, well molded, built for one thing. They remind him of Letter to Brezhnev, but then he remembers those were Scousers. Mangs hate Scousers. Scousers reckon they're the business at thieving. He'll have to watch his money with these 2. He leans across one of the girls to order 4 pints, unsteady from drink, and using it as an excuse to test her. She doesn't shift. He feels her breast through the thin top and knows she's wearing a low-cut bra. The scent and texture give him a boost. She says with a lipstick-wide smile that if he gets any nearer, he'll be sucking her nipples. Her mate chokes laughing on her drink. The girls hear the London accents and aren't fazed. They've been down a few times themselves, but reckon it's a shit town full of posers. Expensive, full of silly kids. The one with strong perfume and willing nipples will be no problem. Steve moves straight in on her mate, wasting no time. He starts feeding her nonsense about how much he loves Manchester, how London's a dump. The focal character should be focusing on the bird next to him who's flashing her eyes in that drunk way. But Steve's winding him up without knowing it, all in the cause of getting his end away. He can take a bit of a piss take from the girls because at the end of the night he'll be doing the business. But Steve's got nothing to offer. If it were a pub full of unknown blokes taking the piss out of London, worse Chelsea, they'd steam in without a second thought. With girls, he can take the joke. Some inbred respect buried under the insults. Steve's a relative of a mate, so he has to play the game, but the bloke can go too far with the slagging, smarmy cunt. Mark's cousin, so he keeps his mouth shut. Steve keeps going. He was glad to get out of London. The people up here are more genuine, fewer madmen, people talk to each other, everything costs less, the people are real and not bothered by image and earnings. Rod gives Steve the eye, then looks his way. They're thinking the same thing. Steve might have a point about some of it, but at the end of the day, you don't slag your own kind. The truth's hard to swallow, but you don't abandon your culture. Steve might have lived in Manchester 6 years, but he was born and raised in London, and always has a bond with the place. It's like the Indians in Southall. You take the piss occasionally, but they don't ditch everything, because they're in England. They don't give up curries for beans on toast. They mix respect with their own ways. Steve's just making a cunt of himself. He's like those wankers who slag off the Union Jack. Same posh accent, same posh politics. Intellectuals who don't belong in their own culture. Maybe Steve's one of those misfits, but he hasn't got the accent and probably has no politics other than dumping his load. He's following the politics of promising anything and slagging everything off just to shaft some pissed bird who'll knob anything on a Saturday night. The man's got no pride, no self-respect. He'll say anything, do anything. Another cunt in a world jam-packed with them. He finishes his pint. Mark's at the bar ordering. He thinks Steve's a wanker and wonders whether to let Mark in on the secret. But they're not pissed enough yet. Steve's like a fair-weather football fan. Goes along when the team's doing well, but disappears for years when they're losing. He came to Anfield because it's a short drive down the motorway. Steve's still rambling. The worst thing about London is places like Brixton, might as well be New York, dangerous for a woman after dark. He looks at the back of Steve's head as the bloke runs his mouth. Steve was slagging off Moss Side and Hume for the same reasons back at Anfield. Maybe he shouldn't get so wound up, pissed and talking shit. But then he thinks of football and how you go everywhere through thick and thin. It represents something like being faithful, and Steve just doesn't understand the notion. He goes for a piss. Head against the wall, pissing away the lager. He thinks of that smarmy wanker in the last pub. Must be down the hospital now. Could have killed the bastard. He starts thinking what it's like to go down for 20 years. Banged up, slopping out every morning, shifted from prison to prison, keeping your nose clean while bottling everything up and wanting to kick fuck out of someone. He does his buttons up, washes his face in the sink, more wound up than normal, and he doesn't know why. He's on for a shag, saw Chelsea even though they got beat, had the bonus of smacking some wanker already. Still wants to nut Steve but knows it's not on, because he's Mark's cousin, and Mark's a good mate, a diamond. Same with Rod. They go back years. Stick together, help each other out. The cold water wakes him up. He feels in control again. Goes back for the drink Mark just bought. The girl leans into him, rubbing against him. She's already sorted things with her mate. They could go on somewhere if he wants, but she's pissed. Steve interrupts, offering his place. Not far. He'll pay for the cab. He looks at her, wondering if she thinks they're sick. Rapists or gangbangers? She says nothing personal. A girl's got to be careful these days. Too many weird men make the wrong choice, and you end up hacked to pieces scattered around Greater Manchester. Steve shakes his head and turns away. She gets to her feet, leads him to the door. He tells the lads he'll meet them at 12 at the train station. Outside, she bundles into him, and they start walking. Cold night. He forgets about the others. She's not bothered about her mate either. Too pissed to think or argue. They walk what seems like ages, but is only 10 minutes. He climbs 2 flights of stairs in the dark. The light doesn't work. The front door opens into a warm flat with nice wallpaper and purple carpet. No time to enjoy it. She leads him straight to the bedroom without offering a drink or the normal routine of coffee and dull music. They strip off. Before he stops spinning from the excess lager flooding his brain, they're banging away with the bed, threatening to cave the floor in. She's a good ride. The lager has an effect. It's a fair old while before he finishes and collapses in a sweating lump of rubble. Next thing it's morning, and she's handing him coffee. Tells him to drink up and get out in 15 minutes. Nothing personal. Her mom and niece will be round soon. He doesn't feel bad. Wouldn't have minded another go with a clear head, but you can't have everything. Good bit of sex last night. A bonus over the usual drunken effort. He sits on a bench reading the football papers for half an hour before Rod and Mark turn up. They look rough and eye him with suspicion. He feels good. Set up for the trip back to London. Rod goes for tea. Mark sits next to him, shaking his head, not happy with life. Mark says he's fucking dead when he gets home. Stretches his legs, kicks at an empty fag packet, misses, stubs his toe, swears. Then he tells it, Steve persuaded that bird, the one whose mate he went off with, to come home. Mark and Rod kipped in the living room. Steve came in about 3 a.m. with a towel around him, woke them up, told him to come into his bedroom and fuck her. Mark told him to piss off. Then he heard crying like a kid. Got up to look. Steve had battered her. She was shivering in bed with bruised eyes and blood on the sheet. Steve was shouting that she was a fallen angel and deserved everything she got. Mark went mental, kicked the shit out of Steve. He hates that kind of thing. The girl was suffering. Steve was a wreck by the time he got through with him. They sent the bird home in a taxi, left Steve this morning and told him to get himself an ambulance. Mark's not helping the cunt. If Steve comes around his place again, he'll kill him. Bad blood in the family. Rod comes over, sits down, sips his tea, blows the steam away, looks his way to see if he's heard the story. He raises his eyes. He knew there was something dodgy about Steve. Makes you wonder what else he gets up to if he goes that far with witnesses around. First time he's met the bloke, and hopefully the last. Rod says he missed a bad night. Mark says he's history when he gets back to London. Steve won't tell the old Bill, but he wouldn't put it past him telling his mum. Maybe he won't. He doesn't know. It's sick, though. He's known Steve since they were kids, though they didn't exactly see a lot of each other. He never had a clue. He hopes Steve keeps quiet about him having a go. His Aunt Doreen's a strange woman. She'll set God on him if she finds out he touched her Stevie. Doreen kept her mouth shut most of the time, speaking only when spoken to, which happened quite often, what with people wanting to leave washing, needing change for the machines, or poking their heads in to ask closing time. This suited her fine. Working in a laundrette meant being discreet, knowing when to speak and what to say, judging moods. Life panned out fine except when old girls older than her came in talking to themselves or invisible friends, gone a bit dotty. Having been through the war, they thought they didn't need answers. So Doreen bit her lip when she wanted to warn them of the devil's influence, of salamanders in the heat spitting fire. Salvation, a short walk away at the Protestant church she attended twice a week. Too much time alone did it. Their husbands were dead, killed by Germans in France, or run off with younger women, though given the state of most local men, she wouldn't think they could attract anyone decent. Life was full of unsurprising surprises, like Walter wandering the streets all day, then visiting Friday afternoons with a plastic bag that gradually fell apart until Doreen gave him a new one from the supermarket, the stronger kind they used to make you pay for. Nothing was free in a man-made world, only air and sunlight, and those belonged to God. She told Walter the bag was sitting around forgotten, doing her Good Samaritan act, not letting on that he was in her thoughts, and should consider a conversion for his soul's sake. Walter did his own wash, whistling old Dubliners' tunes, occasionally shouting about the tears of Ireland and how Catholics had been downtrodden for centuries, mourning those who died fighting the English. Then Doreen had a quiet word. Nobody wanted politics in the laundrette. It scared the mothers with kids, or at least she imagined it did, and a man reading his paper might have his own views. Then a fight, blood, damnation. Politics worried her. It was a bad word. Life was hard enough. God watched his flock while men in new suits kept getting in his way. After she'd had her say, smiling, speaking in a soothing voice, Walter went quiet, keeping his head down, sometimes looking embarrassed. She sometimes felt she should have let him get the ideas out. He was from a different people who couldn't bite their lip and take everything on the chin. When that guilt came, she was stern with herself. She had to enforce standards. Walter couldn't ruin things for everyone else, making the laundrette unpleasant. Business would fall off, Mr. Donaldson might close down or cut back, and Doreen would be on the dole with her begging bowl. She paid her taxes and gave generously at collection time. Calm restored, the same youngsters always came in with the family wash. Mums and dads saving pennies, not paying for service. Boys sulked. Girls talked too loud, swearing to be noticed, seeing things through their own eyes only, not yet learning about other people's feelings. When it got too bad, she put on a stern voice and told them to watch their tongues or face a ban. Most were fine. Young Ronald came every Saturday morning. Only 8 or 9. Shouldn't have been doing the washing, but always had a smile. Like a lot of darkies, though not the angry youths with shiny cars and tinny music through open windows, but real darkies. The ones who came over as guest workers from the Caribbean when she was young. Ronald's smile was a real ray of sunshine, whatever the season. He came from a good Christian family who went to church regular as night followed day. He wasn't aggressive like some children she could mention. She told him to leave the wash for her, go play on the swings, but watch out for older boys selling drugs. Remember to avoid temptation. He went off, and she did his wash. No charge, a labor of Christian love, just did it along with the rest. When he returned, he was always polite, thanking her. Off he went to his mom and dad. Children should play more, like she had done as a little girl. Things were different now. Stories in the newspaper about men who molested children and mutilated bodies. That monster who killed a child, buried it in Epping Forest, then went back and dug the poor little thing up to take photographs. It was so hard to understand. It proved what the vicar said. There really was a devil lurking in shadows, in the dark recesses of the human mind, preying on the defenseless, old and young, small boys and old ladies, raving lunatics turned onto the streets by care in the community. The world was going mad. People turned in on themselves, falling prey to wicked thoughts. Doreen hadn't slept properly for months. She didn't understand the frantic scramble around her. Children had forgotten how to enjoy themselves. They shouldn't need computerized toys, video games, cartoon superheroes. Parents were to blame, dressing girls like painted dollies, turning boys into miniature soldiers. But mums and dads were copying what they saw on television, in adverts and shop windows. Some things in toy shop windows made her wonder where it would all end, how far God would let his children go before he lost his temper. All that money spent on plastic guns when so many laundrette users dressed like scarecrows. She never got near their clothes because they did their own washes. But it was obvious. Drab, worn-out colors faded from too many washes. Their own business. In winter, the laundrette was a good job. Door closed, radio going, machines and dryers working flat out. So warm. She felt sorry for down-and-outs living on the street this time of year. The boy who slept in the post office phone boxes at the end of the high street. First time she saw him, she thought he was a bundle of rags, a pile of lost washing. But then the legs moved. He couldn't be more than 20. Poor little lad. She'd seen him the day before sitting in twilight with sunglasses covering his eyes, staring at the wall. In winter, the laundrette was a haven. Every time the door opened with a gust of cold wind, she remembered how lucky she was to be inside out of harm's way, the Lord watching over her. The window dripped with condensation. Heat from the dryers made her perspire. tumble dryers spinning round and round, clanking motors, steam from washing machines, the strong smell of powder. In summer, though, when it was really hot outside, the windows sweated as well. She wished customers would take their wash home and hang it out instead of wasting money on dryers. It became so hot in the laundrette at this time of year. Better for the ozone layer, and the polar ice caps wouldn't melt. Bringing on another flood, it would save energy. But they still got the dryers rolling. She had to go to the door and stand on the pavement for fresh air. But when traffic was heavy, the carbon monoxide fumes were overpowering and her skin itched. Could be the powder, but most likely poison in the atmosphere. Her back ached more in summer. She felt lazy, but her job was important. She couldn't complain, fit and healthy, working, and at least she didn't perspire as badly as some people. It could be horrible, the state of some clothes she had to wash. It showed how different people's sweat glands operated, or the food they ate, herbs, garlic, spices. Then there were bags where clothes seemed already clean. She didn't understand why they bothered. Maybe they thought they were the queen, wearing something different 10 times a day. Not the English queen, of course, because the older generation knew about recycling and making things last. They wore skirts and trousers and shirts longer than younger people. They made things last, made do with what they could get. Now and then Doreen wondered if she had developed her own smell after 12 years in the laundrette. People did. Their odor matched their occupations. Bankers and solicitors who came in had blouses and shirts that smelled sharp, like frustration and paperwork created acidic sweat. Manual workers had a heavy smell, not so unpleasant somehow. The girl from the pub across the road smelt of drink. Quite nice, really. The Rastafarian who came in. His clothes were so sweet, lovely colors, his hair knotted and clean, and sometimes she just wanted to run her cracked fingers through those knots. He had bought her a yellow china teapot at Christmas, a present for being so nice to his nephew Ronald. She made Darjeeling on Christmas morning. Such a lovely man, about the same age as her Stevie. She used to run her hands through her son's hair when he was a child. Sometimes she wished she could move to Manchester and see him every day. Everything Stevie told her was honest and true. The best son a mother could have. When he had that trouble with drugs, she knew it couldn't be wrong if Stevie said it was okay. What did she think helped Jesus with his visions and miracle cures? She loved Jesus and her son Stevie, almost wholly in his sweet innocence. Such a good boy. It was a good job James was away visiting his sister when the police came about. That horrible girl who said Stevie tried to touch her in the park. A wicked, vicious lie. Her husband never loved Stevie like she did. No mother could love a son like she loved that boy. James had always been hard on poor Stevie, said the lad wasn't all there. The only thing they had ever argued about. Certain drugs were better than beer, didn't do so much damage to the body. Not like drink, which led to violence and death. It all made sense that time Stevie sat her down and explained things in his special way. She ran her fingers through his hair, which needed a wash. He was so innocent he didn't realize appearances mattered. But if she was honest, she could see the other side too. If someone took drugs every day, there was no way they'd get to work on time. A quick walk to the social. Punctuality was important. Even Mr. Donaldson was a businessman first. Though his favorite worker got on with him, she knew he would send her on her way without a second thought if she wasn't doing her job. Life was making choices and putting things in perspective. Some people who came in were all nerves and misery, crushed by society. Everyone had their problems. She had less than most, but the rich ones who had moved into the area, estate agents, insurance brokers, power dressers under 30, they gave her their underwear and talked like they owned the world, which they did when it came to property and bank accounts. She had never known that only 12.5% of money actually physically existed, the rest just numbers and computers. Until Stevie told her when she caught him going through her purse. A difficult period of his life, not his fault. the power of the devil trying to work its way into God's finest creation. Handy to know. Something they should put in Christmas crackers. She looked at the arrogant little so-and-sos with expensive clothes and upturned noses and wondered if they realized what that meant. They moved into the neighborhood for a couple of years, then sold the property for a profit, and locals couldn't afford to buy homes where they'd grown up. That was greed. Jesus turned their table over and threw them out of the synagogue. If Stevie had been born 2,000 years earlier, he would have done the same, died on the cross for suffering humanity. The Son of God might return one day. The vicar didn't know everything, good man though he was. And she could see Stevie in the desert through the mist coming off a pile of shirts, hear his voice above the roar of the dryers, telling people to love thy neighbor. Sometimes she felt guilty for her good fortune, but James always told her to enjoy life while she could. It all ended in the grave. That's why it was good to have a religion. Didn't really matter which one, though she couldn't imagine being anything but Protestant. She would have liked Walter to convert for his soul's sake. But it was just what you were raised with. Best to get on with it. If she looked too closely at what the vicar said, maybe she would find some ideas a bit suspicious. And then where would she be? She hoped she wasn't being blasphemous. God was listening to her thoughts, but surely he would understand. She was a good woman, really. She knew God loved her. James was away again visiting his poor sick sister Kate in Wiltshire. The air there didn't seem to be doing her much good. Lucky to have such a dedicated brother. Both families were close, the children always around on Sunday for dinner, though not Stevie, who was doing well in Manchester. They didn't see him very often. Never anything but smiles. Few problems, really. A few when the children were teenagers and they were having trouble making ends meet. Doreen snapped back to the laundrette. Mrs. Atkins was loading a machine. Lost her husband the year before, had apparently turned to drink, though she never smelt of it, and was always well turned out. They said she stuck to gin because it leaves no trace. Mrs. Atkins swayed a little, asking for a 20-pence piece. Doreen went into her little room, took the 2 tens handed over, gave the coin, exchanging pleasantries about their children, what good people they had turned out to be, free from the drugs that destroyed so many youngsters today. Nothing wrong with a little cannabis now and again, Doreen told herself, hearing Stevie's voice. The dryer spun behind her. The door opened and closed. The hatch was a nice addition. Thank you, Mr. Donaldson. Mrs. Atkins turned back to the machine. Doreen wondered what she would eat that night. Perhaps treat herself to samosas, a big bag of chips, maybe a pickled onion. She started thinking about the man who ran the kebab house. She could never pronounce his name properly. The place smelt of grease and meat. When she met him in the supermarket and said hello, he smelt just like the kebab house. All that fat and frying oil, a mix of kebab meat and battered fish. Awful. Made her stomach turn. As though he had no personality, swamped in bubbling oil, doused in vinegar and chili sauce. The poor man, a wife and children. Maybe that's why his sons were always in trouble. Fights and drugs. His eldest son was in prison for beating a policeman. Kids could be cruel and violent in their late teens. Just look at her nephew Mark, though he'd straightened himself out now and was good as gold. She wondered if the other children made fun of their father. He really was foul-smelling. She felt terrible because he was such a nice man in the kebab house, so friendly, gave her big portions. A Greek or a Turk? She was never sure which and didn't want to ask because she knew the two countries didn't get on. She never saw him in the laundrette and was quietly, guiltily pleased because she would hate to handle his clothes. Poor man. What a terrible thing to carry around. It started her thinking, making her a bit nervous, about the parable of casting the first stone. He had been behind the counter so long he had picked up the smell of the place. She wondered if the same thing had happened to her. She thought of the clothes she washed day in, day out. Each bag had its own unique smell that told everything worth knowing about the owner. But what did other people think of the woman from the laundrette when she passed them in the street? Did they smell dirty clothes? Perhaps all the rotten fumes through the years had worked their way into her pores and mutated her glands. Maybe she turned heads when she passed, her odor one of dirty socks and smelly underpants, curry-stained T-shirts and bloody jeans. She had been in the place so long now that she was used to the stench when opening bags left for a service wash, pushing contents quickly into the machines, washing away the sins of the world, turning her head away, turning the other cheek, giving customers a chance at a clean start, though she knew they would never learn from the past but make the same mistakes again and come back for one more chance, like Stevie. Just another cog in the machine. Her purpose in life, cleaning soiled shirts and dirty hankies. The poor man in the kebab house probably smelled her coming and thought, poor Mrs. Roberts, she reeks of other people's dirty washing, no identity of her own, a faceless woman in other people's clothes, washing and drying and folding shirts and towels in neat little piles. If that was what he thought, then it was only right. Just dessert for thinking the same about him. Poor man. She looked up. Ronald was trying to cross the road with his washing, the bag heavy over his shoulder, weighing him down. A police car stopped to let the boy across. He pushed the laundrette door open and looked at her uncertainly. She knew what he wanted, but was too polite to ask. Such a lovely little boy. Perfect manners. No trouble to anyone. She smiled and told him he should be off playing. He was a child and children should play games, sit on swings, climb slides. He grinned and handed her the bag, thanking her. Ronald was an honest boy, a good boy. All children were honest up to a certain age when it all got too much and they became confused. Poor Stevie. God's suffering children. But this boy was different. She knew he was a good boy. He would tell nice Mrs. Roberts, the woman who went to the same church, the truth. So she asked him what she smelt like. He didn't flinch at such a strange question. Best to be direct with children. No point hanging back, keeping her mouth shut with this little boy. The salamanders in the heat digging their forks into the laundrette lady. Some kind of punishment. Heaven and hell on earth. Ronald says she smelled clean, like nice new clothes. Then he turned and left the laundrette. Doreen smiled as she watched him walk along the street toward the children's playground. Norwich always brings a lump to his throat. Not nostalgia, more like some old fossil in power, deciding to bring back hanging. That's what happens when you look back. You stitch yourself up. Pensioners live off memories because the government gives them nothing, enough for light bulbs, but forget the electricity to make them work. He's got his own memories. None of that wartime blitz bollocks about sticking together. Doesn't work like that. Not these days. Not outside a few good mates. Not in Norwich. He and Rod were kids then. 17 or 18 and a bit slow. After a game at Carroll Road, they took a wrong turn. Talking about nothing. Not looking where they were going, like you do when you're a kid. And suddenly, 20 Norwich fans were right in front of them. Their dress sense alone must have given them away as Chelsea. The locals asked more for effect. He told them straight out because he knew they were getting a kicking but didn't realize how much it would hurt. They didn't hang about. He dodged the first kicks aimed at his balls, then looked for Rod. But Rod was already on his knees in the street, arms held out like he was being crucified. 3 or 4 farmers taking turns kicking him in the head. He went back and smacked one across the face. Then someone bundled him forward and his head hit a concrete post. On the ground, dazed. They kicked 7 shades of shit out of him. He must have been down for a good while. Somehow they managed to get up and stumble along an alley. A panic job. His legs were fucked. Rod swayed side to side. He couldn't see much, just wood and bricks, but he remembers the smell of rain on concrete, a strong, stale smell. A slope helped him along. They jumped a fence and sat on the ground surrounded by stinging nettles, breathing heavy like old men choking to death. The Norwich lads didn't follow. After a while, they looked over the fence. The mob had melted away like they never existed. They just sat there. Didn't even get stung too bad, which would have been the final insult. Rod lay back against the fence, repeating the same word to himself like a stuck needle, his eyes looking a bit mental. He thought Rod's brain had gone, but was more bothered about himself. They must have sat there for half an hour. His body began to ache. His head cracked in two. They were shitting themselves because it was a fair walk to the station and they didn't fancy a second helping. Eventually, they got the bottle together and climbed the fence. Walked up to the street and turned back along the side of the ground. People were buying tickets for the next game. Young boys with Norwich souvenirs, men, women, kids. The great farmer support playing Happy Families. He wondered if they'd seen the kicking. They weren't giving anything away, just living their lives. Maybe they watched the show, maybe not. But nobody came to help when Norwich were inflicting a bit of yokel tradition. Can't blame them, he supposes. Scared people living shit lives aren't going to help a couple of teenage Chelsea boys. But they could have come down the alley to see if they were still alive. They did fuck all. Left them to rot. Makes you think about all that decent citizen stuff. The public wants law and order, hanging and castration and short, sharp shocks, but most of them are just small-minded cunts who don't want to get their hands dirty. They'll have their say as long as it doesn't go against the crowd, but they'll do fuck all when it comes to the crunch. They flow with the tide, a great tidal wave through the sewers. Shit and used rubbers. Maybe they were just embarrassed or reckon two young away fans deserved it. But after Norwich, they realized the score and grew up. A bit of an initiation, really. He had a headache for a week after. Being a kid and thinking too much about mights and maybes, he started worrying about brain damage. Imagined a blood clot spinning around his head waiting to kill him. None of it seemed worth the agony. But once his head cleared, he was fine, and sense returned. Sometimes you need a bit of reason kicked into you. The whole thing raised the stakes. They realized there's more to life than being a cocky hooligan with a big mouth. If you're going to run the risk of a kicking, it's better to get in first. Travel with a crew where you get maximum satisfaction and hopefully not too bad a hiding if things go wrong. It's all about belonging and working together. Like in a war, everything changes. Everyone pulls in the same direction. Peacetime nonsense gets knocked on the head. It's doing what's got to be done to survive the bad times. When you're up against the wall, you find hidden strength. His granddad, when he was still alive, called it war socialism. Said all the rich bastards bit their lips and reverted to a system they normally slagged off. Different times, different notions, but the idea is the same. Makes sense that if you're going looking for trouble, you need a good mob that's going to get stuck in together. No point 10 of you going somewhere like Leeds looking for a row. You'd last 5 minutes. Those Norwich farmers saw them standing out and gave them a kicking like they were tenderizing pigs. They were mugs, and it hasn't happened that way since. It's all a bit of a laugh. With a good firm, you can turn a place over and generally walk away without too much damage. Of course, things can go wrong, especially against big clubs or at important games. The locals make an effort. You turn a corner and find yourself facing 1,000 psyched-up northerners determined to send you straight to emergency. You shit yourself inside, but the rush is so good you love it more than anything. You push through the fear, and you've done something that'll last the rest of your life. They say it's adrenaline. Maybe that's true. But nothing compares. Not drugs, sex, money, nothing. One day he'll be an old geezer pissed on a couple of pints, living in fuck knows what kind of world. Crippling disease, mugged every time he walks out the door. No pensions, just sitting around watching soap operas waiting to die. But at least he'll have lived a bit while he had the strength, and he won't be paying for his own funeral either. Dignity in death? Fuck off. He'll have stories for anyone bothered to listen. The kids will be surprised there was life in the good old days. They'll look at him a bit different. He's done it himself. Listen to old geezers ramble on about their youth. But if you stop and listen, it's not rambling at all. People are impatient. The old hanging around bus stops and libraries. The pub if they've got a bit of spare cash. Looking for something to do with their time. Those are the ones who teach you about history. Football riots, sex, drugs, anything you're into, nothing's new. They just laugh and tell him he's nothing these days. That London's gone soft. Nothing's changed, just more global, and the village idiot gets a documentary made about him by all those people who want to be John Pilger. Everyone's in front of the screen watching everyone else. Listen to a pensioner. And there was plenty of football violence in the old days. Look at Millwall. Closed down enough times. Nobody seriously tells him those boys didn't get stuck in on a Saturday afternoon. He's heard the stories and believes them. There's never been a golden age of love and peace. That's just papers and television. Public exposure, entertainment for the masses, one big fucking peep show. Despite the kicking at Norwich, he still enjoys watching them play. A team's tradition gets handed down through the years. Every club has its own approach. It's the same as inheriting your dad's violent tendencies. Not that his old man got up to much, or at least not as far as he can tell. Seemed to play it safe most of his life. Kept his head down and did his duty. But Norwich liked to knock the ball about and entertain. Every football fan respects that. Whether it's your nutters concentrating on the movements of the opposition, or program collectors guessing vital statistics. He looks over to the Norwich fans and wonders if the blokes who did him are there. He wouldn't recognize them. Expects a few have fallen by the wayside through the years. Got married, stitched up with kids, mortgages, visits to the in-laws. But odds are at least one or two are here today. Funny. He doesn't feel any hatred for Norwich. Not even those pig fuckers who kicked him outside Carroll Road. They're just shapes without faces. Nothing personal. It's all a dream now, like it happened to someone else. Like watching it on a video with all the slow-motion replays and still frames you could want. So long ago, but just yesterday, when you think of the memories the Chelsea pensioners must have, sitting in the East Stand. They line up in the middle tier at the back. A row of red jackets across the ground. White blobs where faces should be. Same as the Norwich crew. It's a bit frightening thinking those blokes go back so far. The First World War, probably. He doesn't know if any of that lot are left now. Must have been kids at the time. A handful of poor old sods get to sit behind the directors and politicians. But when halftime comes and everyone else goes for drinks in the bar, the old boys are still in their seats. Makes him laugh. A nation fit for heroes. And they're the lucky ones because at least they've got a home and the chance to watch Chelsea play. Then he thinks of their mates who didn't make it. Heads blown off, fucked up with mustard gas, bitten and infected by rats, drowned in mud, slaughtered by machine guns. His granddad told him stories about that one. He doesn't reckon he's a coward, but there's no way he'd have gone over in the First World War because some stuck-up cunts ruling the country thought it was a good idea. King and country and all that shit. If he wants a punch-up, he doesn't have to sit in a trench for a year up to his knees in diarrhea, making do with French whorehouses every other British army cunt has already been through. Beats him how they let themselves get conned. Different times, he supposes. The pressure must come when a war gets going. Women sending out white feathers to shame sensible blokes into wrecking their lives. A lot must have thought it was an adventure, but more likely they just didn't want to stay home and have their lives made a misery. Everyone looking at them thinking they're bottle merchants. Better to die in the trenches than at home, eaten away by vermin. He can understand that, but on his own terms. Sit in front of the TV watching war films, or open the front door and put yourself on the line. With football, you make a choice. No easy option. You don't want to bottle out in front of your mates. And the more your reputation develops, the more pressure there is to perform. Still, It's freedom of choice because he's doing it for himself, not because the wankers in power tell him to. That's what they don't like. When it really goes off, the show's so far beyond their control, it's unreal. The fat bastards who think they're in control realize how much power the mob has. Mob-handed, they can do whatever they want. That's why they make a big noise about it all. Spend millions on cameras and police bills. Look at a war. They kill millions. How many deaths have there ever been from football fighting? Not from fences or wooden stands, but from rival mobs going at each other. Everyone says look at Heysel. But if you get the story from Scousers who were actually there, it's a lot different from what you're told back in England. Nobody wants to see people die at football matches. Nobody, but at the end of the day, they reckon Heysel was an accident. There was trouble inside the ground, can't be denied. But the way it's painted is a con. The Italians have their own nutters. Anyone who knows football knows they're knife merchants. Just like niggers, always tooled up. Scousers say Liverpool fans were getting slashed before the game. Add that to the match in Rome a year before when Italian mobs attacked anyone English. Men, women, children, anybody supporting Liverpool, something the papers and government conveniently forgot. What did they fucking expect? Of course, the Scousers steamed in. From the telly, it even looked like there was a fence between the two sides. But who gets killed at the end? The bystanders, the people there to see football who aren't interested in trouble? It's always the bystanders who get slaughtered. The old Bill went mad trying to identify the Scousers involved. They had video evidence. So why not check out the Italians too? Because it's all down to public opinion, which is dictated. The whole thing's political. People are too thick to understand. Funny thing is, people look at football fans and think they're scum. But your regular football supporter, young kid to old man, nutter to train spotter, has seen the propaganda machine in action firsthand. You can go to a game and see a bit of trouble, then get home, read the papers, or turn on the TV and think it happened somewhere else. The way they exaggerate minor outbursts makes you think seriously about what's true. The great thing is, it's the scum, especially the major firms, who understand it best. They know the truth because they've been there. When he was younger, he was at games with supposedly major aggravation. While they enjoyed it, and it did get out of hand at times, it was generally more show than anything happening inside grounds. But the way it was painted, you'd think it was an alien invasion. The truth gets twisted. Worse, your average person likes to believe the lies. Saves them making the effort. People don't think for themselves. That's why politics is such a load of wank. Mindless prats standing in line obeying their masters. There's this bloke, Big Bob West, goes down to Unity regular as clockwork every Friday night and gets pissed, not drunk, out of his fucking tree. As much beer as he can without puking, then double whiskeys. Doesn't get wound up or sad. Just sits in silence by 10 o'clock. And everyone else is generally pissed by then, too. So noticing him means something. Big Bob served in the war against Iraq. Says he saw enough to make anyone sick. Says tens of thousands of Iraqi kids got wiped out by the weapons they've been told to respect. High-tech warfare, and the Iraqi army was useless. Conscript village boys and a few full-time soldiers. Says the Allies bulldozed thousands of bodies after the Iraqis abandoned Kuwait. Shot them in the back. The Yanks called it a turkey shoot. Formed big queues in the sky, lining their planes up. Everyone wanted in on the kill. Says they'll never know the truth. First time he started going into one, some lads in the pub got narked. They knew he'd done the business and wasn't a pacifist, but still didn't want to hear that. He was the same. Hussein was a cunt doing what he did, even if he got started with British backing. But deep down, you want to believe the bollocks about strategic weapons and smart bombs. It means you can have a couple of cans, sit in front of the box, and enjoy the special reports. Makes it more like a film, even though you're not there, and it's got fuck all to do with your life. You get a bit of a thing going, because they convince you it's you and yours involved. But Bob never bottles out. He looks at his eyes when he gets going. They don't shift around like he's trying to impress. Not one of those cunts who wants everyone to think they're different or care about their fellow man. He talks to himself more than the pub. Not gutted or spaced out. Nothing emotional. Just realized a few truths. Some of the blokes were pushing it first time, and he wondered if Bob was going to come back from Kuwait with his health intact only to get glassed in West London. They were getting the idea he was a traitor, but he understood a bit of what Bob was saying after his first knee-jerk reaction. Maybe it was his granddad telling him about being a soldier, but more than that, it was going down to football. He knows how the media distorts everything. He's been around when the law's making things heavy. Now it's supposed to have changed. As though you change anything in this world. And that's the ultimate revenge. They've taken away the shine, but now the firms are so far underground, they haven't got a chance. They say the harder cases from the 80s grew up and built new lives selling drugs and running petty scams. But there's always new talent coming through, and a lot of the older chaps are still around. When there's a big match, familiar faces come out of the woodwork, standing in the shadows, using their experience, beating the cameras. A big black cross marks the spot. He does his time. In another 5 years, he might have burnt out and be content to sit back and let younger blokes have their say. But he'll still be down Stamford Bridge. That won't change. Norwich hit a beautiful long pass that cuts through the Chelsea defense. The Farmers bury the ball in the back of the net. They swear and tell the bastards to fuck off back to their cabbage patch, as if they can hear. Harris sits with Black Paul and Martin Howe, shaking his head. Rod shouts abuse about Wellington boots and the art of pig fucking. A copper looks his way but leaves it alone. They all admire the goal. 40-yard precision pass, instant control, first time shot into the roof of the net. But you don't stand up and clap the other side. No room for that. No chinks in the armor. Stand firm and dedicated, always loyal. Present the world with a united front. Sometimes that means hiding your feelings, but not that often, and never to any serious degree. True, it's a good goal, worth seeing. But none of them have any desire, to be fair. No pleasure from the goal, even though they've recognized the skill. They're Chelsea, and that's that. No place for indecision or dissent. As the Norwich players celebrate, they tell them to get on with the fucking game. Illiterate pig-fucking farmers' sons. Can't read, can't write, but at least they can drive a tractor. They all laugh. Halftime comes. He goes for a piss. A queue of blokes pushing their way in, lager held back. Nobody wants to go during the game and risk missing action. Happens to everyone. You think it's safe, nothing happening on the pitch. Then you get there, whip it out, and feel that orgasm of exploding piss, and suddenly there's a roar that sends your bollocks shooting up into your body like some Millwall bastard's foot has just made fatal contact. Chelsea have scored, and you're a cunt missing it. The pleasure of a postponed piss is ruined. You hurry back with your jeans wet from lack of concentration. Your mates calm down and have a laugh at your expense. Happens to everyone, sooner or later. You spend the next year holding on for half-time before you dare take another risk. Then it happens again. Sod's Law. He gets a cup of tea and goes back to his seat. Mark and Rod are talking to Harris, who's telling them about Liverpool. The coach window's put through by Scouse juveniles. The coach was making its way out of Liverpool, and 5 or 6 kids came running out of nowhere and lobbed an axe through the window. The glass broke its flight, but it still ended up in the side of Billy Bright. They laugh because he's just lost his job, and things usually come in threes. What's next? The bloke had better keep his head down for a while. Billy lost his right hand in woodwork class as a kid, but tells the lads he had his fist wedged up some black bird, and she started contracting on him, calling him a stud. Says he started pulling out because she was coming off, and he had to remember his fascist principles, didn't want to give pleasure to the inferior black race. But he pulled out too quick and was a hand short. The story always gets a laugh. Billy never tells it when Black Paul or John are around. Mark decides to have a bit of fun, rubbing salt in old wounds. He asks if he remembers that time at Norwich when he and Rod got a pasting. He nods. Mark tells Harris the story, how Norwich sorted them out. Rod goes red in the face from embarrassment. He hopes the blood isn't showing on himself. Mark knows he's winding him up. Harris laughs out loud, and Martin Howe behind him does too. They're laughing because Norwich are nothing. What a place to get a kicking. Insulting more than anything. Done by a bunch of farmers. The story will spread quickly. He feels humiliated. He calls Mark a cunt and tries to laugh it off, pointing out that at least he was actually there. Albert was going to be late for his appointment at the social in 10 minutes. He had to get to the bus stop, wait, and make the journey. If things went well, he'd be only 15 minutes late. He put on his coat, combed his hair, scrubbed his teeth, washed his hands, dried them. Ready to leave, he checked his watch. Went into the kitchen to make sure everything was turned off. He looked at the taps, 1, 2, checked the cooker knobs, 1, 2, 3, 4, all off. The oven knob was off. The control read high, but that only mattered when the oven was on. He couldn't smell gas. That was the confirmation he needed. Albert left the kitchen and put on his jacket. Expensive when new, he always made an effort with authority. Part of his upbringing, inherent in his generation. It made him feel clean and gave him confidence. A person could never have too much confidence. He did up a button and walked into the bathroom, looked at the sink taps. 1, 2, both off. He wanted to tighten them, but the plumber had changed the washers because Albert tended to turn them too tight. He looked at the bath, squinting. 1, 2. He waited for the hot tap to leak. A lazy drop built up and fell. A vague sound. He moved into the room and sat on the edge of the bath, waiting for the next drop. It took time to form. He moved closer to see the water gather. It swelled, burst its skin, fell against the white tub. He looked at the plug, out of harm's way. The last thing he wanted was the bath to overflow and flood the flat below. The man downstairs was nasty. Albert was too old to fight angry young men. His heart wasn't what it was. The doctor had told him to take things easy. His nerves weren't as strong, his thoughts turning inward. Confusion built up. He worried about the future. But he had his faith, which pulled him through. Albert wasn't rich. He had to get to his appointment, but worried about the tap. He argued with weakness, felt disgust at his lack of decisiveness. He had to get a grip and take control of his life, otherwise he'd lose his self-respect. And once that went, he was doomed. He reasoned with fear. The bath wouldn't flood. The drop was too small, the plug far from the hole. He stood up defiantly, buttoned his jacket, which had come undone. He held a hand under each sink tap, dry. Did the same with the bath. The cold tap was tight and secure. A drip hit his palm under the hot tap. It would be okay. He shouldn't worry. He checked the kitchen taps and the cooker again. Then he went down the stairs and closed his front door. A beautiful day. Clear sky, cold, but Albert didn't mind. He promised himself he'd get out more often. He hadn't left his flat for 4 days and was missing crisp, clear weather. Winters got harder as he aged. He couldn't afford heating bills. The doctor had told him to eat a high-protein diet, but protein cost money. He had 300 pounds in his bank account. It would go toward his funeral. Winter months dragged. He was sure the temperature fell each year. Perhaps another ice age was due. He wished he was young, could sit with his brother in the pub drinking and laughing like they once did. But his brother was dead. Everyone was dead. Albert was alive. He was living and should make the most of his time. Things could be worse. And he had that 300 pounds set aside. They couldn't take it away. He would pay for his own funeral. Albert Moss was no sponger. He didn't expect charity. He had his self-respect. He made it to the corner and stopped by the estate agents. He felt water drying on his hand. Had the tap been secure when he left? Was the front door shut tight? Would gas escape and destroy his home? He was late for his interview and needed the extra $5 he was trying to claim for heating. But he had to go back and check. He would hurry, walk briskly back to his flat for one final run through the routine. If he was quick, everything would be fine. That was all he wanted. Michelle Watson was keen and sincere, working for the state. Albert Moss hadn't kept yesterday's appointment. She knew enough about the pensioner to understand it would be his condition more than anything keeping him away. It had happened before. As a dedicated socialist, Michelle was appalled at how working-class pensioners had been conditioned to regard financial entitlements as charity. The idea was changing, but it should never have existed. She would write to him. He didn't have a telephone, and line up another date. At times, Michelle despaired of the working-class people she dealt with, especially the younger ones. They had no idea of directing their anger and aggression toward class solidarity, preferring to drink themselves near coma and fight over trivialities. No logic to this self-destructiveness when the people who crippled their lives with unjust laws were so near in Parliament. Young men kicked and stabbed each other at closing time, in clubs, when cut up at traffic lights, yet allowed weak, chinless men in suits to rob them blind and tell them who to hate. If joyriders and ecstasy users woke up and looked around, they'd find better ways to use their energy. Michelle could find no logic in drugging yourself to ignore reality. Everything in society was political. Those football hooligans she'd read about were avoiding the issues, kicking lumps out of each other over a sport. Unbelievable. Sport was the ultimate indignity of capitalist society, resting on competition, wasting resources, concentrating energies away from class struggle toward silly games. So many of these young men were reactionary right-wing thugs. She could believe 95% bordered on extremist organizations. She had never been to a football match herself, though she'd heard gutter conversations in her local, but felt qualified enough to comment. Michelle's great hope as a radical socialist, raised in deepest Hampshire but now living and thriving in London, was the black population. Downtrodden through centuries, the ultimate crushed humanity. With help from left-wing educated whites such as herself, blacks would gradually fight their way up. In black youth on the streets, there was potential for a political cadre of fit young men ready to overthrow white capitalist racist oppression. She listened to gangster rap by NWA and Public Enemy, though the violent and sexist lyrics weren't exactly conducive to informed political struggle. Even so, they talked about life on the streets as it appeared in the flesh. A little slack could be allowed. She shuffled papers on her desk and opened the next file. Billy Bright, a deformed neo-Nazi by the look of him, when he responded, holding a raffle ticket in his one good hand. Short hair, black combat jacket. Just like TV reports of fascist activity in Brick Lane. Appearances could deceive, but in such right-wing instances they could easily be assumed correct. She studied his file, making the man wait. This was what socialism was up against. He had been made redundant and expected the state to help him out. Mr. Farrell had become a gardener after the war. He loved plants and flowers and had been lucky enough to get work with his local park commission. The seasons came and went. Being outside meant he could appreciate the changes. Work kept him healthy, and now retired, he benefited from moderately superior health. He walked most places to keep energy circulating through his body, and also because he appreciated the ability to move freely in a democratic society. He knocked on the peeling door and waited. Albert opened up. Mr. Farrell greeted him and entered. The flat was spotless. Mr. Farrell marveled at the order and control of Albert's life, scrubbed weekly, fittings and furniture pristine. He walked down the hall to the living room. Albert had everything ready. A nice pot of tea on the table. The two easy armchairs moved from their normal positions to an angle facing each other. Albert offered him a cup while looking for the biscuits Mr. Farrell always brought. Mr. Farrell accepted, noting it was a nice day out, but turning a bit nippy. The two men sat, blew on their tea to cool it, said little, and worked through the pack of biscuits. Mr. Farrell enjoyed the calm atmosphere. He liked Albert's flat. His friend had framed old photographs and positioned them around the room. Most were black and white, working well against the white walls, though Mr. Farrell wondered what the Golden Pagoda in Rangoon would have looked like in color. Albert had taken it during the war in Burma and said the original image was fixed in his memory. There was a colored drawing that stood out, a present from someone at the spiritualist church he attended, representing his aura. Mr. Farrell didn't understand what it meant, but found it interesting, like abstract art. Albert asked if he was ready, if they should get started. The curtains drawn, the two men sat in silence, eyes closed. Soon Albert would begin talking, and Mr. Farrell would have contact with those he loved who had passed over. Albert tried to relax his thoughts and let the spirits come. Leaking taps were the last thing on his mind. Number 46 studied the woman interviewer examining his papers. She was fair-looking, but he wasn't wanting female company at the moment. He was skint, made redundant by captains of industry who bleated about national identity while investing British resources overseas. Hatred festered in his stomach. The woman looked like a right Trotskyist with her specs, clear skin, scruffy long hair, roll-up stained fingers. The kind of know-nothing outsider who came onto his manor practicing so-called positive discrimination for every minority that could exist. These people talked about the working class but hadn't a clue. Maybe he was wrong, but he doubted it. Dykes and Marxist theorists with mortgages and framed degrees next to the futon. He wasn't saying anything, though. No grievance with her. He wanted cash to keep him going till he found work. The cunts running his firm had shifted resources to save a few bob 30 people ended on the dole, and top management awarded themselves big increases from the savings. Fascism was an attractive proposition. Listening to speakers at local clandestine meetings, their calls for hanging child molesters, rapists, the scum in the Tory party, made sense. Blokes with the same attitude went along. Social workers and students with placards shouting Nazi from behind police lines just made him more determined. He wasn't into the combat 18-bit, but was gearing up. White, Anglo-Saxon, heterosexual, and fed up of being told he was shit. The queers and Jews in the Tory party were shafting more than each other, stitching up the white population for the liberal wankers in the BBC, getting all the plum media jobs. A cliché but true. Zionists controlled the media. No need to look further than Washington's manipulation of the British establishment. The Klan had been making itself understood in the States. Time nationalist groups in Britain became better known. Any ethnic or religious minority could walk straight in, get benefits, shoot to the top of housing lists, and whites were expected to sit back while the left wing slagged off the native way of life. Billy Bright hated the Tories even more than the scum on the left. The Tories had taken charge of the patriotic stance, waving the Union Jack while milking the common man like a farm animal. He would gladly see the cabinet strung up in the street. Con artists with plum accents. Even though they made subtle noises about race, he didn't trust them. Jews in high places talked double standards. Hitler understood what was what. While he didn't exactly go along with mass extermination, he admitted he would probably have stood back like most Germans and said he didn't know what was going on. Easier to let subhumans in the East do dirty work. Sometimes he got so wound up he could see himself on the streets shipping the bastards off. He knew the official line, but would have preferred the bankers in the city and all the other public school wankers on the first trains out of Paddington. He would have to change a lot himself if the thing became official. No more drugs, drink, or random violence. He would have to become a new man and hoped his deformity wouldn't count against him when it came to the crunch. Everyone was as happy as could be expected, given the circumstances. Albert Moss died peacefully in his sleep. His body was found 4 days later when Mr. Farrell became concerned by an unanswered knock. Mr. Farrell was sad, but knew death came to everyone. Albert would find things easier in the afterlife he so strongly believed existed. At least he had gone peacefully in his sleep, not forced to endure years of treatment for a crippling disease. He hadn't died of cancer or spent his last years paralyzed after a stroke. He had gone with as much dignity as death allowed and had paid toward his own funeral. Prices had rocketed since Albert last looked into it. Mr. Farrell was glad the tight-fisted bastards in the council were being forced to contribute. Albert's neighbor downstairs was happy in his own way, though he felt a bit sorry for the old boy who had fought in Burma and along the Malay Peninsula. He wouldn't have to listen to furniture being shifted at 3 a.m. anymore. It drove him mad. Whenever he said hello, Mr. Moss wasn't exactly friendly. He'd heard the old man was into spiritualism, though he wasn't superstitious and didn't believe in ghosts. He didn't fancy his flat ending up haunted by a spirit that fancied staying. Michelle Watson was happiest because Mr. Farrell had discovered the body after 4 days. She could have found herself in trouble if the corpse had remained undiscovered for months, and a local journalist got hold of the story. There had been other well-publicized incidents. That kind of thing didn't look good, whichever way it was explained. While locals would get much of the blame, social services would come under scrutiny. It would have done her career prospects no good to be involved in something so messy. She was ambitious and knew she had what it took to make the grade. The narrator is starving and furious, standing at a takeaway counter, urging the woman working there to move faster. The coach is about to leave for Newcastle, and every second counts. Friday night means the place is packed with drunks, but he figures they deserve priority. Chelsea are playing away, and this trip is the main event. He notices Mark working on 2 women, clearly succeeding with one while the other grows agitated, but the narrator dismisses the possibility of sticking around. A quick shag can't compete with Newcastle. He mentally runs through the choice. Wake up next to some one-night stand or open his eyes up north with the lads, hunting for Geordies. Outside, the cold air bites. He knows exactly what those 2 women are. Beds kept warm by a revolving door of men. No electric blankets required. The trip ahead is long, uphill, guaranteed hangover, and broken sleep. No contest. The woman behind the counter hands over a white plastic bag, and the smell hits him hard. Mushroom noodles, sweet and sour. An away day special. He tells Mark to leave the women behind, and Mark just smiles when the women tell the narrator to get lost. Mark turns and follows. They find Rod sitting in a doorway, done in by mixing shorts with lager. 5 minutes left to reach Hammersmith Roundabout. They start running. The narrator's breath comes in ragged gasps. The night's lager sloshing in his gut, but his real fear is spilling the sweet and sour. That's the one that always goes everywhere. He reaches the roundabout first. No coach. Gary Jones and Neil Kitson sit on railings by the subway. They're on time. He announces he's about to have a heart attack, completely fucked, Rod being the last to arrive. Mark quips that it's because he's Chelsea, not used to running. Jews would have set a world record. Mark then complains he could be at home with that woman instead. The narrator fires back that at least this saves him a dose, those 2 being rough enough that he wouldn't have touched them with someone else's. Mark says it's unbelievable, his own heart thudding in his ears. The narrator tells him at least he's still alive, unlike earlier when Mark was sniffing around every bird in sight. Mark tells him to leave it. They're not at the football yet. It's just to fill time, let him get his breath back. The narrator suggests weights, running. Mark mocks him back. Has he ever seen him down the gym? The narrator admits he's married. Says nothing's expected once you put a ring on it. Mandy loves him for his brain. Mark asks, what fucking brain? The only one he has is between his legs. The narrator claims that's where he gets his exercise. 15 times a night, regular as clockwork, a sex machine fueled on lager. Mark says once a month more like, with Mandy anyway. Calls him a pig fucker on the quiet. The narrator tells him to piss off. Says the only regular sex Mark gets is off his right hand, and he hears even that's getting fussy. 10 minutes of that back and forth, then the coach pulls up. Ron Hawkins, a retired skinhead, drives. Harris sits at the front like a ship's captain. They climb aboard, one more pickup at Hanger Lane, then north. They go to the back. The coach has a toilet and a video, Blade Runner playing. He's seen it before but doesn't mind. Smart film, robots, changing times, new breed of people, bit like London. Harris says he's got a pirate, Clockwork Orange for later if anyone stays awake past Birmingham. He sits by the window, shares out the food. Tastes good. Chinese know how to cook. Them and the Indians. He opens a can of lager and watches London roll past closed pubs, packed takeaways, pissed couples, then the Western Avenue down to Hanger Lane. 10 or so blokes wait there. Harris has a full coach. Good for the man's finances. Though he always turns out decent numbers for aways because people respect his ability to sniff out trouble. They pile round the North Circular, take the M1 north. The engine pulls at the gradient. Heated coach, motor humming, Ron puts his foot down. On screen, replicants batter Harrison Ford. The narrator wants them to win, to beat the cunt to a pulp of broken teeth. He knows the ending, but always hopes for something different. Break the routine, a happy ending, a bit of magic. Rod's head snaps back, dead asleep. Dreaming of Mandy? The narrator nudges Mark, gets on the floor, ties Rod's laces together. Silly cunts out of it. Serves him right for mixing shorts and lager. Mark hands him a lighter. He sets a lace on fire. The flame takes off, smoke spiraling from Rod's trainers in 20 seconds. Still the cunt sleeps. Must be some dream. Rod'll be too knackered to play fireman. He's the dummy on the bonfire laughing at death. The back of the coach joins in a sing-song chant about Rod burning. Call the engine. Facelift, a head case from Hayes, leans over, taps Rod's shoulder, tells him he's doing a Guy Fawkes. Rod doesn't understand at first. Looks around confused, caught with his trousers down. Then he sees the smoke, panics, kicks his feet against the seat in front, nearly setting the whole coach alight. Everyone laughs. Even Facelift, though, with him laughter could mean anything. Rod yells at them, asks if they're trying to kill everyone, leave his darling wife a widow with 5 hungry mouths to feed. Mark points out he hasn't got any kids. Laughs so hard his head looks ready to launch into space. 15 times a night, and he can't even get his woman pregnant. Rod says at least he's not some bent cunt servicing his hand. Mark fires back that it could be a cover. Marry a bird to throw everyone off the scent. Closet bum bandit, that's what he is. Iron on a Chelsea coach doesn't look good. Hanging offense. Rod tells him to piss off to the bog and give the 5-fingered widow a portion. Mark tells him to fuck off. Rod swears, bangs his feet, kills the flames. Then he starts having a go at the narrator, though the narrator can't figure out how Rod knows it was him. Rod asks if the cunt next to him has been having a go at his arse, if that's what the smile's about. Eventually, Rod sees the funny side. The whole coach cracks up. Even Harris and Ron, who have a stake in not becoming a burnt-out wreck before Watford. Rod's too pissed and tired for revenge, which suits the narrator fine. He's not in the mood either. Rod takes the stick, goes back to sleep. The narrator's knackered. In the mood to hand it out, but not to take it. Cans go round. Facelift hits a bottle of quality vodka, tattoos covering his arms, guts spilling over his jeans. One of the few football stereotypes on board. The rest are nutters but smartly dressed. Facelift moans under his breath about Black Paul and John, but they're sound blokes who do the business. He'll learn soon enough when the Geordies pile in. Geordies always get stuck in against Chelsea. No bottle merchants. The narrator admits he doesn't like Facelift, but wouldn't want to cross him. 9 months for glassing his brother-in-law after a row in a Hayes snooker club. Wouldn't hesitate with a casual acquaintance. Facelift claims he just lost it. Cut the bloke up, ran home. The victim's mates were at the door when the old Bill arrived and nicked him. The only time he was glad to see the bastards, though he reckons his brother had a shooter stashed upstairs and he'd have used it no problem. The narrator figures you've got to be a bit mental to take life so seriously, and Facelift's the kind who'd do it all again. Prison just makes people like him worse. Makes everyone who goes down bitter. It's not pretty seeing someone's face sliced open, even if they deserve it. But you can half understand a stranger. Not your sister's husband. You've got to have standards. Motorways all look the same by night. Darkness shuts out housing estates and dead factories. Cities of the living dead, Derby, Wolverhampton, then up to Leeds and Huddersfield. England's fall of shit towns, Barnsley, Sheffield. Can't compare with London. They're out on their own, don't belong with the rest of England. Northerners hate 'em, they return the compliment. Flash Cockney bastards, as far as the North's concerned. 2 countries in one. Different ways of thinking. Though at a football ground, they're all the same, really. Go see England away and Northerners turn human. Bit like Blade Runner. Android lads from Yorkshire take on new identities in Poland or some other East European slave state. Facing a couple thousand mad Poles, a mob of fat Geordie bastards steaming in washes away all the problems. Odd experience. You have to push yourself not to lose the edge. You're fighting blokes with the same attitudes, but it doesn't stop anything. Sit down and analyze it, and you'd end up doing fuck all. Can't apply logic. Just blank the situation and enjoy yourself. Watching England's different. You have to remember your priorities. Familiar face back home, you're not going to pile in. You'd avoid it somehow. But he'd have a word and save the bloke. If he couldn't, he might as well give up. On this coach speeding north, it doesn't pay to think like this too much. Serves no purpose. You want your fun, and that's the end of it. Facelift holds court behind him with Martin Howe and some bloke who used to be in the Marines. Dave Cross, the narrator thinks. Facelift says Arsenal had their moment for a while. Dave says they were never going to touch Millwall or West Ham. Too many fucking niggers. Facelift points out they've had black faces in their time. Dave says not like Arsenal. All the kids from Finsbury Park and Seven Sisters. Paddies don't get much of a look in these days. The narrator notices Black Paul near the front of the coach, clearly listening. He knows Paul and Facelift don't see eye to eye on much. It'll come out one day. At least Billy keeps his mouth shut. There are few black men in this mob, but the couple they have are here on merit, plus something extra. Geography more than anything. Black Paul gets up, walks down the aisle. Facelift sends him a look that gives nothing away. Their eyes lock, nothing said. Black Paul goes for a piss. Facelift takes a swig of vodka and says he's looking forward to doing a few Geordie cunts. The narrator laughs through Blade Runner, but falls asleep before Clockwork Orange starts. Next thing, the sun makes him blink. He never remembers his dreams, which suits him fine, but it makes the night go quick. Feels like minutes. He straightens his neck, feeling good, rubs his eyes, looks out. Doesn't know the time or where they are, but the coach has stopped. Green field and blue sky outside. Facelift stands in the middle of the field, empty vodka bottle at his side, pissing away the dregs. Steam rises from the grass. A fucking slob. If he wasn't so hard, he'd be an embarrassment. Harris announces a piss stop, looking fresh. Last stop before Sunderland. The narrator gets up and goes outside. Crisp morning. A good piss, maximum relief, full bladder orgasm, better than the chemical job on the coach, which isn't working properly. He looks over the fields. Birds singing, mist rolling across lush grass, hedges and old oaks. A couple of houses in the distance surrounded by green trees. Cows grazing on a hillside. He looks up at the sky, a dome of brilliant blue with weird little clouds floating around. Then the tattooed haze cunt turns back toward the coach, throws his empty bottle into a bush. Glass smashes. Distant cows turn their heads. Probably thinking the bloke's a right wanker doing that in such beautiful countryside. Facelift wipes his face with the back of his hand and says he could do with a good fry-up. Set him up for steaming Geordies. Some of the lads standing around pissing in the grass laugh. He's like something out of a newspaper cartoon. He plays along to the crowd because they all understand the difference between this bit of England and their own lives. It doesn't have to be spelled out. They stop, have a piss, get back on the coach, leave their empties behind without a thought. No time to muck about with nature and romance. Start thinking like that and you'll be old before your time. Maybe they think they're shit and don't deserve something this good. The coach moves off. The plan was an early start to reach a pub in Sunderland, where Harris organized a meetup. Meet various Chelsea firms, have a few drinks, then catch a train into Newcastle. That way the Geordie bastards won't know where they're coming from, and the police won't be hanging around. The Newcastle boys will be standing about with their replica kits and beer guts, when suddenly Chelsea steam in. That's the idea. By the time the police get their truncheons out of each other's arses, there'll be fuck all left except a few fat Geordies to scrape off the pavement. Harris has the day organized. If he pulls it off, there'll be bruised heads by 3 o'clock. The cunts deserve it for all the mouth they carry around. The narrator feels great, no hangover in sight. The Chinese must have soaked up the lager and a few cans of piss water to wash it down, beat off dehydration. Rod is awake, moaning about his footwear. Doesn't look too damaged from where the narrator sits. Mark just stares out the window, watching the world pass. The narrator feels fresh, but wouldn't mind a bath. Can't understand dirty, hippie, crusty bastards. Harris calls back. Police ahead. Keep heads down, pretend to be asleep. 8 o'clock Saturday morning. A police car with a flashing light ahead. A copper waving him over. A van pulls around the corner. A copper gets on, talks with Ron. Ron looks back and grins. They sit expressionless, good as gold on their way to church. Ron switches off the engine, goes to talk. Harris sits at the front boiling. The narrator can feel the heat from here. Mark says that's all they fucking need, shaking his head. What are they going to do till 3 o'clock? He should have slept with that woman last night. These bastards will probably send them back to London. Rod says they've got tickets. It might just be a check. How would the police know they'd be coming into Sunderland this time of day when Chelsea are playing in Newcastle at 3? It makes you wonder. The police must have had advance warning. Makes you think of undercover coppers and 10-year sentences. Things are tight these days. Serious firms have to watch faces and suss people out. You tend to know people over time, so anyone turning up on the scene is always treated with suspicion. You have to be careful. If you're not in the club, you can fuck off. Ron argues with the police, raises his arms, comes back to the coach. He says something to Harris. Who tells them the bastards aren't letting them into Sunderland? They're taking them to a service station for breakfast. Then a pub outside Newcastle where they're holding all the Chelsea coaches until an hour before the game. Words got out somehow. They're making sure Chelsea don't get loose in Newcastle. Nothing they can do. They sit back playing it calm. They don't know if the police have specific information about the meeting or just know something's been planned. It's a bit worrying, like you're being watched and your conversation's taped. Seems you can't do anything these days without spies recording the event. If it's not a video camera, it's some undercover cunt keeping his head down, passing on information. Like being in a South American dictatorship. The police car turns. They follow with the van behind. Their lights flash like there's some kind of virus that can't be allowed too near the locals. Lepers. Vermin. They pass through green countryside and dead houses, finally entering the services. The narrator hasn't got a fucking clue where they are. The day has gone seriously wrong. Mark says he should have slept with that woman last night, talking bollocks because there's no way he'd miss a trip to Newcastle. Instead of some woman giving him a blowjob, he's stuck with this lot and a motorway fry-up. They take over the services. The narrator sits at a table getting stuck into a full English breakfast. Expensive for what it is, but they're no grubby paupers and aren't complaining. They're all making money and it has to go somewhere. A few families look at them nervously, but fuck knows what they think they're going to do. Sure, they've had a couple of good punch-ups at services through the years, but service stations are easy for the police to police, so you have to be careful. You can end up trapped. Even so, when another team's coach pulls in, you have to do the business if they're interested. Otherwise, you look like a bunch of cunts. The police keep a lid on things. They know what they're doing. They see a coach arrive with a police escort and look to see where it's from. Obviously Chelsea, but they're checking the name to see if it's a load of train spotters or another firm. Turns out to be a SLU coach, a mixture of older blokes and younger lads. The men are well into their 30s. They know the faces and some of the names. Those blokes have been around for years and don't take any lip. Don Wright stands over the table, must be 40 if he's a day. He says the police picked them up like they knew everyone was mobbing up in Sunderland. Mark flicks beans across the table at Rod and says it makes you think who's been tipping them off. It's going to be a long wait till 3 o'clock. Don says it's all gone a bit wrong somehow, then goes off to get his breakfast, eyes glazed. Rod says that bloke's a fucking schizo. Used to work in a morgue, or so they say. Look at his eyes. Looks pissed or stoned. But he's not all there. You gotta be off your head to work in a morgue with all those dead bodies. Mark says he heard Don was a brickie. Even Don Wright wouldn't work in a morgue. You've got to be sick to get into that kind of life. Rod says he saw Don jumping on some Leeds cunt's head 1 year. The bloke's out cold and Don's using the man's head as a trampoline. Real brain damage job. Rod doesn't mind giving someone a pasting, but trying to crack their head in two like a coconut is out of order. The narrator tries to think what it would be like working in a morgue. They drain the bodies of blood. You'd see all kinds of mutilation from road accidents. You'd start dreaming of corpses, and it would do your head in. Suppose you wouldn't think anything about jumping up and down on someone's head if you saw bodies being sliced up every time you went into work. Only thing worse would be working in a slaughterhouse. At least you're not killing them in a morgue. He watches Don Wright at the counter inspecting the menu and wonders. 2 hours later, they're bored to tears hanging around. More coaches are pulled in, and the police are ready to take them to the designated pub. They get back on board, but a delay hits as an argument erupts between the police and the SLU coach driver. Apparently a load of them have phoned for cabs and disappeared. The police are furious, wanting to know where everyone's meeting, but nobody says a word. The narrator isn't sure of the facts, but the police are pissing in the wind. They get moving, kicking themselves for not having the same idea. Though he admits it would look obvious. The whole service is emptying, a convoy of cabs shooting off to Sunderland. He sits back, having to admire the nerve of those blokes. Fuck knows what they'll get up to this afternoon. They arrive at a big pub set back from the road. Within a couple of hours, the place is packed with Chelsea. Everyone's getting drunk, walls vibrating, they have a few drinks, and watch the police outside in the car park with vans and dogs. It's getting like an open prison in this country. Whatever happened to freedom of movement? It's always been like this, he supposes, but it pisses you off. Around 2 o'clock, the police clear the pub. They're in a line of coaches with flashing lights heading into Newcastle. Mobs of locals hang around giving them the wanker sign as they enter the city and approach St. James's Park. The coaches park up, they're on Newcastle's Manor. A bit of Geordie singing down the street, but no attempt to have a go. They get into the ground without aggravation. Don Wright and the others are already inside. The man's got a black eye and skinned knuckles. He's laughing, telling them they missed a treat, well pleased. He says they made it to the pub, and a 200-strong firm got into Newcastle without an escort and turned over a pub in the city center. The Geordies were surprised, but got themselves together and put up a show. Well worth the cab fare. A bit of travel's good for the soul. The sunset dazzled as it creaked through trees and rock, a stunning orange Vince Matthews had never seen in London, though maybe he'd never really looked. Whatever the truth, the sun was burning a path through the Basque Country, and the hot, sweaty trip up from Madrid was nearly over. Another half hour, and they'd be in San Sebastian, able to enjoy a few quiet days in a friendly town away from Madrid's fumes, aggravation, police, and right-wing thugs out to batter the famous English hooligans attending the 1982 World Cup Finals. 6 of them in the compartment. 4 Southampton lads and Vince's mate John, exhausted. The cheap beer they brought aboard was long gone, dehydration taking hold. Only Vince made the effort, watching sleepy hills and scattered peasant homes drift away. The train's steady motion a perfect complement to country smells and waving children. A great trip, and he was taking it all in because he'd be back home soon enough. Back to London with its tower blocks and dead ends. True, London was better than Madrid, a nightmare city, but the Basque Country was in a different league. Madrid had been an experience, he had to admit that much, but it was too heavy by the end. Especially after the Spain match when they'd come out of the Bernabeu and the locals were lining up for the kill, pulling knives from glossy satin shirts. The English piled in, the Spanish scattered, then the police arrived with truncheons raised, cracking every English head in sight. Hundreds of them tooled up like extras in a sci-fi film, each pushing for a starring role. They battered the English for the Falklands, showing the papers that the hooligan legend would crumble under Spanish civilization. Vince and a couple of others, isolated, worked their way around the ground, separated from the English mob, which stuck together for protection as much as anything. Kicks and punches from the Spanish, but they survived without a knife in the ribs. Vince had a lot of sympathy for the Basque cause. They didn't want anything to do with the Madrid government fighting for independence. He'd learned during his stay in Bilbao for the World Cup's first round that this was a different set of people, like the Scots, Welsh, and Irish in Britain. The Basques treated the English as people, not tabloid thugs. Getting drunk and playing football on the beach was a great way to spend 10 days. Vince had blacked out before leaving for Madrid. A local paid his fare and put Vince's wallet back in his pocket after taking the necessary amount. He woke up in Madrid, his only problems a hangover and some lost mates. Now they were heading north again, escaping the dust and hate of the capital. While in Madrid, they'd stayed in a pension in the red light district, run by 6 identical women in their 60s. Darlings really, with gray hair tied back tight, always dressed in black. Just how Vince imagined Spanish women, either that or the younger Mexican bandit whore from a Tijuana-type border town, her breasts on the counter and hair soaked in cooking oil. Films and newspapers always had the same angle on foreigners. They didn't stretch the images, no surprise. The way the media represented football followers was a mirror of their wider approach. Vince was on a roll. He'd looked forward to the World Cup and saved for 2 years. An eye-opener. He'd met some great characters, a lot of blokes traveled alone, and everyone had a few drinks and stuck together. Some lads reckoned it was like the war, the spirit of the Blitz and all that, but Vince thought it was better. England away, lads from Scarborough, Exeter, Carlisle, anywhere, all had something to offer outside their local scenes. Club rivalries mostly forgotten. He wasn't saying the English were perfect all the time. There had been a few people out to hurt as many Spanish youths as possible, but there were always a small number of head cases wherever you went. Better than a war. No killing for a start. He watched villages pass and tried to imagine himself living in the mountains. So much scent in the air, the sun warm, keeping forests full of light. A glimpse of a totally different life. And he had the bug. He'd get home, save for a few years, really make the effort, and cut back on unnecessary expenses. And then he was off. Everywhere he thought about sounded good. When he had the money, he was going to India. In a few years. That was the place Vince wanted to see most of all. First, walking in Nepal, full of travelers, or so they said. But the Himalayas were the biggest mountains in the world, and even if Kathmandu was a bit commercial, what could they do to Mount Everest? He'd acclimatize, get a bus to India, then go to Australia to work. A culture shock, of course it would. Vince was no fool, but Spain was his first time out of England, and it was excellent. He felt no pressure, like the peasant's yoke from school books had been chopped up and thrown away. The trains through France and into Spain, Bilbao, Madrid with all its aggravation, and now this journey to San Sebastian. He was going to have a different kind of life. Friends and family would still be there when he got back. A year away, maybe 2, 3, 4, 5. His mates would be in the same pubs, pulling the same women, talking about the same things. And this gave Vince added courage because he didn't want to go away forever. He wanted to see the world and come back to England and find everything the same. He didn't want great changes. Things could be better. They could always be better. But he wasn't one of those people who held a grudge. The train struggled up a hill, the mechanism groaning. Vince listened for voices, the grumbling of an old man embedded in the system, a story from when he was a kid. He heard nothing. The other lads were sleeping, and he was glad he hadn't gone full throttle with the drink. He left the compartment and stood in the corridor, window down, hanging his face through the gap. The air warm but fresh. He breathed deeply and saw himself on one of those travel programs, rambling on about paradise. Then the train approached San Sebastian, countryside giving way to town, and Vince was back in the compartment telling the others they were lazy bastards, and it was time to get their gear together. It took time to find a pension, a nice effort near the sea with blooming flowers and clean rooms. The only problem, one bed short until the next day. The woman was middle-aged and efficient, wearing a white cotton dress, and didn't flinch when she saw the 6 English boys enter. That was nice. They looked rough in gentle San Sebastian, a mixture of beer guts, tattoos, and dirty ripped jeans. One Southampton lad, Gary, carried a suitcase tied together with rope. A mess. Barbarians from the industrial slums of the freezing north. Vince laughed at the description. But that was what 3 weeks on the piss, staying in cheap pensions with cold showers and limited washing, plus a long, slow train trip did for a bloke. The woman didn't care. Vince wondered if maybe she didn't even notice, but then she told them to give her their washing and she would clean it, that they should have a hot shower. When it came to a decision, Vince opted to find somewhere else to stay that night. He left and arranged to meet the rest in a nearby bar. He couldn't be bothered finding a pension. And anyway, he needed to save money. Nearly skint. A night on the beach would do him no harm. The fresh air was still a novelty after Madrid's clinging, polluted atmosphere. A warm evening. He went down to the sea, crossed the sand, took off his shoes and socks, then followed the golden curve. Lots of people walking, mostly families and couples holding hands, stretching their legs before an evening meal. Vince was hungry. He didn't care if he was out of place and had none of the expensive gear worn by the Spanish. Fair enough. No complaints. England was all about poverty, and he was very definitely English. He chose a place to sit at the far end of the sand and watch the sea gently sway back and forward. Most on the beach obviously had money. He tried to distinguish holidaymakers from locals. Not difficult, but he didn't feel the same anger he had for the rich bastards at home. He couldn't understand the language, so couldn't make out different accents. Most of all, he wasn't that bothered. He was on his own, having shed the responsibility stacked on his back in London, where the class system had become so confused and distorted, it took a full-time academic to break it into accurate categories. Something Vince had never taken time over. He had an Englishman's distrust of politics and intellectualism, yet his life and behavior were grounded in a hatred of wealth and privilege. Outside England, he was able to relax. Normal rules and regulations no longer applied. He wished he didn't have to return home yet, but money was the big decider. At least he had a plan. An escape route worked out, like in the Second World War films, except the POWs were heading the opposite direction. Vince sat on the beach a long time before giving up his daydreams and heading for the bar. On the way, he spotted a place to sleep under the promenade, tucked out of sight. Lovers sat on the wood above while a group had started a fire on the sand, cooking fish. Darkness covered his wrecked appearance, but back on the road with the light shining, he felt like an outsider again. Not as bad as Madrid, but that had been something new, walking into an angry city where looks told him he was inferior. His first time on the receiving end of racism. The old men in the square where the English drank had been 100% fascist. Franco supporters who'd saluted Hitler during the England versus Germany game when the national anthem played. Odd, conjuring old grainy film of Nuremberg and making the mocking cartoon salutes of the English seem pointless. He would have to get used to the feeling he was going to see the world, and if things went really well, maybe he'd never go back to England. The thought made him jolt, though it was all in the future. He was hungry but had to save money. A couple of drinks, a decent night's sleep, sleeping on the beach alone in a foreign land would be good in its own way. He fancied an ice-cold drink and entered the bar. John greeted him from the bar, looking scrubbed and polished, even in creased, unwashed clothes. Tomorrow, he'd look the part. Gary was buying around with the other Southampton boys and ordered a bottle for Vince, who paid him back. They were sticking to small rounds because no one had much cash. Buying your own drinks was unheard of at home. But these were difficult times. Vince told him he was sleeping out. John admitted he hadn't thought of the beach. Called it a good idea that would save money, but the shower had been heaven with hot water, something none of them had felt for 3 weeks. One of the others added that the toilets were decent too, a proper sit-down without some pervert peeping through holes drilled in walls. John reminded everyone of the time Sean had been sitting there reading a dirty magazine from an old man in the square, having a wank, and looked up to find someone watching him perform. Sean looked embarrassed by the story, always calling John a chirpy cockney, and the Londoner was living up to the mockery. They'd known each other since arriving in Madrid on the same train. The others laughed as John described Sean running out with his jeans round his ankles, hard on exposed, the watching eye having fled. But one of the elderly women passing by stopped and just stood there staring. Sean turned and ran back into the toilet, with his arse hanging out. Vince said those old women were all right, nice ladies. What a place to live, though, smack in the middle of the red light district. They weren't bothered by it, and went off to church every evening, too. Someone observed that the Spanish were funny like that. Franco in charge all those years. Coppers who were nutters trained by the Gestapo, a government worse than Parliament, and then everyone marching off to church together. Gary compared it to mafia films like The Godfather, cutting bits off each other, shooting people for fun, then kneeling before the cross asking God for forgiveness. Vince drank his lager, freezing cold. He was used to the taste of Spanish beer, but couldn't say it was good. He tried not to moan. Everyone always went on about drinking piss water. So he pointed out he'd never drunk piss before, so didn't know what it was like. That got a laugh. He said it made you think about Catholics. Italy had Mussolini. Spain had Franco. Germany had Hitler, who got support from Catholics in the South. Croats and Ukrainians both joined up. The French split in half and shipped their Jews off to Germany. The Poles didn't exactly love Jews either. If they got out of the Warsaw Ghetto, they had Polish partisans to face. Then Latin America and all its dictatorships, they were all at it. Sean asked how he knew so much. Vince said he read the occasional book, watched documentaries. Sean brought up the Irish. They weren't a fascist country. His parents were from Ireland. They would have told him if Hitler had been in the running there. Vince said the Irish were different. Sean demanded how. Vince explained they were Gaelic, only became Catholic because the Scots the English brought into Ulster were Protestant. The Irish just went for the opposite. Besides, they weren't exactly the most open-minded people, and they hadn't backed England in the war either. Sean demanded why the fuck they should. What had the English ever done for the Irish? John tried to calm things down, joking that they gave them Oliver Cromwell. Sean called Cromwell a murdering bastard. Vince clarified he wasn't having a go at the Irish, just saying it was odd how Catholics seemed to gravitate toward right-wing leaders. A coincidence. Gavin said it was because the Jews killed Christ. Yiddo bastards killed the Savior. That's why they all hate the Jews. Catholics were fanatics, as seen in Madrid. It was buried in their heads. They didn't know why, but they had to obey the leader, God or Franco or Hitler or Mussolini. Built in, comes with the religion. Sean insisted the Irish weren't like that. Gavin conceded they were different. An island race, a different tribe, Gaelic like Vince said. John asked why everyone hated Spurs then, the Yids. Every club hates those bastards. Vince answered, laughing because they're flash. It's there, but not the same. No religious mania in England, just a few vicars manhandling their flocks, old spinsters in the shires wishing they could get a length off the farm hand, but knowing they couldn't, pointing to the Bible and saying if they can't get a good poke, then why should anyone else? Everyone laughed. Interesting point. Vince had never thought it through before. He'd give it more consideration in a quiet moment. He finished his drink and bought a round for John and himself. A couple more bottles and he'd piss off for the night. He looked forward to a hot shower tomorrow, but had to make the best of tonight first. Some attractive women in the bar, but clearly well off, and the English boys felt cut off from the rest. Mostly men and women in their early 20s. Majority dressed in white with scooters parked outside. He paid the barman and took the bottles. He mentioned that bar in Madrid had been great. Poor old Lurch didn't know what was going on half the time. Just stood there trying to keep tabs on what they were eating and had no chance. Gary said it was a lot cheaper than here, and there was all that food up for grabs. That Madrid bar had been near their pension, the first they went to in the evening and the last after wandering. They generally polished off the evenings with a couple of hours drinking the dirt-cheap wine and beer. Lurch served. The counters were covered with big trays of food, battered fish, chicken wings, paella, bread, greasy working man's food. Customers were meant to help themselves and pay at the end. The English, as was the custom when following England away, just jumped in and helped themselves, then denied any knowledge when it was time to pay. They figured the Spanish treated them like dirt, scum of the earth, so they went for the herd approach. If they weren't seen as individuals, the locals wouldn't be able to tell them apart. Lurch ran the bar until 1 a.m, then an older, fatter man, the owner, arrived to take over. Lurch was all right, named after the typical horror film butler. Tall, leaning forward, rarely showing emotion. Occasionally he would smile as the England boys went about their business. They always paid for their drinks, and he rarely lost his temper. Maybe he decided it wasn't his bar. Vince never worked it out. Strange situation, because they were back night after night, 30 or 40 pissed-up English lads in shorts and T-shirts, singing songs about the Falklands and chatting with prostitutes out on the pavement. Someone remembered the night they were coming back from a shitty disco and street cleaners came along and hosed them down. Pissed on cooking wine, soaked. Then the cleaners just drove off. When they left the bar, Vince turned toward the beach, while the others made a big fuss about the crisp white sheets waiting at the pension. He could handle the mockery, though, walking through near-empty streets to the spot he'd lined up for the night. A breeze had picked up. He took his jacket from the bag he brought to Spain. It wouldn't give much protection if the wind really got going, but he'd survive. He got on all fours and crawled under the promenade, smoothed the sand, put the bag under his head, raised his legs into the fiddle position. The drink would help him sleep. Good idea. Mind you, he was starving. Fucking starving if he was honest, but no chance of food now. He wished Lurch was running a bar in San Sebastian. Vince soon drifted, shifting position in the sand. Not as comfortable as he'd imagined. Different texture from the actual beach. A mixture with heavier earth and stone from the promenade's foundations. The sea was faint at first, and he enjoyed the idea of water moving up and down the shore, the steady rhythm that would rock him to sleep. This was what living was all about, seeing the world. But after half an hour, the noise was deafening. Chinese water torture that wouldn't let him sleep. The wind grew stronger. He was cold. His mind raced, thinking of Madrid. Bad atmosphere in that city. One night, in the square, drinking at 3 a.m, 30 or so English singing Falklands songs, using the term Malvinas so the Spaniards would understand. 3 English lads had been beaten badly by a gang of fascist blue shirts with iron bars while asleep in the park. Then a Derby fan was surrounded by a big mob of the bastards and stabbed through the heart outside the Bernabeu. Scum. Knife merchants. He hated people who used knives. Some of the English started arming themselves for defense. Then a mob of Spanish came to the square where they were drinking and piled in. The English ran them all over the shop. A bunch of shitters. That's why the Spanish used knives and needed numbers of 20 or 30 to 1. The Derby lad was lucky to survive. That night, they got back to the square at 2 in the morning, and for once weren't going to end up in Lurch's bar. They were sitting at tables when waiters started pulling out guns. Pistols. Suddenly, the square was full of police carrying machine guns. The English were lined up against the wall, searched. 2 men stood behind each person. Vince felt a muzzle in the base of his back. Hands worked up and down his body looking for something. He wondered if it was drugs, if they were going to plant something nasty on a select few and bang them away for 10 years. Then police surrounded 3 German skinheads, knocking about with the English, screaming at the Germans, one of the bastards cracking Jurgen, the leader, in the jaw with a gun butt. Vince remembered the Germans had a pistol and gas cartridges, planning to let them off in the subway after the Spain-Germany game. Someone must have reported seeing a gun, and police went into action, must have been watching all the time. The Germans got a battering, while the rest kept English faces to the wall. Then the skinheads were bundled into a van, which skidded off with lights flashing and sirens cranked, waking the locals. Coppers loved making drama out of nothing. Same all over the world. Only a flare gun or something similar. The gas would have got a few people coughing, but wasn't going to cause mass death. The Germans were daft flashing it around. All the skinhead gear, bought in the last resort shop in Petticoat Lane. The first time they come into the square, Jurgen stopped, pointed to his DMs, and called them nigger kickers. They had the clothes, while the English were more of a scruffy, casual crew. A time of skinhead revival in London and English club sides in charge of European competitions. Vince wondered if the Germans would get a sentence or be on the first plane back to Dusseldorf. The sea was driving Vince round the bend. He wondered the time, but didn't have a watch. Sold it in Madrid for a giveaway price, needing cash. Some lads went to the embassy and pleaded poverty for a ticket home. But Vince was making his time last and wanted a few days away from football. Scousers were best at getting a long way on 0 resources. Liverpool fans especially, following their club around Europe for years, had it down to a fine art. They paid for near enough nothing, stories of blokes traveling under carriages, robbing any shop going, established that when Liverpool played in Europe, the Scousers would hit clothes shops first, then jewelers. The Swiss and all those rich, decent-minded countries didn't understand this mentality, polished streets, and intense discipline, while young men arriving from English estates were robbers and villains on an early 80s free-for-all. Scousers led the trends in football gear, nicking all the expensive sports stuff, wearing some and flogging the rest. Made decent money from jewelers' raids. Get a riot going. Scousers looted jewelers and stashed stuff in railway station lockers. Returned to England for a few weeks, then go back to the continent and bring valuables home, enough to keep themselves going for a couple of months. Manchester lads were next, starting to boast they were better robbers than the Scousers. Vince wasn't a good robber. Could nick a bit of gear but wasn't dedicated. More when he was a kid, something to do because it impressed. But he wasn't bothered about England games now. He'd had enough and just wanted to sleep. It wouldn't come. Hours passed. He was floating when the smash of glass woke him with a bang, a group of drunks throwing bottles against the wall. He had the image of himself in a hole, like a mole or frightened rabbit. Annoying. They banged their feet on the wood, eventually shouted off into the darkness. He tried to sleep, but couldn't. Dark began fading, sun just below the horizon. He knew it was going to be a beautiful sunrise, but didn't care. A tramp crawled under the promenade early morning as the sun started rising. drunk and surprised to find anyone, let alone a famous English hooligan asleep in a pothole under the promenade in San Sebastian. He blinked, thought he was hallucinating. Too long sleeping rough, too much cheap drink. Then he accepted Vince was real and tried to teach him the essentials of the Spanish language. Half an hour of this, and Vince had to leave. He didn't want to move, but his head was banging. Hungry? Tired? He walked along the beach and laid out on the sand. Much better. More comfortable, soon fitting the shape of his body. The sun warmed things up quickly. Then he was dozing. Later, he took off his top and replaced jeans with shorts. Fell asleep. A deep sleep. He woke with a shock, head buzzing. People were talking. He opened his eyes. The beach was full. He looked right. 2 topless teenage girls eating ice creams. Left, a bodybuilding Spaniard passing by in some kind of G-string, half covering his vitals. Everyone tanned, seeing themselves as beautiful. Vince moved and felt the pain, looked at his chest and legs. Red. It hurt. He'd fallen asleep and not felt the sunburn. He pulled his shirt on and walked up to the road. Hurt more when he moved. He asked a woman the time. 11. Painful, but could have been worse. Could have slept till 3. The rest of the lads sat outside a cafe, sipping coffee, looking refreshed. Familiar, shabby clothes, but great what a bit of soap and effort could do. He went straight to the pension. The woman made a fuss when she saw his burns, took him to the room he'd share with John, gave him cream. He eased back on the bed, looked toward the open window. Everything smelled so good, the same scent he'd noticed coming up on the train. He wondered what plant or flower it was. Closed his eyes and went to sleep. John woke him, sitting at the end of the bed, asking if he was all right. Nearly 2 o'clock. The others were down on the beach. Vince said he'd just lain down for a minute and was out. John told him he should see some of the women down there. All a bit young, but they didn't mind stripping off. Very nice. The others had got their Union Jack out and put it on the sand, dug a trench around themselves, built a castle. The kids loved it. They were heroes. Vince muttered that they were more like freaks. John told Vince the others were down on the beach. Vince explained he'd only lain down for a minute and was out. John said he should see some of the women down there. All a bit young, but they didn't mind stripping off. The others had put their Union Jack on the sand, dug a trench, built a castle. The kids loved it. They were heroes. Vince muttered they were more like freaks. John admitted they were a bit different. It was the sense of humor. No aggro in this town. Even the bodybuilders in their plaster-on tans were laughing. England on tour. John asked if Vince was coming down. The woman who ran the place had offered a special rate if they stayed 3 days longer. A rest after Madrid. John was in no hurry to get back to England. His job was gone anyway, so he might as well get the most of it now. Vince said he hadn't got much money left. Skint. John admitted the same, but thought they could bunk the train back to England. Enough people seemed to be doing it. Vince supposed they could use the money now and worry about the ride home when the time came. John told him to have a think, said he'd be down the beach. Turn left, straight ahead, couldn't miss them. The white-skinned bastards with club crests on their arms, sitting on a Union Jack. After John left, Vince went for a wash. The sunburn didn't seem as bad as he'd feared. A bath? He filled it with warm water and sat for half an hour, nothing like it in the world. He thought of the tramp, wondered when he'd last enjoyed something so good. Poor old sod. He dried off, put on cream. His clothes were still dirty, but it was hot. A t-shirt and shorts would do. He washed his gear in the sink and hung it on the balcony. Then he went to find the others on the beach. Not difficult, just as John had said. Someone greeted him. He said he fancied a drink, wasn't sitting in the sun right now, Didn't want to die on the first day. Gary and Sean followed him to a bar along the seafront. They ordered beer. Piss water, but cold piss water. They sat in the shade. Vince watched the waiter and thought of the undercover police in Madrid. It must have been mental for the blokes working there full time when the police arrived and told them they were taking over. They even had striped shirts on, or so he thought. He was pissed at the time, but was sure they were dressed like the bicycle riding, onions round-the-neck caricatures from every tabloid during cross-channel disagreements. There were probably enough police on the lookout around San Sebastian. The Basque separatists didn't sit about waiting for the Madrid government to get generous. They planted bombs, just like the IRA. Except Vince understood the Basques much easier than the IRA, even though he didn't know the history of the conflict. The IRA were too close to home. Gary remarked on a woman's breasts. Vince told him to watch what he said. Walls have ears, and so do women in shorts. Gary laughed and looked away. They'd been sitting in the square in Madrid that afternoon waiting for the England-Germany game. A nice-looking woman in tight black shorts passed their table. The shorts ran up the crack of her arse, dark-skinned with blonde hair over her collar. Gary, sipping his lager, had casually asked if she took it up the bum. The other lads laughed. The woman turned around and came up to them, her accent educated and English, a school teacher working for the British Council, maybe. Gary squirmed, face going red like Vince's sunburn. She demanded to know who he thought he was. Talking to a woman like that, called him a bloody animal, lifted a jug of sangria from the table, and tipped it over Gary's shirt before storming off. Total humiliation. They laughed, remembering her lesson in good manners. Gary called it a nightmare. Why did it have to happen to him? He didn't know she was going to be English and understand. None of the people in Madrid spoke English. You could say whatever you wanted, and they just scowled. Trust him to choose her. Nice arse, though. Has to be said. They passed the afternoon in the cafe. Vince filled up on a couple of long bread rolls stuffed with cheese and salad. He decided to stay the extra days and bunk the train back. A good idea. The fare saved meant he could enjoy himself. Back at the pension, John was just getting back. Two blokes Vince recognized from Madrid stood outside. John had had a run-in with them the week before. They asked what he was doing there, said they were looking at accommodation, asked if John was staying there and what it was like. Looked like a free bed to him. John said it was all right. A nice woman ran it. One of them asked if she liked her sex. John said if he fancied 50-year-old women, she was okay, old enough to be his granny. The kid said he didn't mind, he'd fuck anything. John moved toward him, leaned into his face. They were a few years younger, skinny runts. The silent one moved forward, and then saw Vince approaching. John told the cunt he could fuck off somewhere else, wasn't staying there. Try it, and he'd be in the hospital. They had a nice little place, no problems, no aggravation. The woman was all right, not some rip-off merchant. Fuck it up for them, and he'd have his mate's trainers sticking out of his arse with the mate still inside them. They moved away, not willing to risk a kicking. They'd been around Europe on the blag and would probably go home with a profit from nothing. Vince had even seen them punch drinks from a Scrooge of a barman outside the Burnaby. Wankers were nowhere to be seen when trouble started. Spics with English passports. Vince slept till 9, then the Southampton lads knocked on the door. He washed his face, lining up a few beers and some food. He wasn't out to get pissed like back home. Different approach in Europe, better licensing laws. Not that need to get down the pub and shove as much beer down his throat as possible before last orders. Sure, you could go on somewhere, but most clubs were interested in fashion victims and silly little disco girls. A bunch of lads on the piss meant trouble and were generally left out in the cold to fight and break windows. In Europe, you could take your time. They soon found another bar on the seafront, the best place so far, a mix of locals and pretty young Spanish holidaymakers. The usual looks. The clothes horses kept their distance. Vince didn't care. He wasn't looking to get his end away. Certainly not here with one of these pinups. What was the point? They were like clones entering Miss World competitions. Perfect tans, capped teeth, no personalities. Still, at least these kids were one up on the Miss World girls. The lager was good, on tap, hitting the spot. They were soon getting pissed. A Man United fan they'd met in Madrid saw them through the window and came in. A big, friendly bloke with hands twice the size of Vince's, and a gentle way of talking, but well into aggro after a few drinks if the situation was right. He hated Scousers. Vince started feeling a bit sorry for the old Scousers. Seemed like the whole world was against him. The Man United fan told a story about coming back from Liverpool the previous year. Scousers had been singing about Munich during the game. The two sides fucking hate each other. Anyway, they were coming onto the motorway and saw a bloke hitching. Thought he was a Mank, so stopped to give him a lift. He got in the back and turned out to be a fucking Scouser. The bloke didn't realize and started going on about how he'd been with a lot who gave some Man United boys a kicking. Really going on, laughing and boasting, but he was wedged in the back and hadn't heard the driver's accent yet, saying they really hurt them badly, no ordinary kicking. The driver let him go on, then looked at him and said he was Man United. The bloke's face froze. The driver battered fuck out of the cunt, pulled up on the hard shoulder, and threw him out. They started driving away, and his leg got stuck in the door, caught in the seatbelt, bouncing along the hard shoulder for 20 yards or so. The wanker got what he deserved. He shouldn't go around beating up Man United fans, should he? Sean asked if anyone knew what tomorrow was. No one spoke. He said he'd heard from a Spanish bloke selling ice creams and souvenirs in a jockstrap. It was the running of the bulls in Pamplona. Not that far away. Easily done on a train. They should go down and have a go. Vince felt the strength of the drink inside him. The others were well on their way already. The effects of the sun and lazing around. They started making plans. Something different. They all felt confident. People got killed running with the bulls, and bullfighting was a crime the English couldn't handle, but they were convincing themselves Pamplona was okay. It wasn't like the bull in the ring, castrated, mutilated, spears in its shoulders, just so some flash poof in a cape could ponce himself up and torment the poor animal. They decided to leave early next morning. Talking about bullfighting had raised doubts, but it would be okay. A bit of a laugh, a couple more beers, and they'd be fine. A mob of bulls didn't hold much threat with a belly full of lager, more like friendly English dairy cows than rampaging killers. A chance for the bulls to get their own back. Survival time. They'd have to be able to shift, though. None of the English lads were particularly fit going into it blind, but who cared after a few drinks? Vince said it went a bit against the grain, though, didn't it? About to go back to the pension, drunk, and needing to get up early for a train to Pamplona. He pointed out it wasn't like the English to run. The others laughed. A good line, used by everyone at some time. They went back and told Man U they'd meet him and his mates the next day. Back in his room, Vince dipped his face in the sink. Once in bed, the idea of running with the bulls had turned bad. He smelled the blood of slashed animals, then the clean sheets and fragrance through the open window. No way, he was getting up early to torment an innocent animal and maybe get his back broken. What was the point? 10 minutes later, he asked John what he thought. Vince reckoned it was the drink talking. A waste of time and effort. Anyway, the English were supposed to love animals. He asked if John was definitely going in the morning. John said no chance. Everyone would accidentally oversleep. He bet Vince a curry when they got home. The narrator watches the game but doesn't see the football. A sad effort in the rain. The flu cuts through him like nobody's business. He should be at home in bed with soup and someone to look after him. But when you live alone and get sick, you take care of yourself. Like getting past 50 and developing cancer. Fatal disease, and you're fucked. Left to die because you're weak and can't defend yourself. The secret is, don't get ill. Stay healthy best you can. Be your own person. Shut up, shop. Don't let anything in. Willpower and resisting dangers lurking around the corner, you'll come out a winner. But sometimes you can't fight off all the little germs and microbes waiting to stitch you up, like the cunts going through his head eating brain cells. The doctor just sits there doing a Prince Charles imitation, making jokes that aren't funny. All after he's waited an hour reading dodgy 2-year-old magazines full of nonsense about junkie aristocrats and pop star sex lives, fashion models with capped teeth straight from Bugs Bunny's worst nightmare, yellow newspapers packed with football rumors that never happened. He doesn't really dream, but the flu makes up for that deep sleep. Like he's tripping. Not that he's in the crust mode, but his thinking's muddled. A bad world when you're sick, watching life pass by and Wimbledon bypass the midfield with their long ball game. Backs to the wall, you have to admire them on the quiet, doing so well with zero resources. The wind blows a gale. Even with his hands buried in his pockets, they're frozen. He tries to move his toes to keep them from snapping off, but feels nothing. Mark comes back with a cup of tea. He holds it with dead stumps, like an out-of-work bomb disposal expert signing on for his weekly reward. Shit crowd, shit atmosphere, all those cunts in warm television studios insisting football hooligans aren't real fans, don't know what they're on about. No clue. Licking the arse that feeds them, saying what they're told by the money men behind the camera. True, there are blokes who only turn up for big games when there's a chance of a ruck, but they're a minority. Hangers-on in every walk of life. Not that many at football, just like the nutters. A few of them, and a lot of fans who run around and swap punches if there's trouble outside, but most people just don't want to know. Mark tells him he looks bad, like he's got malaria, should have stayed at home in bed. The narrator's been off work 4 days, driving him round the bend, sitting at home doing nothing. The warehouse can be boring, but there are people to laugh with in Glasgow, Steve, to wind up. The flat's nice enough, heating cranked up full blast, but it's just him and a box full of rubbish. Sometimes a good film on during the day, old war efforts, propaganda jobs raving about freedom and the right to do whatever you want, but then endless love stories and soap operas doing your head in. Makes you understand why women go off their trolleys stuck at home all day with screaming brats, why they end up in bed with blokes from the supermarket, why they batter kids against walls. Rod leans over, hoping it's not catching, saying he doesn't want any tropical diseases. Mark quips that the only tropical disease Rod will get is AIDS. 6 inches up the arse and a dose of blue monkey infection. Rod says the narrator looks fucking terrible, seriously ill. No wonder he didn't come down to pub last night. The narrator knows they're trying to cheer him up, but he's not in the mood. Get sick and you want to curl up and jump back in your old girl's belly? All your confidence disappears? Your bollocks shoot up into your gut? You don't feel cocky anymore. Most days you're giving it the big one because you're in the prime of life, doing well, nothing can touch you. Then suddenly it's gone. Like you're a kid again, not needing the hassle. No fighting or shagging. The whole thing's fucked sitting here with a head full of feedback, as though everything catches up with you in the end. Guilt doesn't come into it. A mug's game, just down to education. They train you to obey rules and regulations, control the way you behave. They do a good job because it's buried deep inside, and the cunts running the show get a tidy bonus. You reject what they say, but when you get weak, all that programming returns. They work their way under your skin, but he's got them sussed because he's out on a limb beyond their ideas of right and wrong. They don't understand, and he prefers it that way. He can see the teachers when they were kids, him, Mark and Rod, getting the cane and a lecture off the head, all those cunts with speeches telling them what's right and wrong. They do their best to gear your thinking, but they don't come from where you come from. They get up your nose, something chronic, make you go off and do the opposite. The 3 of them have always stuck together. Your mates are what's important. You don't get to choose your family, and if you end up with a bird like Rod has, it all comes back to men against women eventually. You can con yourself. There's something more with women, but it's wishful thinking. Nothing's like the films. People should grow up. Your mates are what count, but don't expect much sympathy when you're ill. No shoulder to cry on. Rod says he's glad that's over when the ref blows the final whistle. Come on, have something to eat? They'll buy him a pint. It'll help clear his head. Have a couple and go home. They leave the ground and walk toward Fulham Broadway. Raining. The street's full of dark figures bundled up against the weather. Few people speak, nobody sings or chants. A ghost town. The stench of cooking meat makes him feel sick. He thinks he's going to puke in the middle of the street. That would give the lad something to laugh about. They go into a cafe. He orders eggs on toast and a pile of chips. Well-cooked food. He reaches across Rod for the ketchup. They drink coffee, warming him up. People queue at the counter for chips and pickled onions, some going for the works with fish or pies. Windows steamed up and sweating like a monster getting her third portion of the evening. Mascara smeared across her face like an inflatable doll. That bird had been a right goer. Can't remember her name. Years ago. Appreciated the attention because beauty's only skin deep. When they leave half an hour later, the streets are clear. Nobody hangs around for Wimbledon. They don't have many fans, let alone a firm. Greyhounds and sex killers on the common. Only a few clubs worth bothering about when it comes to the crunch. Most are useless. They walk past the Tube toward North End Road and into a fun pub with tables for burgers and salads. A few women sitting around. Mark's eyeballing them with all the subtlety of Chelsea bushwhacking spurs. Rod gets straight in at the bar. They sit at a table. The narrator downs half his pint of lager. He shouldn't be drinking with the medicine he's on, but fuck it. Saturday night, nothing else to do. He'll have a couple of pints and get a taxi home. Leave the other two to get on with it. Mark says his mother started seeing an Arsenal fan 10 years younger than her, the brother of some woman she works with. He met him going round last week. Big cunt with tattoos all over his arms like a Hell's Angel, except he's got no hair and talks like a mincer. Rod says it was bound to happen sooner or later. Mark's father died 3 years ago. Not many women would last that long. Mark knows all that and isn't having a go at her, but it's still strange going in and seeing her sitting on the couch with a stranger watching telly, just like she used to do with his dad. Rod says his father would have wanted her to find someone else. She's a good woman. She shouldn't be on her own the rest of her life at her age. Still young enough. Everyone likes Mark's mother. She was good to them as kids, always made sandwiches and a glass of milk. It nearly killed her when the old man died. He was all right, never a day's illness, looked younger than his years. Then one day he complained about pains in his head. That night he went for a piss and fell down dead. Just like that. Doctor said a blood clot on his brain. One day he's there laughing with the family, the next he's down the undertaker's having his blood drained. Whatever you do in life, there's always something waiting round the corner. That's why those dozy cunts moaning about football firms rucking each other are out of order. They're only interested in the other team's mob and don't care about anyone else. They let queers and sadists batter each other. But when it comes to a bit of football violence, they get on their platforms and start preaching. The narrator wonders what those moralizers think they'll get for their talk. Heaven? Living forever like religious nutters knocking on doors Sunday morning? They're mad. When your time comes, you'll be sitting in your own shit and piss, gagging for breath, and everything you've done will mean nothing. Those polished-up cunts in gold-plated churches will choke on their own, sick like everyone else, wishing they'd had some fun while they could. Imagine being 70, watching women pass without a second look at a hunched old man who can't get hard anymore. End up like that, and you've wasted your life. Mark's mother understands that now, though she wouldn't put it in those exact words. Mark laughs and says his mother shouldn't have chosen an Arsenal fan. That's the main problem. Mind you, she could have picked a Tottenham supporter with the curls and hat. Or a black man. Original Arsenal fan from Finsbury Park. The narrator says not his mother. She'd never go with a black man. Rod suggests maybe some old West Indian geezer with dignity and a sense of humor. Mark insists, no, not her generation. The women at the next table talk louder as they drink. Well-groomed with long hair. Typical prick teasers. Not bad looking, though. The pub fills up quickly. The narrator forces the logger down, but he's dead. Hoped it would get him going. Something's happening, but no miracle cure. All he can think of is Mark's mother flat on her back with Tony Adams in full Arsenal kit. A horrible thought. Amazing what the brain can do. Must be what happens to serial killers. One day they're fine, the next they're tuning in to Jack the Ripper. Disease scrambles the messages. Mark admits his mother has to live her life, but he doesn't like seeing her with another bloke, someone other than his father. It's wrong somehow. Mark's getting emotional, and it makes the narrator uncomfortable. They're mates and help each other, but they handle problems alone. The things inside your head, no one else can help. Personal responsibility. You can't show weakness, or the virus gets into your blood and you waste away. No mercy, his temperature's racing, burning up, no ordinary infection. The doctor says it came all the way from Asia. He thinks of Mark's father, of when they were kids, of Rod's family, and Mandy at home with a different idea of what Rod's like when he's out with his mates. He knows Rod is into Mandy in a big way, but honestly shouldn't be sleeping with other women behind her back. Not on, but he doesn't say anything because he can't. He'd just look a cunt. And what would Rod say? Tell him to fuck off and mind his own business. Mark would pile in too. He doesn't like Mandy much. Reckons all women betray you as soon as they get the chance. They've all been through it. Trained to believe the films and all that love nonsense. But you soon work things out. No place for sentiment unless you want to end up a sniveling wreck. He always wondered why Rod got married. One day on a bender, he asked. Rod said he got lonely. She was the salt of the earth, and he had to grab her while he would never get something better. A real diamond. He knew he was a cunt for cheating, but one day everything would be fine and they'd live happily ever after, just like the films. The narrator laughed, but Rod wasn't joking. A bit sad, really. Mark says he thought about having a word with his mother. Tell her to get something better or do without. Respect his father's memory. The narrator says he knows what Mark means, but she's got to get on with her life. She can't mourn forever. Nobody can. He wouldn't like some other man sleeping with his mom either, but it's a different situation now. Say something like that, and he'd just make a cunt of himself. He remembers his own father arguing with his mother when he was a kid, calling her a slag, telling her to fuck off back to Isleworth if she ever did whatever it was again. His mother was crying. He asked what was wrong. She laughed like she was going mad and said she'd been peeling onions. His father pissed off down the pub with a red face. The narrator knew she wasn't peeling onions. They'd already eaten and didn't eat onions much. Never found out the truth, but not hard to guess. Things like that you have to ignore. Push them down on a back burner. Bury bad times under concrete. What's the point of thinking too much? Just fucks you up. Like the Dossers begging round tube stations and sleeping in doorways. Usually he's fine with memories, just remembers the good times. Chelsea games, the laughs. Good times as a kid. Things go wrong now and then, but it happens to everyone. Can't dwell on it or you'll end up a basket case. He sees his parents once or twice a week. No bad blood. Funny you should think of that time now. The flu makes you lose your grip. Everyone has black spots. Things that go wrong, some get it worse than others, but most just roll along with occasional hiccups. The three of them haven't done too bad. Working, money in pockets, good mates, tight families, never go without women when they want them. They have a laugh. He supposes they're like black people in a way. White niggers, white trash, white shit. A minority because they're tight, small in number, loyal and dedicated. Football gives them something. Hate and fear makes them special. They have a base in the majority, so the cunts in charge can't work them out. They share most ideas, but work them round to fit themselves. A bit of everything. No label. Something rich cunts hate and slumming socialists can't accept. Happy with life, no need for social workers. None of them sit freezing, lonely, depressed, fucked up on drugs or drink or sex. Their heads are together. 3 normal blokes going along with the football because it's part of their lives. Some join the army, others the police. Some kill with politics, others finance. Everyone's in a gang. Everyone has a badge. Uniforms everywhere, meaning something and nothing. So when the police, politicians, and mindless public cunts moan about scum rioting, shaming England's good name, they laugh in their faces and piss in their eyes. It's not what you say or do, it's why. That counts. 2 people could each kill someone for different reasons. One right, one wrong, depending on your viewpoint. Hard to be honest about. Same with sleeping with a woman. Same with everything. Everyone thinks they're right and the other bloke's wrong. Natural. But those delivering lectures, despite their educations, haven't worked out the basics. After the second pint, he heads back to Hammersmith, leaves Mark and Rod getting wound up by the screaming women, gets a black cab home, glad to find a driver who doesn't want to talk. Time and place for everything. Sometimes you want to be left alone. They cut through side streets along the Fulham Palace Road. He watches people going into pubs and restaurants. An outsider. The cab drops him at the bottom of his street. He goes to the Indian, drinks a pint of Carlsberg while making his choice, then sits back watching happy couples. Psychedelic music floats as men and women stare into each other's eyes. Waiters push trolleys, glad to be serving lovers rather than closing time drunks, though those will probably turn up later. When the order's ready, he finishes his lager and goes home. Cold in the flat, he turns on the heat, puts dinner on a plate, sits on the couch, flicks channels looking for something worth watching. The usual blockbuster murder and mystery in a foreign city. He doesn't follow the story, but it's good having noise. His nose runs more than usual as the Madras makes its mark. Maybe he'll burn the flu away. Fucking hot enough. When he finishes, he starts dipping in and out of sleep. Saturday night, and he's stuck at home like an old man. Mark and Rob will be laughing their heads off, slagging off those women, or moving to a better pub. Talking football and sex, steaming on lager. Getting sick makes you appreciate life. All the simple things. The excitement with football, relaxation with mates down the pub. A shame about all those poor bastards alone all the time, with nothing to do but work, wank, and worry about the future. The narrator thinks of the Tottenham game, and it cheers him up. People join the army and sign away 3 years just to find a bit of danger. Films can't do it like the real thing. The difference between wanking and shagging. They need more than videos. Watching films about psychos isn't enough, and neither are the cunts going on about sex like they're dangerous. That's almost as sad. If that's the biggest thrill they get, they've got no chance. Not that he's ready to go without the business, but the way some people go on, you'd think they were entering a war zone. They're not queers, but you get your sex, and it's good. While it lasts, then you go away with Chelsea for a high-profile match where there's chance of trouble, and the excitement lasts all day. Hard to explain. Not that it's like sex, just that there's risk involved. People watch horror videos to feel danger. The urge is there even if they live boring lives. Mind you, sleeping with a woman nowadays carries AIDS risk, but even that's not new. They've never thought about getting a dose more than queuing up at the STD clinic, but plenty died of syphilis in the old days. When the football finally comes on, his head clears, and he forgets all the bollocks floating around his brain. He still enjoys football on the box, not like when he was a kid learning teams and players, knowing all the lineups and grounds. But it's a Saturday night tradition you don't get when you're in your prime because you're out and about. Maybe when he gets older, it'll go back to the beginning. Maybe he'll lose his desires, violence as well as sex, and make do with the things he enjoyed as a kid. That second childhood stuff. The usual studio experts, some talking sense, others shit. A Manchester derby between United and City. They go on about big city rivalry until he gets bored, but they're even showing highlights of Chelsea-Wimbledon. He's like a child watching United and City rip each other apart with different styles. A good game, but you don't feel the same watching clubs you don't support. Under 10 minutes of the Wimbledon game. Dire football, but you have to admire the characters Wimbledon bring up from South London. A few minutes of decent action, what armchair fans get. All they want, all they deserve. The day's been a waste of time, but would have been a total write-off staying away. What's the point sitting at home all your life in a chair with football on the screen when you could be there in person? They show every goal from the division. He's been to all the grounds and sees stadiums as more than the view on the screen. To him, they're towns. Streets, pubs, shops, people. Everywhere has its own character. Everton getting stuffed at home, and behind the stand full of Scousers, he knows the streets are terraced throwbacks to another era. When Villa go on the rampage through the Coventry defense, he imagines the park next to the Holtby End and the brickwork of Villa Park's main entrance. When Norwich put 3 past West Ham, he has to smile, even though he's picturing the street behind the stand where him and Rod got a hiding. All your average bloke sitting on his arse fiddling with the remote gets is the pitch and 3 stands. He wastes his life flicking channels, pulled back to the football by the sound of the crowd and the passion that makes the game special. None of the TV companies seem to care about supporters, but without the noise and movement of fans, football would be nothing. About passion. They'll never change that. Without passion, football's dead. Just 22 grown men running around a patch of grass kicking a ball. Fucking daft, really. It's the people that make it an occasion. When they get going, it takes off. If you get any kind of passion, it spills over. That's what can happen with football. That's what makes it for him. All connected, all part of the same thing. They can't separate football from what goes on elsewhere. They can make you stand to attention when you're being watched. But when you get away from the cameras, fantasy ends and real life takes over. Mr. Farrell walks to the newsagent for his morning paper. He pays, takes his choice, argues over the local election result with Mr. Patel. The Tory candidate has been defeated by his Labour opponent, yet neither has much to offer. The BNP has been attracting white working-class voters alienated by the established parties. Mr. Farrell and Mr. Patel agree that a right-wing local councillor would mean more racist attacks, and that the Bhangra kids in the next street should turn their music down after midnight. But no telling the youngsters of today. They shake their heads sadly. Mr. Farrell leaves. A woman with curled hair and glasses held together with sticky tape stops him. Mary from the White Horse. It takes Mr. Farrell a few seconds to recognize her face. She's getting on now, and the joke among younger men is that she was shagged silly in her youth. Mr. Farrell remembers Mary as a young woman, sees her partially naked on the common more than half a century ago. Teenagers, cold grass, and the smell of her excitement through beer fumes. Mary had firm breasts in those days, rock-hard nipples, a sharp brain that lost the thread during the war. People say it's untreated syphilis, but Mr. Farrell puts it down to the Luftwaffe. Nobody wants to hear about the realities of mass bombing. Just soft memories of Churchill walking through wreckage and the royal family taking enemy flak. Mary tells him a white boy got knifed last night outside the youth club, stabbed through the heart. If he dies, it'll be halal murder. On a life support machine not expected to survive. The police are trying to hush it up to avoid a race war, but people should know the truth. She says it's those Pakis again, hooligans. Send the smelly little bastards back where they came from. Hang the ones who stabbed the white boy and kicked the rest out. Put them on a slow boat to Calcutta or wherever they come from. Mr. Farrell wonders if Mary remembers their night on the common, but doubts it. She has changed. Not so much her body, bone white and wasting away inevitable, but her eyes, emptied and sunk into the skull. Gossip says she's a drug addict, a slave to heroin and the men who keep her supplied. He sees little truth in it. Mary is too old for that recreation, and more importantly, doesn't have the money. Unless the other rumors are true. But who would pay to have sex with such a woman? She rants that their time's going to come. How much longer do whites have to get pissed on before someone does something? They give the immigrants the best flats, and what do whites get? Nothing but promises and excuses from the council. This new one will be worse than the last. Mr. Farrell continues. Sunday morning, streets busier than usual. Remembrance Day. Time to conjure the mighty fallen. Friends and relatives rotting in the Channel and mud of France. But he won't remember quite yet. Not till he's had breakfast and read the paper. Then he'll let the memories come back. Relive the good old days. Back home, his wife says she's made him a nice cup of tea. Milk and 2 sugars. She saw him talking with Mary Peacock from the kitchen window. She asked what Mary was saying. She looked upset, but she always looks upset these days. Not well, that woman. Mr. Farrell goes into the kitchen. His legs ache from 4 flights of stairs. The kettle is cold. He turns it on, puts a tea bag in his favorite red mug, gets milk and sugar ready. He looks at the mug and sees a small crack he's never noticed before. Bungra vibrates through the brickwork, the smell of curry. He likes Indian food. When the kettle boils, he makes his cuppa. He looks at the old photo, a picture of his wife who has been dead for the last 3 years. She tells him that will warm him up quick. Hard this time of year, but they always get through the cold weather in one piece. Christmas to look forward to, then the new year. A brand new start. Mrs. Farrell had high blood pressure, but the doctors operated anyway. An honest mistake. Mr. Farrell has seen death many times and understands, but he loves his wife. He is careful and keeps his wits about him. People can be narrow-minded. It makes him happy that his wife is still there, that he hears her voice and sees her face, even though her body is in the cemetery. If he didn't have her, he would be sad. Lonely even, but he will never be defeated. Bulldog blood flowing through his veins. He will stand tall and see it through. She asks if he's still going to Whitehall. Says he hasn't changed his mind, has he? He always says he'll go, but never does. Always leaves and returns before he's halfway there. She's got his medals ready. Let her see him wear them. They should have him laying wreaths, poppies for his friends. How many of those bastards lost people on D-Day? Politicians start wars. They don't fight them. Because the trouble and sign the forms and hide when the bombers come. How many of them suffered like he did? Answer her that. When Mr. Farrell finishes his tea, he takes the medals from his wife. He doesn't like it when she swears and never uses bad language in front of her. She saw and heard enough before he found her. They made her suffer, and then he played the hero. The medals gleam. He is embarrassed, but somehow proud at the same time. His wife's eyes light up when she sees the ribbons pinned to his chest. Most of his mates sold their medals to collectors to help pay bills, while some threw them away in disgust. But Mr. Farrell kept his for a rainy day. Mrs. Farrell admires her soldier, her knight in shining armor. The Englishman who looked for her 2 months after the concentration camp was liberated to find if she had survived. The man locks on Mary Peacock, calls her a fascist, an English Nazi, the way she talks about black people and Indians. With his own accent, his buried history, he feels the sting every time. His wife sits there as his hands move through her hair, still long the way it grew back after they married, a far cry from the shaven skull. He remembers lifting her into that truck, the texture of her head, the stench of death, mortal flesh, broken limbs, overpowering everything. A coffin dropping into soil, but the Nazis never wasted wood. The question surfaces, how many times the Ukrainian guards? He tells her instead that Mary Peacock is sad and bitter, that life has been cruel to her in its own way, that she needs a target. Not right, but true. Breakfast done, eggs, toast. He neatens himself at the mirror, combing his hair carefully. She sits at the window, staring toward the common. 3 years since she last left the flat. He kisses her cheek. She pulls him close. He feels the tears on his own face, smells the salt, and pulls away. He has to go. He doesn't want to miss the train. Hounslow East platform. The train arrives. He picks a seat. Nearly empty carriage. 2 youths in leather jackets opposite a man with 2 young children. The youths announce themselves patriots, verbally tear into the man and his kids. Smelly pocky bastards. Extermination, wiped off the earth. Hitler had the right idea. No black in the Union Jack. The Holocaust, a myth, a Jewish lie, a Zionist conspiracy. Arabs are shit stabbers, but nothing's as bad as a pocky. At the next station, the Indian father leads his children toward the doors. The taller youth follows, punches the man in the face, splits his lip, laughs because the blood is red. Doors open, he kicks the kids onto the platform. The father, torn between violence that goes against his nature and his crying children, chooses the kids. The youths share a joke, feeling good. Doors close, train speeds up. Mr. Farrell is alone in the carriage with the 2 boys. He feels no fear. White Anglo-Saxon Protestant male. A veteran. The mark of the bulldog cut into his forearms, filled with blue ink. He has killed for England. He wears his poppy with honor. He feels sad about the changes destroying his country. Foreign influences eating away at the fabric. Hospitals, schools, unions, industry, obliterated by transatlantic dogma. England has changed for the worse. Nobody stands against the invasion. A revolution he doesn't understand has left him behind. But he has his pride. He looks at the boys in leather jackets. More people should stand up for what they believe in, but nobody does anymore. The majority have little genuine pride in their national identity. He sits back, thinks of the war. Only those alive at the time care. Politicians make empty noises, using Remembrance Day for their own ends. The greater good has been redefined by arrogant men in expensive suits. Pride reinvented as cash flow charts. He pictures a young German recruit in a nameless village, younger than his killer. How many men did he kill? 6 or 7 for sure, maybe more. No regrets. He did his job, their lives or his. But the boy was different. Wounded, but still holding a gun. A possibility he might have shot Mr. Farrell, though in hindsight, unlikely. No time to think. He blew the boy's head apart. He remembers clearly. He tells himself people are the same everywhere, good and bad. Human beings essentially well-meaning, evil conditioned by fear. Men raped Mrs. Farrell while children burned in ovens. Maybe even they had their reasons. The next station arrives. No time for such emotion. He ignores the smell of dead flesh and burning hair. Walks toward the door, catching the 2 boys off guard. Breaks the first one's nose with a straight punch. Army boxing, outdoor work to retirement. He sees again the young German soldier with half a head, face down, brain mixed with mud. The second youth is surprised. Mr. Farrell has time to punch him too, blood from his mouth. He stares at them and sees only cowardice. Stupid kids repeating slogans, picking on an easy target. He wishes he had a gun. Then the anger is gone. The station is busy. The youths don't follow. Lord's Day of Rest. He walks with his head down, a dark shape. Nobody really notices the elderly, an outdated irrelevance. The world has moved forward. He'll leave Remembrance Day until next year. Mrs. Farrell will be disappointed, but the good old days can wait. She'll make him a nice cup of tea when he gets home. Milk and sugar. Nobody makes tea quite like Mrs. Farrell. Someone gets him round the neck, jams his arm behind his back, pulls him toward a van. A truncheon pokes him in the balls, pain shooting up through his gut. He says nothing, won't give them the satisfaction. The old Bill hate that. Bad news, but he's not discussing it. They can make up any story. Lips sealed. They pull and push him into the transit. He makes it as difficult as he can without actually resisting. Another truncheon stab, harder. His balls jump into his body, eyes watering. He doesn't want them thinking he's crying. It's a chemical reaction. Fucking agony. Bundled into the van. He smells the copper's breath, the man's face so close. Truncheon put away now, sweating, his face about to melt if he doesn't calm down. A waxwork with an erection. A hard man to avoid. The copper leans in, calls him scum. Breathing all over him, he looks out the window. They should be lined up against the wall and shot, hung from lampposts till they rot. He spots Mark and Rod further down the street, moving away from the old Bill, melting into the crowd toward Stamford Bridge. Half glad they're getting away, half nasty enough to wish they'd been nicked too. Getting done alone is worse. The old Bill are excited. He keeps his eyes out the window, doesn't answer, knows it winds them up. Not a good idea, but neither is getting nicked in the first place. A bad day. He should bow down, act humble, admit how sorry he is, but they can fuck off. Coppers love showing off power. They want him to act gutted. He's not. He'll survive. He should build some connection. They still have to write reports, and thick as they are, they know how to tell a story. Overactive imaginations, a mean streak to the bone. Courts believe them, he should play the game. But he's narked with himself more than anything, and he still hates them. They tell him to wait till he's down the station. He won't be so cocky in a cell. Scum like him are destroying the country. He waits for the lecture about that golden age when everyone did as they were told, never questioned, doors never locked. Toy Town, no pissheads, junkies, killers, no sex, everyone a virgin, swollen balls down to their ankles. A miracle the race didn't explode. They had the right idea in the old days, the copper says. Flogging. The Arabs have the right idea, an eye for an eye. 9 of them in the van, 6-man city, 3 Chelsea as far as he can make out. The city lads mostly sloppy, drunk, except one black boy who looks out of place. Fat cunts with red faces. The biggest has love and hate across his knuckles. A wank job. Born in strange ways the way he's dressed, but Nick now no trouble. Old Bill in the middle, keeping the peace. He feels like a right cunt for letting himself get pulled into a punch-up round the corner from the tube. That behavior belongs to 50,000 crowds when the old Bill had better things to do. Walking down from the maltster, 10 or so Manchester lads pissed up, mouthing off, walking around like they own the place. Not a firm, but not peace and love merchants either. A few Chelsea beer monsters start on them, and before he knows it, he's joining in. Nothing serious. Stupid. They weren't looking for city. Had gone to see a mate of rods, hung about too long. But a ruck sucks you into the center, especially after a few sherbets. Too much lager before a match. Rubbish, and nobody has to tell him. He's messed up. Let his standards slip. Now he's sitting in the van like a prat. They'll book him down the station, the copper says, but the cells are getting full, so they're taking him over to Wandsworth Nick. He wants to laugh in the man's face. No way, the cells are busy against city. He's heard the line before. Why does he bother? The bloke doing the talking has a thin face and bulging eyes. Bullfrog breed. A dedicated look about him. He believes in what he's doing. The copper claims he wants to make the streets safe for pensioners and kids. Probably a stamp collector in his spare time. The fat one he works with is more into hardcore porn and 15 pints. They should hassle real criminals, rapists, muggers, nonces, instead of wasting time at football. Missing the point. But they're taking home a healthy wage for having fun at taxpayer expense. He reckons some of them love it more than the fans do. The fat one joins in, telling the lads they won't get much joy in Wandsworth. Warns them to make sure their arses are ready because the Nick doesn't like football hooligans. Says they'll walk with a wiggle by the time they're released tonight. Shitting themselves because their arses have been split. He knows the man's 100% wanker. Who does he think he's conning? Just because a bloke goes down doesn't mean he turns into a queer. The copper knows he's talking bollocks, but has to try it on. Part of his thinking from all that wanking in Hendon as a boy recruit, repeating nonsense trendy lefties like to put about, that everyone's a bum bandit on the quiet. Those cunts love it, with their scabby clothes and wishful thinking. Their world revolves around the male arsehole. They lecture the country about equal rights for queers and how shafting other blokes is natural, then ran on about prison bum bandits to prove the point. If it's no big thing like they say on those late-night TV programs, cunts slapping each other on the back trying to be unemotional, then why go on about it like it's exclusive? Those cunts know fuck all about reality. They get their piece of paper and think that's it. A plush job, then retire to the TV studio to continue their lectures. Cradle to grave. That's why nobody in London wants to know about today's Labour Party. They should roll up their sleeves, get their hands dirty, build up a sweat. A day's hard graft would kill them. They're the cunts who wash their hands after a piss, never before. The fat copper calls to the driver. Right, Bob, let's get this rubbish down the station. He shuts the back doors, says he needs a cup of tea and a cheese roll, tells Bob to put his foot down because he's starving. The van starts up, crawling through traffic for the short ride to Fulham Police Station. He's been there before. He thinks of the time against West Ham. Got nicked when they piled into the pub and it went off right in the doorway. Standing there minding his own business, the doors burst open, a mob steams in, bopping up and down. He turns around, that whistle bubbles going through his head, before one of the cunts smacks him in the mouth. A split second with no time to react. The pub was packed with Chelsea. West Ham were there for 5 seconds before bottles, glasses, chairs, and tables sent them back into the street. They piled out fast as they'd arrived, and the old Bill took their place, steaming in with truncheons. He was one of the unlucky ones. The copper just grabbed the nearest body, just like this one now. A wicked day. West Ham causing havoc all over the shop. The cells really were full, and the old Bill gave it the big one about putting them in Wandsworth, but nothing happened. They got them down the station and moved them to a truck with cells. They sat there for 2 hours, a real premature burial effort. Half of them needed a piss and kept asking the coppers, who laughed like the cunts they are, telling them they'd get a kicking if they pissed themselves. 3 coppers sat at the front telling stories. One with a bigger mouth than most went on about a queer he'd nicked down some bogs who wouldn't go in the cell, said he was scared of small spaces. The bloke promised he wouldn't close the door. Soon as the queer went in, bang went the door. Said the queer was screaming and going mental when he turned the key, frothing at the mouth like he'd picked up rabies. The copper just laughed and walked off. Some laughter from the lads in the cells. The old Bill liked that. A show of unity. The fat copper gives the city black lad some verbal. Asks what he's looking at. Tells him not to come down here, causing trouble in the white man's streets. Says he should stay in Moss Side with his drugs and whores. Slow ride. Traffic diverted away from Stamford Bridge, causing a jam. All the people on foot move in one direction, off to football like every Saturday. Like those fish that go back where they were born. Something inside forces them back in the blood. Upstream all the way, but you just have to get there. It's going on all over the country, and Chelsea's one of the bigger clubs. He thinks of all those shit teams who will never do anything, only get a couple of thousand through the turnstile, and knows that if Chelsea were the same, he'd still be there. The copper says they don't care about football, just come for a fight. Tells them to piss off and let the other idiots get on with it. If they're stupid enough to come every week, they should watch in peace and quiet. He doesn't have a clue. Talking to himself, repeating rubbish from the telly and the papers. 5 minutes later, the van arrives at the station. Things have quietened down because the old Bill get bored when no one answers back. The day's grinding to a halt. For him, it ended with getting nicked. The city fans came a long way and will be into their hangovers soon. A wasted trip. Manchester to London for a few hours in a cell and a date in court. Now it's just procedure and petty digs. Endless wind-ups and irritation. The coppers stand outside the doors, telling them to hurry up because they haven't got all day. The sooner they get in and get checked, the sooner they can go home. He expects a kick or punch, but they're standing back, bored out of their skulls. The excitement died down quickly. They've realized it was a small scuffle, not the start of a major riot. Not like the system's going to be overthrown. You'd think after all these years policing football they'd understand what goes on, but they still haven't got a clue. Makes you wonder where they dig them up from. And who's in charge of the operation? Probably some old geriatric with a cabinet full of recommendations he never did anything for, and a brain rotting with the clap. They're led inside to be charged. The bullfrog copper holds his arm like he's going to do a runner. Public enemy number one. He gives his details, Tom Johnson, no previous, saying only what's necessary. The copper behind the desk writes it down as though on a go-slow, glasses slipping down his nose, a bald patch like a monk, doesn't look at him the whole time, just stares at the forms. Another statistic. He takes his time. The bullfrog shuffles his feet, getting impatient. That makes two of them. They take him to be photographed and fingerprinted. A load of shit. He said he's never been nicked before because maybe nothing will show up on record. It happens sometimes. That's what he's heard. So it's always worth a go. He hasn't been in trouble for a few years, so it won't count when the case comes to court. That's the theory. But a simple lie keeps them off your back. The copper leading him around tries small talk. Now the commotion's over, and the paperwork's got to be done. He looks at the man thinking he'd like to nut him, break the bridge of his nose, see those eyes pop out of his skull, or stick a banger in his mouth, watch the fuse burn and his head explode. Wanker. Why don't they turn a blind eye now and again? It's not serious. A few punches and a bit of shouting. A scuffle that generally looks worse than the reality. Major efforts like Tottenham only come around a couple of times a season. He's led to a cell with some other Chelsea lads. City get their own accommodation. Last they'll see of them. He nods to the others and sits down. Time to go through the boredom of waiting till the game finishes. The old Bill check his details and decide to let him out. Then he'll be down Horse Ferry Magistrates listening to three old squires who should be 6 feet under telling him what a fucking evil bastard he is. He'll stand there listening to the usual bollocks, and worst of all, he'll have to pay the cunts a fine for the privilege. A skinny kid looks to the rest of them for a reaction. Says he was just standing there trying to keep out of the way when he got arrested. There were blokes having a go at each other. He was trying to find a way past. Then someone thumped him from behind across the back of the shoulders. He felt the man against him and used his elbow to get him off. Thought it was a City fan, but when he turned to get away, it was a policeman. An older bloke tries not to laugh, tells the kid that's bad luck. He's a football hooligan now. The kid says it's not fair. He's never been in trouble before. He's going to plead not guilty, say it was an accident. He asks if they think they'll believe him. The older bloke tells the skinny kid he's got no chance, but to have a go if it makes him feel better. There's no such thing as accidents when it comes to the old Bill. A man can do 15 years for nothing because the bastards decide to stitch someone up and they never apologize. Look at all the cases showing up years later. It's no honest mistake. They need a conviction and grab someone off the street. They just want to look good. They're not interested in minor details like innocence and guilt. Another bloke joins in. He spat in the gutter outside the ground, and a copper on a horse told him he was nicked. He laughed because he thought the man was taking the piss, but the copper called his mate over, and here he is. They'll nick you for anything. Probably on a bonus scheme, getting so much per arrest. He listens to their stories. The skinny kid getting charged with assault when it was him and the others to blame. The young lad spitting in the gutter. The other bloke swapping punches with Manchester drunks. A man in an anorak like the trainers wear, pissed and bleary-eyed. A bunch of losers. Him included. Minor league stuff that shows how the old Bill wastes time on trivia. Why bother with all this when they could be putting themselves about where it counts? This is the easy option. Grab some bystander and spend the afternoon writing it up. He pays his taxes, and this is what he gets in return. He reckons a few of them agree, just following the political line, wasting resources. Rod says there are more people employed monitoring football hooligans than tracking down child molesters. He doesn't know if it's true, but if it is, it's down to politics. The pisshead says his brother's mate was in Belize on a bounty for the gorillas he shot. Bounty hunting in the army. Says he bagged 5 of the bastards, stationed in Belize City. When he wasn't training, he spent his time with whores, getting drunk, or in the jungle killing gorillas. Says it pissed all over patrolling Belfast. The drunk must be lying, either him or the soldier. He can't imagine the army paying bounties. Then again, when you stop and think, that's what the blokes who sign up are doing anyway. Then they slag off mercenaries. Everyone has a go at his lot as well, but what's the difference? The only one he can see is that an average bloke who gets in a fight in his own time doesn't get paid and isn't killing anyone. But maybe he's missing something. One of the two with a strictly casual appearance, more of a nutter than the others, though he doesn't know his face, says City got a kicking before the old Bill got there. They were sounding off, and you don't have to take that from anyone. Serves him right. He starts thinking about that bird Steve battered in Manchester. That's the kind of bloke who should be sitting in here, not his lot. Steve should be in Wandsworth or Brixton or some other hole, getting a hiding from the other prisoners. Nobody likes a nonce. They reckon there's honor among thieves. Maybe there is, maybe not. Depends who you're talking about. But one thing's for sure, sex offenders and queers are the scum of the earth. More so inside because there's got to be some kind of standards when you're being treated like shit. If the cunts aren't sectioned, it doesn't take long before they get carved up. Mark did 3 months for assault after he hospitalized some bloke outside a club in Shepherd's Bush. He was out with his older brother Mickey and some mates, must have been 20 at the time, and he was the only one who got done. Mark said it wasn't as bad as he thought because there were some interesting men inside, old-time crooks and apprentice hoods. As long as you didn't show any weakness, you were okay. Mind you, it's no way to live, and he swore he'd never go back. Not that Mark's changed his ways. He's just a bit smarter than the rest and keeps his wits about him. Mark kicked the fuck out of a nonce one time. Says the screw stood back and watched. Laughed as he sorted the bloke out. Didn't give a fuck. The bloke had raped a kid or something and deserved what he got. The blood was thick like he'd hit an artery. And Mark got a bit worried because you can't hide a murder inside. The screws told the bloke to get up and shut his mouth, took him off to the doctor, and sectioned the bastard. It made Mark feel better because he was boiling up and had to take it out on someone. He supposes there's a pecking order everywhere you go. People follow the same rules whether they live in a 50-room mansion in Kensington or 500 to a cell in Brixton. Everyone's trying to better themselves. They all want to get another rung up the ladder and make themselves feel important. There's always got to be some cunt worse off because if you reach rock bottom, you're fucked. Mark says he has no regrets. A copper looks in through the hatch and laughs. Chelsea are getting stuffed. City scored 3 times in the first 20 minutes, and the new goalkeeper's busted his leg. Hard to know if he's telling the truth. They get a thrill out of winding you up. It's all cat and mouse once they've got you under lock and key. Mind games. Though you blank the comments and insults, it starts to get on your nerves after a while. He remembers one time he got put in the cells overnight for being pissed on a Friday night in Hammersmith. He woke up with a hangover, and a copper said he'd raped some bird. Followed her after she got out of a taxi and fucked her around the back of the opticians. He was so pissed he went for some chips, and they caught him. He couldn't remember anything and was shitting it. He'd lost 2 hours of his life and only just remembered getting nicked. Everything else was blank. The copper went off, and he sat there for half an hour. He saw himself sent down for 10 years, ending up like the nonce Mark battered. He wanted to tell someone it wasn't him responsible, that he must have been on remote control, that he didn't remember anything, so how could they blame him? If you don't have a memory of what you've done, How can they charge you for the crime? He sat there feeling like shit. Knew that's what nonsense say. That they hear voices or can't help themselves. He could see it all coming his way. Up in court, the shame, everyone turning against him, then the years inside. He'd rather have topped himself. Then another copper came along to give him a cup of tea. He asked what happened. The copper said he kicked some dustbins over and was singing football songs in the middle of the street dodging traffic. Drunk and disorderly, but they weren't going to charge him. Just a warning, then send him home. He was so happy he could have hugged the man. His hangover disappeared as he drank the tea. That one was all right. He sat there waiting for them to let him go home, and the bloke in the next cell had killed his wife the previous night. He could hear the man crying. They'd had an argument, and he knifed her. Just went mental, according to the policeman. 1 minute, his wife was there shouting at him. The next, she was going stiff. He felt bad for him. Life is shit sometimes, and there's always going to be someone around the corner waiting to take advantage. Slip up, and every cunt's on to you before you've hit the pavement. The drunk asks a copper passing the cell what the score is at the game. 1-0 to Chelsea. Silence. The drunk asks if the Chelsea keeper has broken his leg. Not as far as he knows. The keeper just saved a penalty. The radio said it was one of the best saves seen at Chelsea for years. He knows people probably think Vince Matthews went a bit mental when he left England, came back a shadow of his old self. But it doesn't bother him. He views everything from a different angle now. Sees it in perspective. Skinheads running over the bridge toward Hayes with a big mob behind them. Locals outnumbering the shaven-headed aliens 10-1. Big blokes with machetes and those kung fu sticks Indians use when they're looking for trouble. Then a nuclear explosion as the pub blows up. Petrol bombs inside. More like popping glass. Everyone hangs in the air for a second, like the film's been stopped, someone in a recording studio chopping up the negatives. Then their brains click into what the noise is. They were there a few minutes before watching the business Four Skins. Last resort play. The locals, armed and called out for duty, probably angry because of the NF March. When Blair Peach got a pasting. That sort of thing sticks. When a mob of skinheads comes on your manor, you're not going to muck about asking questions. Tabloid pinups go a long way. Read your papers, and every skinhead is a white fascist who hates brown and black faces. Never mind the J.A. music and clothes. The old rude boy style. Stories going round about East London hooligans thieving from shops and slagging off Indian women and girls, someone's mothers and daughters. Do that, and you're asking for trouble because white blokes from outside think Indians and Pakis can't look after themselves. Which is a load of shit. Everyone goes along with the easy image that blacks, even Greeks and Turks up in North London, are so fucking hard that Indians just inherit corner shops and cash and carries. But if you knew some of the blokes in Southall, George, who got embarrassed when his old man stopped to give him a lift home after school, summer windows open in his Ford estate, devotional sitar music playing, yelling at his son to be careful crossing the road. George knew blokes in the local National Front, or at least blokes who said they were NF, but understood none of the politics and wouldn't believe Martin Webster was bent. Just thought the NF badge made them hard and got the Socialist Workers' Party and Anti-Nazi League going. Same kind of thinking that makes the Union Jack an anarchist symbol. George said he saw their point of view, in a funny sort of way. He was like an honorary white boy, though. No Uncle Tom doing tricks in the white man's circus. A hooligan who worked as a hod carrier in Hanwell, then built himself up with weights and did some kind of training, one of the martial arts, maybe kung fu. Nobody would push him because he'd been inside, did Borstal, and was never that bothered. Fuck knows where he was when the skins got steamed in Southall. He'd been around years before when the NF tried to march through and the whole area mobbed up, a right royal riot, and Blair Peach, a red teacher militant or something according to the papers, got killed, battered to death. A lot say it was the SPG. They've changed their name now, big deal. The studios of the Ruts and Misty and Roots got trashed. Black and White United. the West London punk and reggae bands. George and his crew were down there that day riding along the Uxbridge Road. He kicked a copper in the bollocks, and his extended family were straight in. Real Indians without the cropped head and natty clothes George wore. When there was trouble, they'd turn up with ceremonial swords in the boots of their rusty imports and do the business. He got a kicking a couple of times off Indian gangs after dark at closing time, just part of the landscape. But Southall was rioting in broad daylight, and the police steamed into everyone in sight. George and the family nicked a bus, gave the driver a kicking. Bit out of order that, but bad things happen in times of war. People go too far, commit atrocities. Always the innocent who get lumbered. George himself was up behind the wheel, putting his foot down, racing through the streets, a double-decker 207 he thinks it was, but who cares about numbers? They never paid the fare on that trip. Southall looks after itself. Go down there, it's another world. People all over, shops full of food spilling onto the pavement. Always something happening. A different kind of culture younger whites find hard to get into because blacks have their own thing and the music lets whites in on their life a bit. But the Indians, another story, just do it and live it. A single attitude. That's why West London is a different place to South London or even North London. That history, that punk flavor, whether it's the Ruts or that Oi riot, two strands of the same thing. He thinks about all this sitting in the cafe he uses. The most authentic Indian cafe in the whole of Southall. A bit unusual for this part of the world because it's mostly South Indian food. Masala dosas and talis, even idlis in the morning, which he has on the way to work if he's got the time. This place is the business, authentic meaning the real thing. The best way to spend Saturday evening is sitting in here. He hasn't been in a Southall pub for years because they're all shit. Who needs drink when he can come here, have his food, then wash it down with a bang lassie, the original item, a lassie with a bang. The bloke who runs the place remembers him from when they were kids. He knew George, George's cousin, the hooligan who went back to India and runs a guest house in Bombay. Some reckon he's a fool because Bombay is full of junkies. Others say he's into the old export business. Maybe he is, maybe he isn't. Could be he just wants to live there. He doesn't know the truth about the situation. Hasn't seen the bloke for a good 10 years, maybe longer. He's like two different people. The bang lassies take his head off, and the prices are authentic as well. A special rate because he's a familiar face, one of the old Herberts. Thanks for the cocktail of drugs mixed in with the lassie. Saturday night, and he's watching the people pass outside like he's back in India, the other side of the globe. He doesn't have to move from this place to see the world. Just let the lassie take effect and look through the window. A good mix tonight? The chaps have done him proud. A jug of water on the table with dents in the metal. His hearing must be going, because he can hear the voices change in the background, the sound of punk. A good memory, from the Ruts to the Four Skins. Seems to have quietened down these days, though. Go across London to Bethnal Green and Whitechapel, and it's another story altogether. You'd think it would have sorted itself out by now. Especially after the Trafalgar Square riot. That was the last punk riot. A few political groups there, but a lot of everyday people as well. Everyone up for a go at the police. That was the dirty side of punk after it went underground. Animal rights and squats, white dreadlocks. But a lot of ordinary people. How he remembers it, that was what punk was all about. Ordinary people with nothing to say about fashion except that it was shit and a con and a giant ripoff. Morons. Trafalgar Square was surreal. South Africa House on fire, bongos vibrating through Nelson's ears, smoke everywhere, horses and riot police, bricks and truncheons. The police lost control that day. The big restaurants in the West End got wrecked. Must be a good feeling putting bricks through the windows of McDonald's and steakhouses. None of the Indian restaurants got touched. Just the big corporations and banks. Serves them right. All that bad investment and manipulation. He's moving now, his head working in a lot of different directions. The peaceful bustle outside has the same kind of electricity as those riots. Shouting voices and political violence without the organizations, youth rivalries, the race question which those at the top keep using. He wonders where these people come from. They should try living around here for a while and they'll know what's what. They always go for what they think is the easy option. That's why the Indians get attacked so often. That belief that they're somehow incapable of defending themselves, that they're weak, that they're all peace and purity, a punch bag for the rest of the country to have a go at when they need to unload frustration. But it's not like that. He knows that from growing up in the area. It's bound to happen, different groups, but you're living in the real world, not some whitewashed Tory idea of a constipated paradise or socialist ideal of good-natured underdog. Just people. That's what it is. Just people. This Bang Lassie is doing his brain in. He sees Rajiv coming in now, sitting down opposite with the small wooden chess set. Punjabi made, Rajiv tells him. Rajiv knocks back his Bang Lassie, talking quietly, too quietly. He knows what Rajiv is saying, but can't get to grips with the words. Funny that. Rajiv sets the chess pieces up. No place for violence and riots anymore because it was a long time ago and they've all grown up. Chess is a gentleman's game, a bit of logical thinking and calm. Fucking right it is. They're starting with a bang. Big Bang theories. The Saturday night ritual for the last 6 months now. His mind set on the king and queen, washing away the aggravation. Something inbred and part of the culture, his life story, something that gets dismissed and ignored. It's easy to see how history is just the winners telling everyone how bad the losers are. Johnny Rotten said that. Should call the boy Lydon, he supposes. Classic line that sums the whole thing up. Even he's got another life now. Maybe that was what started him thinking about all that punk stuff, how everything's gone back to square one again. Then those stories on the telly about the BNP in the East End. The NF have changed their name as well, just like the SPG. He would have thought that was all in the past now, that they'd gone through a bit of a breaking point with those 2 Southall riots. He grew up with Indians and Pakistanis and knows the difference. 2 separate countries. They killed hundreds of thousands just to get that border. And don't forget Bangladesh. That was the starting point, knowing the difference. Maybe there was a bit of aggro now and again, but that was just different gangs of kids. Even Paki bashers used to be black and white. That was bad enough. Sad bastards. But not like this new stuff. Young kids getting stabbed to death. What's going on? Even that Orr riot. Who's to say those skinheads were racist? He doesn't know. It's all up in the air, and there's accepted stories about history invented by those in power who weren't even there in the first place. He can't get his head around it. Can't get his head around this game of chess. 3 moves in now, and he's looking down through the board, down through the white squares, and there are tunnels drilled through the table, except there's no bottom, and the sides are red, marble instead of wood, a translucent red haze. Very odd. Some significance, he supposes. Symbolic, maybe. Or just confusion. He doesn't care. He's got to make the next move. Another step forward in the evolution of man. This man, move a piece forward and put the opposition under pressure. Shift the emphasis to Rajiv so he has to work out a plan. It's all about clear thinking and seeing beyond the initial action, making the right decision when there are so many different versions of the truth, getting beyond the generalizations, and having respect for the opponent. Chess is more than competition. Of course it is. That's why he and Rajiv play the game, every Saturday without fail. George's cousin brings a masala dosa over. Rajiv is getting stuck in. He can't remember, trying to think whose go it is, and he doesn't want to ask. There must be a bit of something special in this lassie because he's having trouble keeping his thoughts together, pulling the different strands tight, adjusting the contradictions. Like the information has got tangled together and his brain is being squeezed by the rush of images. He's thinking back again into the past, trying to remember if Rajiv made the last move or was it him? He just doesn't know. He can't ask. Can't ask the question. He can't fucking speak. Just can't get the words together clearly. No such word as can't. That's what they say. A full steam ahead attitude. Rajiv is sitting dead still with a chunk of dosa in his hand and sambar sauce dripping onto his plate. Just silence now. Then the sound of the ruts in the background. He can hear ghosts. Malcolm Owen singing H-Eyes. Poor bloke. It's all there in the song. No need to say anything else. Imagine writing a song about your own death. How did his mum feel? Poor woman. And his dad. It makes him miserable. Such a waste of a good life. Then the voice is fading, and the foreskins are singing Wonderful World, going on about the sus laws. A strange moment because the Ruts had a song called Sus. Never thought of it before, not till this second. You'd be hard-pressed to find anyone who wouldn't consider the two groups on opposite ends of the political spectrum. But maybe they just don't understand. He doesn't know. Just a thought. What does the man put in the Bang Lassie? He's got that paranoid feeling, like everything he thinks he's saying out loud. No secrets. He's got to ask Rajiv whose move it is. The words are there now, full frontal delivery. Rajiv lifts his head, looking up from the board, telling him that he doesn't know. He can't remember. A bit of a gap in the conversation as they both try acting with a spark of dignity. The clatter of plates as the cafe closes up for the night and the plate cleaning gets underway. They always let them keep playing till they're finished, but they have to know whose turn it is. So he and Raj start playing backwards, trying to retrace their steps, to see how they ended up in the present situation, making slow moves on the board so they don't forget. Looking back on choices, turning time upside down and shaking it so the answers fall out. He must remember his original position. But after a couple of backward moves, he's forgotten. He hopes the same goes for Raj, that Raj isn't carrying the image in his mind. He doesn't want to look stupid, but somehow he knows Raj is in the same state. Those Bang Lassies. Talk about value for money. That's what they're getting. No doubt about that. This is the authentic India right here in this cafe. They could be in Rajasthan right now, sitting in a desert town confused by the Golden Crescent's finest export, brought across the desert by bandits. The Thar Desert here in Southall, except there's no Pakistani border to cross. It's magic. He doesn't have to leave London for a taste of the East. All that travel overseas, the clatter of plates in the kitchen, water running. They're sitting here staring at the chessboard. Lovely colors, too, pulsating and swaying, wooden fractals going with the grain. Not much to say. All quiet. Just his heart thumping. Nothing to think about but the next move. Monday morning. He sits in a cafe watching people pass in the street outside, hurrying to their offices. The men are identical with black suits and naughty haircuts. The women don't vary their style much either, but there's some nice birds around. Dirty office girls, just like the one serving him coffee in a Danish. She walks around with her nose in the air like she's renting a room at Buckingham Palace. Can't be more than 22, but thinks she's a cut above the rest. Birds like this are easy to work out. They come from money and are bred to be arrogant. They look down on ordinary girls, slag them off as common, but get one of these stuck-up birds between the sheets and they're away. It's all down to upbringing. Arrogant makes for a good shag. They don't care about anybody but themselves. He smiles at the girl as she gives him his order. She lifts her head and turns away. She'll get a fucking nosebleed if she's not careful. Her nostrils up there in space-denning satellites. Real Himalaya's job. But he lets her think he's hooked. That he reckons she's a cracker. That somehow the fact she's good-looking and well-groomed makes her more than another snotty-nosed slag. She stalks off rolling a shapely arse, and he keeps his eyes on her. She can't resist looking back. When she catches him staring, she marches into the back of the cafe. He wants to laugh. Classic. Half an hour before he's due in court, killing time round the corner from Horseferry Magistrates. He's been in these courts before he got wise. Knows the place well enough, but it's a good job. Time has passed since his last visit. Otherwise, the magistrates might be looking at something more than a fine. He bites into the Danish and wishes it was a proper cafe with decent food. Not a greasy spoon, just somewhere that doesn't have its head so far up its arse. Danish pastries, croissants, and all the other European shit leave him cold. That's the kind of rubbish you have to put up with abroad. What the fuck is it doing here? Taking over in the rich areas because every cunt thinks the frogs and IDs are better than us. It's because they don't belong in the culture around them that they have to look over the channel. When it's time, he gives the waitress a big, friendly smile and asks for the bill. She's toned down a bit now. When he's paid, he leaves a $5 in the dish, makes sure she sees it, then flashes his teeth at her like a prize wanker. Real devil worship stuff. Done up in his best gear for the magistrates, she might even reckon he's worth a few bob. She's sweet now because a whore's a whore, wherever you go and whatever the accent. Only difference, birds on street corners are upfront about what they're doing. The girl returns the smile. He walks round the corner and up the steps leading to the court. The foyer's full of nervous first-timers and cocky pros who think the whole thing's a joke. Sick humor. The other Chelsea boys are up as well, and to make things interesting, there's 4 Millwall lads down the corridor. He knows they're Millwall from the crest and slogan sweatshirt one of them's wearing, scruffy bastards. Haven't made any kind of effort. No respect for authority. They'll be down there in the League Cup in a couple of weeks. It'll be mental. Even if the cunt with the shirt wasn't there, it would still be easy to tell them apart by the rest of the gear. It's easy working out where football fans come from. Not even the style. That spreads fast enough. There's something more. Scousers look like Scousers. Geordies are Geordies. Forget the clothes and look at the haircuts and tashes for Northerners. Their heads are a different shape. The faces look like they belong to another race. Let's go back to tribal times. Take London, go to any derby, and you can tell different firms apart. Not just the niggers at Arsenal and Yeeds at Tottenham. Something more. From experience where they come from. West Ham and Millwall are tatty, even when they're looking smart. Common blood with West Ham and Millwall, the difference from living on opposite sides of the river. Same with Arsenal and Tottenham. Then there's Chelsea and nothing clubs like Rangers and Brentford. The Millwall boys are giving them the eye. No love lost. Chelsea generally have a bit more cash because West London's a classier place than Peckham and Deptford. Acton and Hammersmith piss all over the Old Kent Road. He feels a bit of a cunt in his Sunday best, but that's why they're on a hanger in his cupboard. Weddings, funerals, and court appearances. All the sad occasions. If you can save £100 dressing up for a couple of hours, then why not? The waitress was obviously impressed. He looks at the sheet pinned to the wall. A mix of drunk driving, theft, assault, the standard football charge of threatening behavior, and a rape. Bad news, that last one. People mill around talking. A cross-section of everyday blokes, though the men doing the defending all come from the same classrooms. Easy to tell? No need to look? They're the cunts with the clipped accents. Stroppy the lot of them. Relations of the bird in the cafe. All men as well, not a woman in sight. Suppose it's true what they say. A man's world when it comes to crime. The kid on the assault charge talks with his brief. Shitting himself. He doesn't belong here. And it's out of order. They put that kind of bloke through the grinder. Shows what cunts the old Bill are. They stitch themselves up in the end because they turn everyone against them. He thinks of Tottenham. Anything they give him today will be okay. Because he'll be watching the coppers, magistrates, and all those other snides sitting around wanking themselves off. He's been in there with the lads doing some of their own, and they haven't got a clue. He hasn't bothered with a brief. No point. Just plead guilty and get it over with. Nobody saw him do anything but bollocks. Why bother? The first time he got nicked, he'd done fuck all. Just a young lad into football, a drink, and a quick punch-up if one came his way. The old Bill turned up after a bit of trouble, and he was straight in the van, even though he was just passing by. Down Fulham Nick in 10 minutes. When he got to court, he pleaded not guilty. A big mistake. Whatever they say about the British legal system being the best in the world, it's shit. They say you're innocent till proven guilty. But the first thing the magistrates did was order him to sign on every Saturday when football was on till his case came up. He waited 2 months and learnt a lesson from a bloke up on the same charge. Another teenage bystander who'd done nothing But he was smart, pleaded guilty, paid his fine, and took his chance. Said he couldn't be bothered and didn't want to miss Chelsea. Funny that one. The bloke told the magistrate what happened, and the old cunt looked at him like he was a nuclear scientist gone mental. Said that if what the kid was saying was true, then he should be pleading not guilty. The bloke knew that if he did that, he'd have to sign on like him. He wanted to watch Chelsea. They had some good games coming up. He told the magistrate he just wanted to plead guilty. Everyone knew the score. A lottery. The kid almost begged the bloke to accept he was guilty, even though his statement said he wasn't. The magistrate convicted and fined him. For 2 months, he signed his name at 3 o'clock, while everyone was down Chelsea. Could have shot down the ground for half-time, but what was the point? A miserable time. He was shitting it as well. Like being a virgin, not knowing what to expect. He got himself a brief, and the man was a plonker if ever there was one. Standing outside, waiting to go in, first time he'd seen him face to face. The brief said a few words and made a crack about not liking Saturdays because all the riffraff came in for the football. He lived in Fulham, one of the cunts who pushed house prices up and gave the area a dodgy reputation. Wanker with a plum in his mouth. Having said that, he went into court, and the copper who nicked him must have been brain damaged at birth, though that's being unkind to Flids. The bloke representing him did a good job. He got Mark and Rod to give evidence, and the arresting officer mucked up his story. The magistrates didn't like it, but they couldn't really get away with a conviction. The old Bill were gutted. A good moment. His brief asked for costs, and the cunt in charge snapped at him and said no. Said he shouldn't have been where he was when he got nicked. He can't dwell on the past, though. What's done is done, but it shapes you for the future. When his turn comes, he pleads guilty and tells the 3 waxworks staring at him that he regrets his actions and was only defending himself. He waits for the speech. A lot of cases lined up, so the man in the middle, a prat with greasy black hair who looks like he hangs around schools at closing time, gets to the point and says he should be ashamed of himself. Asks him what his parents and friends think about him being in court. He has to tuck his head into his chest so he doesn't burst out laughing. The magistrate probably thinks he's ashamed. He should tell the man to shut up and stop molesting kids. But what's the point of stitching himself up? He's got to keep quiet, take his punishment, and come out smelling of roses. He looks up quickly and sees the fat woman next to him, nodding her head. Real dyke prison warden effort in desperate need of a length. The 3rd magistrate wishes he was inspecting his stamp collection. He wants to go home and seems a bit embarrassed by it all, like the rest of them. He walks out with a 200-pound hole in his pocket. A con, but he's seen it before. He doesn't hang about, no point saying anything, because it's meaningless, and he's got nothing worth saying. These people are scum. Everything's sorted before the accused arrives. Sometimes you get lucky, but even then you still have to put up with the hassle. There's never an apology. Look at all those paddies who got stitched up by the old Bill, not to mention all the other bastards through the years. There must be loads of poor sods rotting away inside, framed by bent coppers. He's got the old Bill's number. Just keep away from them and live your life on the quiet. Only wankers get done. Wankers like him. He walks away from the court and remembers the waitress. He looks at his watch, 12:30. Worth a try. He heads back to the cafe, goes in, sits at the same table. The bird sees him come in, and though she tries to hide it, he sees she recognizes him. When she comes over, he tells her he's had a hard morning, been busy signing a big contract, made $5,000 in his pocket, but it took a bit of doing. She raises her eyebrows. He tells her life is hard on the streets. She nods and says she knows what he means. He wants to crack up, but keeps a straight face. The slag walks to the back of the cafe to get his order. He sits back and watches the people outside. The streets are getting busy with office workers running around looking for food. The fine doesn't faze him. a risk you take. He doesn't like the law or any of those involved, but there's no point getting wound up. 200 quid's a drop in the ocean. The amount of gear he sells on the side from the warehouse keeps him going. That and a modest wage. It's always the fringe benefits that see you through. Leave it to management and you'll lag behind all your life. He drinks more coffee and eats a sandwich. Life's okay if you know how to handle yourself. Horse Ferry Magistrates is a minor inconvenience, not the end of the world. Keep your chin up, and they can't touch you. He's thinking how to spend the rest of the day, but has a good idea of the way it's going to go. He's on a near enough cert, no point going into the warehouse this afternoon. He told him he was going to a funeral. They won't miss him at work. Everyone respects death. He doesn't fancy a day off his holidays for the old bill. Far better to invent a family tragedy. When he starts getting bored, he catches the waitress's eye, and she comes over. She's a good looker and has that rich bitch sleaze about her. This is the fucking class war. Not a bunch of cunts dressed up thinking they're hard when they're more into their clothes than getting stuck in. If they want to go on about class, they should have a bit of this bird working out his bill. Or just give up the notion and get stuck in at the football, where you avoid the limelight and do the business without justifying yourself. Aggravation without the excuses. He asks her if there's a decent pub nearby. She gives directions, a 5-minute walk. He asks what time she knocks off. 1:30. He asks her along for a drink, and she says yes. Not a second's hesitation. He thinks about giving her another hefty tip, but decides against it. A bit obvious, and he's into her for a $5 already. They give each other the eye, and he watches her arse move all the way back to the kitchen. He finds the pub easy enough and sits down with a pint of lager and a paper. One of those central London pubs done up nice enough but without much character and hardly any locals. The dinner hour mob are clearing out when the bird from the cafe turns up. She looks fit without her uniform. A nice body with good legs and a healthy pair of lungs. She's got a short haircut which suits her bone structure. He knows she's going to be a dirty cow. Everything about her spells it out in giant letters. She's got a strong line and confidence and gets the drinks in, then sits down at the table. Her legs brush against him straight off, breaking down space. Her name's Chrissy, and she lives in a flat in Westminster. Belongs to her parents. They live in the Far East, and she gets the place for nothing. They're into drugs, the legal variety. Works out well for her because she doesn't have to worry about rip-off rents. She tells him London's full of high prices for studios in dodgy areas. They have the one drink, and then she's taking him back to her flat. An entry phone downstairs and a video camera bolted to the ceiling. They get in the lift, and Chrissy's sticking her tongue down his throat while he's still swearing at himself getting caught on film. What happens if he wants to come back another time and turn the place over? He's on a mission, doing his bit for the workers. Muscle relaxation after the tension of a court appearance, and maybe the chance to make good his losses. They go into a luxury flat on the 8th floor, a view of the surrounding buildings running down to the river. He looks out, a nest in the clouds. You don't imagine this kind of world exists. He's seen the sights from tower blocks. But there's an atmosphere to this place. It even smells different. This part of Westminster means money. Big money. No run-down corner shops or takeaways. Nothing but luxury flats and government buildings. The flat's in the middle of London, but it doesn't belong here. Another dimension. A world without people. The place is massive. 3 bedrooms, Chrissy tells him. Decked out with paintings that look like they're worth a bomb. Pictures from all over the world. The carpet must be a good inch thick. There's even a leopard skin on the floor with glass eyes. What a way to end up. He feels like James Bond or some other upper-crust playboy as Chrissy starts kissing him again. She has him out within seconds, and she's got a grip like a pro. He can see them in a big wood-trimmed mirror and imagines a camera on the other side with MI5 agents recording the details. Like he's important or something, not just a football hooligan fighting his own kind. But Chrissy's groaning like mad, and he hasn't even got inside her top yet. She's got him stripped in a couple of minutes, and she's down to her bra and pants. She won't let him take them off, which is getting him wound up. She gets down on her knees and starts an in. He has to make do watching her in the mirror. Then she's on her feet going to a bedroom. He's told to wait a minute before following. He feels like a right cunt standing in the middle of the room with a hard-on stark bollock naked. He's summoned by Her Highness. Chrissy's on a giant bed with a vibrator wedged up her. She's still got her bra on, but he can't see her pants. She says she wishes one of his mates was along so they could do her in tandem. He's smiling, but she's bad news. He's not that kind of bloke. The very idea makes him feel like throwing up and turns him right off. What's the point? Supposed to be some kind of turn on this line of chat. Breaking down barriers, she says. But all he's interested in is a bit of one-on-one. He pulls the vibrator out, and they're going at it. But when it comes to the business, Chrissy starts prick teasing. You can usually tell when a bird gets mouthy they're not going to deliver. Same with blokes. The ones bragging about how many birds they've had are the same ones wanking their lives away. He gets her worked up, and she lets loose, making a liar of him. She pulls a condom over him. He hates it, but this bird prefers burning rubber to riding bareback, and the woman always knows best. He's banging away for a while, but the delay has blocked him up. Not a bad thing. Means he lasts a bit longer, though he's not that bothered either way. She starts telling him she wants it from behind, so he has to pull out with this fucking robber's mask over his knob while she gets on all fours. Chrissy assumes the position, raises her arse in the air, leans over, and picks the vibrator up from the floor. She starts sucking on it, groaning like she's auditioning for a film. He starts laughing, but she doesn't hear. He's glad he's got the rubber on now because if this bird wants a threesome, then fuck knows what she's been up to over the last few years. She's getting well horny, and it's no problem keeping her going. Then he's giving her the business with just the back of her head for company, realizing that this isn't any kind of revenge, just a good one-off. He shoots his load eventually and rolls off. They lean against the pillows with nothing to say. That moment of truth after you've done the business with a stranger, when you wish there was a button nearby, hit the switch, and the bird disappears. He's James Bond again. Activate the ejector seat, and you're alone to carry on down the road without the model. In the films, the woman always gets killed off, so Bond never has to bother about small talk after. He hates the after-shag chat. Wants the bird to disappear so he can be on his own. He nods off for a while, and Chrissy's dozing as well. An easy option, because you wake up later all refreshed and you've got the urge again. No need for idle words. He's drifting, half asleep, feeling he's let himself down. It's all right when you're going for gold because you've got a bit of steel in you, and this kind of shag's about invasion. Instead of sticking the boot in, you're using your knob, an invasion of privacy. But once you've delivered, you look at what you've done with a bit more vision and see it's shit. You've opened yourself up just to exploit someone else. Violence and sex, sometimes there's little difference, not like cutting someone up or torturing them, but it's all about boosting the ego. At least when you get in a punch-up, it's power pure and simple. You keep your identity. More honest somehow. Not like this setup where you're conning each other the whole time, talking shit just to get your end away. He gets up and goes for a piss. Chrissy's asleep, a palace of a flat. He helps himself to a drink from the fridge, a bottled import. All the knobs drink this kind of lager. He sits on the couch and puts his feet up. This flat's not bad, but it doesn't get near this place. He must have dozed off again because next thing he knows it's dark and Chrissy's dressed up in red stockings. The TV's on and there's a bird on the screen getting serviced by a nigger. A bleary recording. But he recognizes the body. Chrissy's smiling for the camera as Dildo Boy does his duty. A rich man's paradise. She tells him nobody does it better than a black man. She's looking in his face for a reaction, probably thinking she's radical or something. Probably is for her line of thinking. Chrissy can't compare two different cultures. It's all a bit of a comedy. The faces are so serious that he sees the angle. He feels like a vicar because he's supposed to be impressed and turned on more than usual. Chrissy looks at him again for a reaction. She starts lecturing him on racial equality and sexual freedom in her pinched upper-class voice. He hates the accent. He realizes that now. Maybe that's what does him in, even though she starts sucking his knob again, telling him she loves the taste of rubber. Half of him is laughing, the other narked. He supposes he thought he was going to get one back on those miserable cunts in court, thought he was going to stitch up one of their own, get the business and turn over a stuck-up slag's flat next time she's selling overpriced coffee. It's no victory. He's getting a lecture on niggers by a slag in an ivory tower, using a black man for her own ends. An arrogant brat setting herself up as some kind of expert. Actually thinks she's dangerous. Mind you, he can't get too upset because she gives a good blow job and he's happy enough shooting off in her mouth. She chokes a bit and he cheers up because she's pissed off. She tells him the one thing she doesn't like is a bloke spunking up in her mouth. At last, he's got a blow in against the magistrates. She'll take anything shoved her way but does it like a mouthful. Too fucking bad, darling. What's she doing down there in the first place? Chrissy storms off to the bathroom to rinse her mouth out with disinfectant, and he goes to the fridge for another bottle of lager. He's sitting on the couch dressed when she comes back, wondering what the fuck he's doing here. Raining outside and a long way home. The day hasn't really worked out. That's what happens when you get involved with the law. They come at you from every direction, pull all the strings, and have their way every time. The cunts are everywhere. He watches Chrissy walk in with her cockiness and set ideas. She goes on about niggers, but how many mates has she got who are black? Shafting a black man doesn't prove anything. She uses her sex like a hammer, and it's him that's being used here. At least he got a shot off in her mouth, though. Something good's coming today. That and 6 inches of Chelsea aggro. Expensive, though. 205 quid for something he should be getting for free. The picture flickered for a fraction of a second, causing Matt Jennings to lift his head from the newspaper he was reading, a plastic mug of steaming tomato soup frozen halfway to his lips. He concentrated on the screen that had attracted his attention, eyes trying to make out a vague object in the darkness. Nearly 2 a.m, conditions outside fair for the time of year. No rain for 3 days, the wind calmed after its earlier rage. Something in the shadows on the far side of the car park, though he couldn't see more than a faint quiver on the rolling film. Jennings put his mug down and was tempted to pour the soup back into his flask, but kept his gaze on the dark corner, automatically switching the angle of camera 6. He punched the correct buttons and achieved the desired view. A jolt of recognition identified a human form. Jennings zoomed in, wondering what he would find in the recesses of the car park up against the wall, fearing the worst as a reel of psychopath blockbusters hovered. Day followed day, weeks turned into months and years, and now he was cruising down a tunnel into God knows what. Cushioned by warm air and surrounded by high-tech surveillance gear, he didn't really want to know what went on in the depths of night. The endless repetition of empty car parks and sidewalks, metal gates and driveways, suddenly appealing in the face of murder and mutilation. Despite himself, he felt the anticipation of puberty, a twinge of excitement penetrating 35-year-old bones, adrenaline flowing as a ghost began to form. He felt exposed as the camera hit its target and a face looked straight back. A drunk glanced over his shoulder, the stream of hot liquid running back between his legs across the patterned concrete. Harmless dregs, a million miles from the torrent of thick jugular blood Jennings had feared. Disappointment gave way to joy. Embarrassment replaced by a sense of the absurd as the drunk walked back towards a small side gate dedicated to those who had fallen in the Falklands, out of the company car park, off along a side road towards the train station. The figure swayed gently from side to side, and Jennings imagined him singing a happy song of dancing and love on his way to the all-night kebab house for a large doner with chili peppers and chili sauce. That would sober him up quick enough. Jennings clicked into the various cameras, and enlarged images flashed across the bank of screens surrounding his desk. He was safe and sound, a politician in his nuclear bunker immune to the outside world, removed and cut off with a one-way view of life that strayed across his line of fire. But he could do nothing other than pick up the phone and call the police station. A peaceful man. Violence scared him. And despite the repetitive nature of the buildings he had watched over for the last 3 years, he was content with the safety of his hideaway, the consistency of the work, the chance to read newspapers and travel magazines, and dunk the sandwiches Pat made him each evening into a mug of soup while planning for the future. Tomato was his favorite flavor. He had this on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays, while chicken filled the gaps on Wednesdays and Fridays. Jennings was thorough in everything he did, and had great pride in the knowledge that nothing would ever get past his command post. But there were no bitter winds blowing across his face, and no searchlight with which to examine the surrounding jungle. He tried to picture himself with his finger on the trigger of a machine gun, smiled, glad that he wasn't hoisted up as a sitting target for Iraqi commando raids or South American peasant rebellion. He was happy with the warehouses and concrete walkways, the passing cars and drunks emptying their bladders when they thought they were safely hidden from prying eyes, the prowling cats and stray dogs. Once his shift was finished, Jennings exchanged brief pleasantries with Noel Bailey and was straight out of the door. His replacement would go through the formality of checking the cameras and have an excellent view of his colleague crossing the car park. 6 in the morning and still dark, but Jennings was conscious of the lenses. He didn't like being watched. He got into his car and was soon home, the journey taking 10 minutes, the roads practically empty of traffic. He walked through the small front garden and was safely behind the front door, bolt in place and chain hooked. His sigh of relief was audible in the silence of the hall. King of the castle once more, back in total control. He went into the kitchen, took a carton of grapefruit juice from the fridge, and filled a tumbler. He drank slowly, balancing calories with vitamin content, rinsing the glass when he had finished, leaving it to dry in the empty rack, changing his mind and wiping it with a cloth before putting it back in the cupboard. Then tiptoeing upstairs to the bedroom he shared with his wife, he could see the outline of Pat's body under the duvet, the friendly smell of sleep and perfume, earrings and bracelets on the bedside table. The door clicked when it was closed, and he listened for the sounds that would show he had woken her. But nothing. He went directly to the box room at the end of the landing, which had been converted into a small office. His workshop, the nerve center of their future success. Jennings plugged in his Macintosh and switched on, a crack of light burning through the screen, the mouse tight in his right hand, finger on the button. The man from the surveillance unit was soon surfing the internet, information setting wires alight, ridding him of the need for conversation and puerile social skills, the warehouses and empty car parks blasted into the void, technology maximized, so easy on the superhighway, the world at his fingertips waiting to be explored, all for the price of a local call. The only light came from the screen, and he was all-powerful. Sitting back in the dark, a white knight in the London metropolis, the figure lurking in the shadows serving humanity. His fingers pounded the keyboard, eyes flitting up and down, left and right. The downloaded image hit Jennings like a low-voltage shock. That red-headed woman, barely concealed under transparent fabric, her painted nails long and exotic, the ragged text curling around her breasts. It stirred something in him, a guilty heat. He shot a look toward the door, pulse ticking. Pat couldn't wake up. Couldn't find him here, staring. It wasn't right. But curiosity had its hooks in him, and looking wasn't real harm. He knew darker corners of the internet existed. Knew he was practically a Boy Scout among real perverts. Then decision snapped through him. He canceled the command, dragged the image to the dustbin, confirmed. Switched off the machine, sat in the darkness, his mind churning on the future. He was ambitious. A winner. Clean living morals intact, married to a woman he truly loved, someone to cherish. He didn't vandalize property, hated the thought of surveillance cameras catching his soul on tape. He let his thoughts race, rehearsing a life not yet lived, then drifted toward sleep. Dreams began laying foundations. He jerked awake, went to the bathroom, tore the woman's memory into shreds and flushed each piece. Checked his watch. Mouth watering. Almost time for breakfast. In the kitchen, he waited for bacon to crackle and tomatoes to collapse. Fresh Colombian coffee filled the air. He'd always wanted to visit South America, Brazil, Colombia, Peru, Bolivia, those magical names. But fear of disease, filth, macho violence kept him home with glossy magazines and Sunday papers. Pat still asleep. He'd eat, watch 20 minutes of morning TV, wash the dishes, then bring her coffee in bed. She wasn't working today, but rarely slept in. She was a morning person. He took nights. The shift gave them space, and that space kept their marriage fresh. Lucky man. He had big plans. Working for the future, clicking into the modern age, his computer was a lifeline, connection to humanity. Technology was making world travel obsolete. Everyone wanted satellite TV. Personal computers would soon be as essential as electricity. Virtual reality was the new reality. And Jennings was smart enough to adjust his thinking. Progressive. He called out softly, asking if she was awake. Saw her bare back in the curtained half-light, slipped into bed. She turned, her healthy breast pressing against his sweater. On the wall, their wedding photograph, a country church, flowers, confetti, smiling faces. Pat said she hadn't heard him come in. He told her he'd already eaten breakfast, that it was only 7:30. She sat up, took the coffee mug, shifted over to make him comfortable. The caffeine hit fast. He felt her hand on his inner thigh, tugging down his zip. He took the mug back, careful not to spill, placed it on the bedside table. Mildly irritated, he'd forgotten a coaster to protect the pine. He watched the motion of the bedclothes, noticed the freckles on her face and shoulders. He loved his wife. Everything a man could wish for. He asked her gently to come and kiss him. They kissed with the solid romance of long companionship. 10 minutes later, he moved softly, timing his run, high above the clouds on pure oxygen, bringing her to climax with precision performance. When he finished, he timed his withdrawal perfectly, positioning his discarded briefs beneath her, avoiding stains on the sheet. They lay in each other's arms. Soon, Pat snored quietly. Jennings drifted, musing on his invention. Smart bomb parade. About to sign a deal with a major video games manufacturer. Kids would love it. Satisfy their natural instincts. Make him rich. He'd move out of London to clean Gloucestershire air. Maybe try for a child once financially secure. Pat was proud of his inventiveness. They'd be rich. He imagined arcades full of smart bomb fanatics buying merchandise, living rooms echoing specialist sound effects, computers pulsing with red and yellow incendiary flashes. That kid Dave from next door, hooked on the game, a healthy outlet for misdirected energy, off ecstasy, channeled thoughts. Good, clean fun. The boy would look good in a short RAF haircut and smart bomb t-shirt. He moved toward sleep, the game playing in his mind. A deep hum inside the machine, blazing ticker-tape street scenes, blonde virgin girls waving white handkerchiefs, a stern middle-aged man wiping a tear from his eye. Graphics excellent, a brass band playing a familiar tune, Hope and Glory. Perfect sound effects. He was a fighter-bomber pilot for the new economic order, decency against the evil General Mamet, ready for takeoff. Red digits counting down, computerized faces disappearing as he prepared for danger. An electrified crucifix melted through fading streets. The military took charge. To advance through the ranks, he needed a high score. Discipline and the will to win. Control individual thoughts. Donate his life to the greater good. Hero or martyr, either way, memory forever. His family would quote Shakespeare, a message flashing in a font he designed himself. That a coward dies many times, a hero only once. Proud of that artistic touch, a man of culture. He took his place among fundamentalist crusaders. Modern weaponry quiet and efficient, punishing only the guilty. A rigorous point system rewarding decisiveness, the ability to smart bomb an entire infrastructure back to the Stone Age. Thrill of conflict. On the march with an organization of chivalry and high moral principles. Justified in any action to save his way of life, community, nation. Finger tingling on the mouse, deciding life and death. Strategic missiles and smart cluster bombs available, but a bonus for decisive strikes. The Enio motto, waste not, want not. Scores scaled to military importance. A secret bonus scheme operated, details unknown. Schools and hospitals recorded points, officially denied for political politeness. Other complicated factors considered. Kill ratios broken down and categorized. The player never questioned the machine. Deep in Neo circuits, the publicity network protecting him from mass opinion called for extra memory. Nothing left to chance. Lights flickered. The general's eyes burned communist red, a blood-red craving for infidel babies and homosexual deviants. Flanked by sadistic mullahs holding Korans to the sky, thunderbolts cracking eastern minarets. No need to question the strange mix of Islamic and communist ideas. In the game, they belong together. Rockets spat flame. Jennings soared on an adrenaline rush. Thoughts sucked toward the hard disk. He crossed parched desert landscapes, spotted a Bedouin camel train, insignificant, unarmed. Considered a strike. Low points return. Waste of time. He switched to control frequency, briefed by a programmer tapping deep data banks. Digitized kill potential passed to the gunslinging pilot. Righteousness flooded his brain, a prophet in steel casing, a clean-killing European Superman. He launched in a calculated arc, technology confirming creative genius. Missiles burned beneath an Arab sun. Row of slum housing exploded in dust storms. Color added to a drab world of hunger and disease. The gleaming dome of a mosque stretched outward, then melted back into itself. He hit the waterworks. Score rising as black ants ran beneath falling debris. Chemical weapons the reward for experience. Death better than continual poverty. The pilot turned in semi-consciousness, bumping his wife, turning for home with joy in his heart, safe from ground attack. One rocket left, a victory roll. He spotted a bazaar on the outskirts, a tangle of bright stalls and frantic insects. Clicked the mouse, shouted into his radio as a school exploded. Score climbing, machine buzzing with complicated equations. Easy ride back to base, but he kept his wits about him. Ecstatic with success, mundane existence transformed. The high score translated into hard cash. Steak on the menu. Congratulations from comrades. Cold American beer, relaxing mood music, a hot shower, praise, a credit to his country. He timed his approach and felt the bounce of touchdown. Pat was awake, getting out of bed, on her way to the bathroom to clean up the mess. He hoped she hadn't leaked on the sheet. The motorway traffic had died completely, and Jennings... No, wait, the narrator reset. The man in the coach stared out at Birmingham, sprawling to every horizon. A fucking horrible place, he decided, tied with Liverpool as the worst he'd seen in years. That meant something, given how the North stacked up dead industry in ghost towns where kids were deprived and parents depraved. 1:30, and they were still on the flyover. Cars and coaches and lorries backed up solid. Scarves hung from windows. Villa, Chelsea, Arsenal, a couple of others he didn't recognize. Rod muttered that Arsenal were playing Everton away. Wankers wearing colors. Birmingham stretched gray to the horizon. Warehouses and derelict buildings dwarfed identical houses full of locals. Mist floated, not natural beauty, more like poison from the clogged traffic. The opposite direction sped along fine while they sat tight like idiots. Coachloads of grannies and pilgrims headed south to London. He couldn't blame them wanting civilization. Anything for a break from a lifetime stuck in a slum like this. They weren't going as far as Spaghetti Junction, turning off for Villa Park first. But they'd been through enough away games to know the jams and fumes. Space age gone wrong. Away games meant coach or train, both with advantages. Lately, coaches won out. You avoided British Rail's aggravation and expense. No coppers standing at barriers watching you from Euston or King's Cross all the way to Manchester or Leeds. But a coach tied you to the fucker unless you wanted train fares home. Nothing was perfect. The police had Saturdays sewn up always watching for coaches, so you planned ahead. The more cameras and cordons they installed around grounds like war zones, the further they pushed the problem, stretching imaginations. Everyone just wanted their own patch tidy. No major disturbance meant a clean bill of health to those in charge. But ignoring the problem never solved it, just moved it somewhere else. Human nature. That's why locking people up never did much good. Inside was no picnic, but the causes kept bubbling away. Rod announced that Mandy thought she was pregnant. That explained why he'd been a miserable bastard since morning. He sat there looking at them like a stray dog, feeling sorry for itself. Mark looked puzzled, asking what Rod meant. Rod laid it out crudely. The mechanics of sex, the man's part, the woman's, the whitewashing up liquid, 9 months, a screaming brat, 16 years of paying for it. Mark asked if he was serious. Rod confirmed it. Medical books, television programs, the birds and the bees. He ribbed Mark for scovin school, probably down the arcade playing Space Invaders when they taught it. Mark asked if Rod was sure about Mandy. 2 days late, Rod said. She hadn't seemed bothered when she told him that morning, but it had hit him like a kick in the bollocks while he was getting dressed. The narrator told Rod that 2 days wasn't long. Birds could be much later. Some were so dozy they couldn't count past 10, let alone track the month. He could see Rod was gutted, carved deep in his face like he'd been glassed. Even Mark noticed, and Mark usually missed subtle things, like his own time in the Nick. Always been like that, even as a kid. Thick-skinned as a piss-water buffalo. Said whatever came into his head and didn't care who he wound up. Mark was leaving Rod alone. Good idea. Mark could be nasty sometimes, a mean streak that made you think he was a closet psycho, but Rod had his own edge. Push Rod far enough, and he snapped. Went mental, worth to a mark. The narrator remembered the school playground. Some kid called Rod's mother a prossy, and Rod lost it. Pinned the bloke down, smashed his head on the concrete again and again. Had to pull him off before he killed the cunt. Not Rod's basic character, but it was there. Everyone had a breaking point. The narrator couldn't imagine Rod being a dad. Mark asked what Rod would do if it was true. Kids were bad news. Rod didn't know. Mandy wouldn't get rid of it, and she wasn't some slag from a doorway. She was his fucking wife. He supposed he'd end up a dad. Either that or kick her down the stairs. Mark called that a stupid thing to say. Rod admitted he wouldn't do it. Didn't know why he'd said it. Called himself a cunt. Mark joked about buying the kid a Chelsea shirt and bringing it to games. Rod wouldn't be out with them much. Couldn't go steaming Tottenham with a kid on his shoulders. The narrator started laughing. Rod asked what was so funny. The narrator pictured Rod kicking some Spurs cunt in the head with a kid on his shoulders, directing operations. Could be the firm's mascot. Rod didn't see it. The idea grew on the narrator, but he kept quiet. Rod would end up like those blokes you saw on Saturdays with messy gray hair walking from Fulham Broadway, sitting in the family section surrounded by brats while the lads had a good time. If Rod became one of those cunts, the narrator would get a shooter and put him out of his misery, play the vet doing the decent thing for a dumb animal. Otherwise, Rod would join the Walking Dead. The game's milks said football should be family entertainment. More birds should go. There were enough birds already. And who wanted a stand full of screaming kids like at England home games? They cheered up as the coach pulled off the motorway toward Villa Park. Different driver today, Ron Hawkins off with the flu. The new bloke got lost in the traffic, missed signs, the police dozing and not spotting them go past. They ended up on the other side of the park backing onto the Holte end. Useless wanker of a driver. He didn't want the ticket Harris always got for Ron. They got him to drop them off, said they'd walk. He could meet them at the same place after Chelsea stuffed Villa. Mark tried cheering Rod up. Wouldn't worry about it yet. Every bird was late now and again. Could have had a shock, not felt well. Maybe she got frightened when that thing filled with blood and hit 6 inches. Fright of her life after getting used to 6 centimeters. Rod laughed despite himself. Mandy looked after herself, knew what was going on inside her gut. Though she said she didn't think she was pregnant. Reckoned she'd be able to tell, though. Fuck knew how. Mark told him to forget it. Maybe they'd find some Villa fans. Batter a few brummies, that'd cheer him up. Rod remembered how Villa scattered that time on the pitch. Last game of the season, $5 Chelsea steamed them, and they vanished. Bunch of cunts. Rod thought he'd been slipped a nasty chemical. 1 minute they stood there wanting to know, the next nothing but thin air and a pile of steaming shit. They walked down a terrace row of houses. 2 beat-up cars, kids playing on the pavement, small, scrawny bastards shivering in the cold, a corner shop with bare metal shelves, a few tins in the window, curried beans, chopped mushrooms, a newspaper rack with a bird on the front in suspenders, a headline accusing a leading politician of adultery. A gang of black kids stood around the corner watching. 8 or 9, oversized coats and trainers, flash bikes and bobble hats, so they must be doing something right. They were waiting for cars coming to the football, offering protection from other kids who went round slashing tires. You had to admire their understanding of the free market. Basic economics. A major war was a money spinner. Bomb the place to nothing, then put in bids to rebuild it years later. Big money in sewage systems and fresh water. Sound business sense, build and destroy, or when you couldn't smash it outright, put a timing device inside so the fucker broke down after a few years. They headed across the park. A coach load out for a stroll. Must be an odd sight. Mild day, green grass, trees. A loving couple walking their dog took one look at them and headed the opposite direction. The narrator felt uncomfortable. Out of their surroundings, they must look a right bunch of cunts. Like when they'd stopped for a piss on the way to Sunderland for the Newcastle game, and Facelift had done his best to pollute the countryside with an Agent Orange piss attack. They didn't belong. The fat cunt wasn't with them today, but Harris was up ahead getting muddy, looking left and right like one of those bouncing toy dogs that certain shopkeepers carried in the back of their cars. A smart red brick building to their right. They came over a ridge walking through dead leaves, like a tribe of Apaches on the skyline. Locals headed the same direction, little knots of teenagers who had clearly never been in trouble. They reached the street along the side of the ground and turned right into the buzz of Saturday afternoon. The main entrance to Villa Park was impressive. Old brickwork from another era, classy but ancient. 2 o'clock. The place packed with people walking up and down, many in Villa tops. They went toward the Holte end, a wedge through the middle of the street, looking for reaction but not expecting much. The crowd melted away. They knew Chelsea, knew they were a firm. No colors or shouting, but obvious. Any cunt could tell them apart. Harris slagged off a few blokes walking the other way. Waste of time, they didn't want to know. Mark laughed, asking what was wrong with these cunts. They weren't interested, the narrator said. Just wanted their football. He watched blokes walking along holding small children's hands, making sure their kids didn't get lost and trampled. They looked at the group sharpish with a mix of dread and disgust. Older, not exactly train spotters, but on their own with the kid. Just another problem along with the bills and dole queue. They wanted to watch the football while they could still afford to get in. Outside the Holte end, nothing stirred. No Villa mob in sight. Even the small groups of young lads hanging around seemed uninterested in a row. They walked back the way they came, Villa fans hurrying past in the opposite direction, real brummies with dodgy gear and accents. It was obvious they were ready for conflict, but conflict required opposition, all the way from London, willing, and no one worth steaming. Walking up and down the street outside the home ground, the ball was in Villa's court. They should have been having a go. The cunts with programs and rip-off shirts didn't count. Harris laughed. What else could you do? You'd made your appearance, done your bit. That made the other side look bad. Billy Bright suggested the pubs behind the away end. Worth a stroll, see if they could flush anyone out. Mark agreed they'd probably be shut, but worth a try. They turned through gates toward the away end, a mesh fence with people peering through, waiting to see the players. The narrator hated that real hero worship. He supported the team, but didn't want to talk to players through a fence with his tongue hanging out like a demented polar bear at the zoo, as if players were something better than him. You got enough of that during the week. Bollocks. They kept going through a small car park down to the away entrance. Suddenly, all Chelsea accents and dressing different just by walking around the ground. Billy Bright led the way down to a couple of pubs at the bottom of the street. A transit van with a riot shield across its window sat full of police, who watched them pass in silence. No move to interfere. They went against the flow of Chelsea fans coming the other way. Sunny but cold, the area around the ground felt dead, no character, until a stone pub on the corner closed, then a junction of Midland's depression crumbling before their eyes. A pub across the street had police horses, and another transit outside, a sign reading "Home Fans Only" in the window. Now and then some cunt in an anorak knocked and went inside, unlikely to hold a major villa firm. They took a wander. Nothing. All pubs closed, no villa in sight. They'd done their best and turned back for kickoff. The narrator hadn't expected much anyway. A 10-minute queue. Some kid copper explained that too much to drink before the game meant you were pissed and not allowed to watch football. Inside, he got a cup of tea. They sat in small plastic seats waiting for the match. Villa sang from the Holty Inn, but Chelsea always gave good vocals away. End-to-end stuff warmed them up and took Rod's mind off Mandy's missing period. The narrator started thinking about a girl he dated as a kid, Claire, 2 years before he found out she was seeing someone else from Kilburn. She thought she was pregnant once, and he'd made the mistake of telling Mark, who passed it on. Soon he got the piss ripped out of him constantly. She was black. They gave him stick, asking what the kid would look like. Half man, half baboon. He'd been shitting himself at 15, not wanting to be a father. The humor was supposed to ease the agony. Turned out all right. She started her period. They went out and got pissed on snakebite, broke into a car, and had sex in the back. Next morning, he was red as a beetroot. Claire was all right, really into music, became a dancer when she grew up, moved out of the area years ago to North London with some kebab merchant. One of those birds you'd probably end up staying with if you met her 20 years later. He reminded Rod about Claire to get him looking on the bright side. Rod agreed she'd been a cracker, well tasty. Mark said he'd have fucked her if he'd had the chance. Fit body, Rod added. She'd made a bomb as a dancer. Chelsea broke clear of the Villa defense. They were on their feet. The ball hit the net, jumping up and down, going mental. Claire and Mandy forgotten. A good game. When the referee blew the final whistle, they left happy. Darkness starting to come. They crossed the park with a good chunk of the crowd. Billy Bright stood against a tree having a piss. A woman coming the other way looked at him like he was committing a major crime. He flashed at her. She ran off. The coach waited, ready for the trip back to London, planning a stop in Northampton. The kids guarding cars were still there but didn't look busy. Times were hard. Those at the bottom always felt the pinch first. Harris had slipped the driver 20 quid to stop in Northampton. Everything sweet. They moved slowly through football traffic. Once they hit the motorway, everything moved nicely. Should be in a Northampton pub within an hour. Now the game was over. Rod sat frozen, looking out the window, watching the world pass in the opposite direction. Mark leaned over from next to Black Paul, suggesting Rod phone Mandy when they got to Northampton. She'd have started her period by now. She got him worried, so she'd start bleeding. Rod said he'd phone but wasn't holding his breath. Soon pulling off the motorway, stopping at a pub they'd used before. Straight inside, lining up drinks. Rod went off to the phone. The narrator watched. Rod looked like he was talking, but came back saying no answer. Been chatting with himself. Mandy must be at her mum's. Then again, she could be doing a Claire. You could never trust a bird. They went on about honesty. Then soon as you turned your back, their pants hit the floor and their ankles dug into some other bloke's arse. Rod lifted his glass, saying he fucking needed this. Beautiful. Black Paul, drinking orange juice next to him, said it was thirsty work, waiting for women to get their act together. Rod asked why Paul didn't drink. Paul explained he didn't have problems with women, treated them like shit, and they loved you. Give them leeway, and they took liberties. A fucking war. Rod said Mandy was all right, straight, solid. Paul allowed that might be true, but what about Rod? Mark joined in. A few beers in Rod's belly, and he was sniffing around anything that moved. Rod said it was different, didn't count. Mark asked how. Rod didn't know. It was just different somehow. He supposed he knew. He didn't mean it. The alcohol taking charge. Paul came back. Rod drank it in the first place. Wanted the effect, otherwise he wouldn't get pissed. He laid off at football because he'd get out of hand. Evening socializing, he didn't give a fuck. Rod said you couldn't think about these things too much. Paul reiterated it was war. Psychological war. Lift a hand to a woman and she'd never forget it. Treat them like shit, but show respect while doing it. Lose your temper, and it meant they'd got under your skin. Mark agreed in a way. Getting pissed was no excuse. Everyone said it was, but it was a bottle job. But who needed an excuse in the first place? Rod got the drinks in. They knocked them back fast. After 5 pints, Rod went to the phone again. The narrator watched. Rod wasn't talking to himself anymore. A big grin spread across his face, ear to ear, real Joker effort. He put the receiver down and came back. A result. Mandy had a Tampax earning its keep. He clenched his fist like he'd just scored a goal. 1-0. Started that afternoon. Mark told him they'd said it would be okay. Rod knew, but you worried anyway. Saw your life going down the bog with the used rubbers. Knew you'd never leave London or do anything different, just keep going till you died. But you liked having the option. Kid stopped all that. Harris said it depended how you looked at it. He had 2 kids himself. Didn't change anything. All in the mind. He saw them twice a week. Everything okay. Wouldn't swap them for anything, even though he and their mom didn't live together anymore. They got on all right. Kids were the most important thing once you had them. The narrator looked at Harris differently. Would never have guessed. But that wasn't unusual. You saw some blokes at football and only ever knew them one way. Then they melted into everyday life. They didn't walk around with a sign around their necks. Had jobs and loves, not that they were saints. Football was just a focus, a way of channeling things. If there was no football, they'd find something else. Probably more indiscriminate. The aggression had to get out somehow. The authorities knew the score and wanted you signed up, standing to attention, killing whoever was flavor of the month on their behalf. Rod declared himself a free man, feeling like he'd been let out of prison, ready to pass go and collect his check. Mark pushed back. That wasn't something you could understand without going through it. Being inside was different, like nothing else. Take his word. Rod waved it off. Said Mark knew what he meant. The night passed quickly, hammered by 10. The coach driver said he was leaving at 11. They tried persuading him to stay, come to a club they knew, but he wasn't interested, wife and kids at home. They were undecided, not fancying the hassle of getting back to London at 3 a.m. Rod made the call, said he fancied a bit of blood sport when he got home. The man's night, so they let him have the final word. He told him to drink up. Still another hour till they headed back. A cheerful young man spoke a few words. The mourners sang a remembrance song without music. The deceased remains were sent below to melt into nothingness. Mr. Farrell caught his own line of thought and stopped it dead. Not emptiness, a new beginning. If that's what Albert Moss truly believed, then why not? He had no deep faith of his own and doubted his spiritualist friend would have trusted a greater, all-loving creator if he'd been inside a concentration camp. But that was the democratic way. With Albert's corpse went visions of Mrs. Farrell. Her husband was finally at rest. One day he would visit the headstone, read the inscription he'd chosen after careful thought and days of indecision, then trim and arrange her favorite red and white carnations. He saw flesh slowly rotting, skin sucking inward, wrinkles exaggerated, below ground with sewage pipes and broken bones. A shudder passed through his body, starting at his shoulders and racing down to his feet, forcing him to lean forward in his pew. Nobody paid attention. They just saw an old man expressing grief. When the congregation filed out, Mr. Farrell stayed behind, sitting with his head in his hands. Tears trickled beneath strong fingers but didn't reach his lips. He hadn't cried properly since childhood. Couldn't even remember that. And he wasn't exactly sobbing now. Sad but relieved, he remained solid for a long while. Flashbacks came in bursts, then slowly melted away, the stacked corpses and rotting bodies of his army experience, swamped by happy memories, family, friends, pride in his war role, while other men his age fumed at antagonists who had only ever known peace. Mr. Farrell didn't care. Perhaps Bomber Harris had been wrong about Dresden. No glory in fireballs and burning human beings. How could there be? Yet he couldn't see what was gained by attacking pensioners who had done what they thought best. They had been kids at the time, teenagers in uniforms. But he marveled at the spiral of history, rewritten, revised, turned inside out. He was living history for as long as his memory held. He'd be dead in a few years, perhaps sooner. Then books would tell the story secondhand. Eventually, he stood up and pushed through the weakness, because that was all tears could ever be. His sex and class denied him the right to act soft, to shed tears and openly mourn. That was for the privileged. Time on their hands, a need for excessive psychology. He wasn't complaining. You needed inner strength to get through life, the ability to face everything and come out on top. The weak sank into depression, names unknown, reason lost. Perhaps he'd been on the brink himself, suffering hallucinations, seeing his wife where she couldn't possibly exist, hearing her voice in his head, allowing himself to drift toward Albert's way of thinking. But he was finished with all that now. She was dead. He didn't care for religious ceremony or images. The only reality was body fat melting in intense heat, bubbling up and dripping from the oven, turning to stone. Deep down, he envied Albert his spiritualism, yet could never become immersed himself. Belief was ingrained. If a person created their own afterlife, who was to say it wouldn't come true, like wishing on a star? Time was the crux. While the past was reinvented daily, it was too hard an exercise for him to follow at his age, all the bickering back and forth. The future was an easier and more positive option. Vince asked how it was as his grandfather opened the passenger door and got into the car. The old man said a funeral was a funeral, though this one was better than most. No organ player going through the motions hitting wrong notes, and they kept the speech short. Nothing like the fuss of his grand's burial. He remembered everything like yesterday. The organ blasting out of tune and echoing through his head, driving him mad. Then the vicar rabbiting on about someone he'd never met, not even knowing she was born a Jew in Budapest and died an atheist in London, that she was a million miles beyond his forgiveness and taking a plot in his graveyard. If he'd gone on much longer, the old man would have swung for him. Vince nodded, not knowing what to say. He turned the ignition and pulled to the edge of the road, looking for a way into traffic. The old boy had had a rough time since his wife died, but seemed to be pulling through now. He found a gap and put his foot down, leaving the crematorium as fast as possible. The lights rolled in his favor. Before long, they were cutting along beneath the Chiswick flyover, heading toward Kew. Vince suggested his grandfather come out to Australia once he got set up over there. Give him a few months to get things going, then come and stay as long as he wanted. He'd get work no problem, knew enough people, and they could drive into the outback and see the sights. Relax. No politics, no muggings, no council taxes. The old man said he could have gone years ago. A mate emigrated after the war and wanted him to try his hand, but he hadn't fancied it. Mind you, maybe he'd take up the offer. It would cost a bit to get over there. He hadn't known what was going to happen after the war. An exciting time in its own way, coming out of something like that with all your limbs and half your mind left. Then after a while, the relief just turned to sadness. No help in those days. Nobody to talk to about what you'd seen and done. His gran had been such a mess after everything that happened to her. You got through it, though. No choice. Either that or the madhouse. Maybe they were stronger then, not like the Nancys today with counseling and social workers. They both laughed. Vince wondered if his grandfather had killed anyone during the war, but would never ask. Even as a kid, he'd known enough not to put the question. That would be hard to handle, even though it was war and a fight for survival. He thought about the punch-ups he'd been involved in when he was younger. Couldn't link the two characters, even though he was the same person. If he got himself in a situation, he would fight for survival, but he preferred overseas travel to a trip up to Liverpool or Manchester. Losing his head over a bang lassie was better than a 2 o'clock kicking outside, some dodgy club with bleary eyes and his brain about to get another pounding from some nutter out to do him serious damage. Vince said he'd pay for the flight. Don't worry about that. The old man had done enough for him in the past when he was a kid. Just get himself down Heathrow and enjoy the ride. Don't let him down. Mom and Dad said they'd be over, but come on his own and they'd have a good laugh. Drive out in the desert, nothing to see but sand and the horizon, burning mountain ranges the Aborigines said were sleeping animals that created the world. It did something to your head. No crowd mentality in the desert. Just kangaroos and maybe some Aborigines out in the heat living the dream time. The old man said it would be his second youth, let alone childhood, his first time abroad since 1945. Never been on a plane. They said it was an experience a bit better than jumping out of a landing craft with German machine gunners trying to cut you in half if you got to the beach. And a bastard of a sergeant at your back with a machine gun threatening to chop you down if you didn't get out quick enough. That's how it was. If you didn't shift, you risked the other blokes as well as yourself. Vince said you got treated with respect traveling to Australia because you paid a fair bit for the seat. Not like some 2-hour tube trip to Spain or Greece. Long haul, they looked after you. Free drinks, meals on wheels, films, some crackers working as stewardesses too. The old man joked he might find himself a dolly bird to look after him. Never knew. Wasn't past it. Even when you were old, you still got the urge now and again. Vince felt embarrassed. Didn't want to think of his granddad on the job, shagging some British Airways bimbo on Bondi Beach, giving her a nice line of chat, pulling the rubber on and spreading her legs, dipping in a piece of BA hardcore bony arse moving up and down in time to a brass band, voices in the distance, the blonde captivated by the pensioner's charm and the medals he rarely wore because he thought they were rubbish, digging 10-inch purple fingernails into sandpaper skin, coming in a groaning tribute to age and experience, the skeleton shag machine from West London, on tour down under, bikini blondes flocking around the pre-war model sex instructor, tucking into his early morning breakfast. Vince shook his head. That lassie must be lingering. Disgusting. Child molesting in reverse. He took the techno tape his brother had made, Spiral Tribe, slipped it into the cassette player, and turned the volume down until it was just about audible. Vince described the feeling of flying. Getting high above the clouds, then soaring over places you only heard about on the news. Kuwait City, New Delhi, Singapore, all of it right there in space, looking down on everything. The shapes of the clouds. When the sun came up, you looked through the window and could almost see a curve in space. Like being halfway to an astronaut, riding with the gods. You felt special. Nothing could get near enough to harm you. The old man said it sounded good. They'd see about it later. Vince might not even come back. Vince admitted he would give it another 6 months or so. He loved England and everything, but it was shit, really. All the stuff you had to carry on your back. Same anywhere you went, but he'd rather be on the outside looking in, keeping his head down, than in the middle getting battered all the time. Vince crossed Kew Bridge, indicated right, and waited for a gap in the South Circular. He pulled off toward the front of Kew Gardens and easily found parking. This time of year, there was always free space around the common. The houses were more like mansions. He wondered what it would be like living there. Probably not bad. Not really London, at least not the London he knew. Summer brought a cricket pitch, and the old church opposite served tea and cakes, more like a country village. They got out and walked to the main gates. Vince's treat. It was expensive to get into Kew Gardens these days. 5 years since Mr. Farrell's last visit, a summer's day walk with his wife. His former occupation had added to the attraction of the botanical gardens. Vince had come as a child with both parents and grandparents. He especially remembered the time his brother got lost in the trees toward the river. Their dad gave him a hiding when they found him. They went straight, then turned left toward the lake, the palm house to their right. As a kid, Vince was convinced it was a spaceship, the shape and glass paneling, elegantly contoured and maintained, as big now as it had seemed then. They stopped by the water. An elderly couple on the opposite side, 3 Japanese tourists, but this time of year saw only a fraction of the summer rush. The earth was black and rich. Clouds blocked the sun, a relative solitude and promise of life under the soil, waiting to rise. They entered the palm house. Heavy doors sounded behind them, warm and humid. The glass sections above just visible through lush foliage, a regular hiss of sprayed water. Transported to the Amazon, the rainforests of Asia, around the globe in minutes. Everywhere exotic life and lush vegetation. They climbed circular stairs to the walkway above, stopping to look down on enormous leaves and intricate bark formations, lost in a Victorian jungle. Vince broke the silence. Footsteps on metal, noting they'd done some good things in the old days. Wasn't all blood and theft. He'd read they used to castrate aborigines and bet on how long it took them to die, but you come here and see what other people built, and it was another story. Look at this place. The parks in London, all the museums. You didn't see anyone doing that nowadays. All cutting back and closing down. If developers could get their hands on Kew, they'd chop down the trees and flog the land as prime real estate. Mr. Farrell replied that things got better in some ways and worse in others. The load just got shifted around. His day brought World War and millions murdered, raped, tortured. That was Europe. Now they built the guns for others to do the killing, but nothing on that scale, depended which way you looked. Mr. Farrell was glad when they left the palm house. The humidity was affecting his breathing. Vince enjoyed the fresh air, too. It made him happy seeing the old boy in a positive state of mind. He was always talking about his wife in the present, like she was still around, sitting at the table in the flat, or resting in the bedroom watching through the window for her husband's return. A bit sick somehow. Vince thought of his gran, the way she laughed deep in her throat. But now his granddad was talking about her in the past tense. It made him feel a lot easier. They went toward the river, past a second lake with ducks on the water and duck shit on the bank, circling around until they reached the evolution house. Vince read about asexual and sexual reproduction, the roles of bats, bees, and butterflies in pollination, the extra strength gained through sexual production, the addition of new genes for better survival chances, all there in the Bang Lassies, the great British megamix. Half an hour later, sitting in a nearby restaurant, Mr. Farrell said he was glad they came. A place like this gave you a lift. The real world, what it was all about. Trees and plants and flowers, scientists looking at medicine from nature, all this you never heard about. Just a negative angle the whole time. Vince nodded. The old man was right. Kew just meant happy memories as far as he was concerned. But there was something even more positive about the place now. More sophisticated, trying to get people involved in the work, attempting to educate as well as everything else. Maybe he'd just not been looking before. But how were you supposed to know the truth about the past when on one hand you had stories about Aborigines getting castrated for a wager, yet at the same time naturalists and horticulturists traveled the globe fascinated by trees and plants and the benefits they offered humanity, trying to preserve nature? Mr. Farrell laughed, asking why Vince wanted to go to Australia when he had this. It might be nice over there, but it was never going to be home, was it? That was probably why he'd never gone and tried his hand. It would have been admitting failure, that a part of him was no good, that the country that made him was nothing. The future had to be worth seeing, just finding out what was going to happen next, even 10 or 20 years down the road. That was what kept you going. Sit in the past and you never move forward. Half and half, keep the good things and add to them. But throwing it all away and starting again was as bad as never changing anything at all. Vince said he sounded like a politician. Mr. Farrell had never heard a politician worth listening to, and he'd heard a few. Vince was in Australia, north of Sydney along the Great Barrier Reef. Sheer beauty beneath a clear blue ocean, diving down into another universe of fish and coral. Shoals of minnows darting back and forth, thousands of tiny lives. Bigger, multicolored fish looking at him with enormous eyes, a harmless shark in the distance. Below the surface, life was vibrant and alive, finding its own way to survive, all the colors mixed together. He thought about asexual and sexual reproduction, vindicated in his role. Thick sand and the Italian girl he met diving. That evening, sitting on the beach, looking into the darkness, the outline of her long black hair against a cloudless sky covered in stars and trailing meteors. Waves crashing on the shore took him back all those years to San Sebastian, trying to sleep under the boardwalk with drunks smashing bottles up above. He'd done what he planned, got out of the rut, out of his environment. Now he could see what was under the surface, deep down, all the color and movement. People like himself too far into their world to see there was something outside, something bigger. And the great thing was, it didn't really matter one way or the other, just that Italian woman was important. Total beauty, a soppy way to describe a human being. But that's what it was. Pure magic. The realization that he, Vince Matthews, had made it to the other side of the planet and had seen more than 7 wonders on the way. Almost laughing out loud, thinking of the lads in San Sebastian, the bulls they were going to run in the sunburn. Where were the poor bastards at that precise moment? The bulls dead. What about John and Gary and all the others? Then they were gone again, as Vince focused on the red burns of space rock millions of miles above his head. Mr. Farrell said there were 1 or 2 politicians who made the effort, but they got shouted down. Now, none of them bothered anymore. Made do looking after their own little bit of power. Blended in with popular opinion and settled for an easy life. Suppose we all did. Not you and me, though. We'd been outside and seen the options. He'd had no choice and didn't like what he found, but Vince had the nerve to do it on his own and would probably be going back for more. He asked what Vince was smiling at. Just the thought of those explorers and how they must have traveled, Vince said. No round-the-world airline tickets or backpacker hostels in those days. When they'd finished coffee and Mr. Farrell had attracted another couple of squirrels with handouts, they started walking again. Clouds gone. A fine day. They passed through a ruined brick arch and were about to pass the Marianne North Gallery when Mr. Farrell caught Vince's arm. Neither remembered the building. They walked inside, reading the details of a Victorian artist without formal training who had traveled the world painting plants and scenery. Hundreds of brightly colored pictures covered the walls, each in a black wooden frame. No space between individual paintings, the walls literally covered. Details of plants, their intricate forms painstakingly recreated, and wider, more general views. Few people, just plant life and incredible scenery. The woman who painted them looked dour in a long dress, round glasses, hair held in a scarf, but that was just her appearance. She had been everywhere. Borneo, Java, Japan, Jamaica, Brazil, India, Chile, California, New Zealand, more places than either of them could absorb. Plants and flowers and trees, seascapes and volcanoes, snow-capped mountains, kangaroos in the outback, walking from picture to picture, a monkey eating fruit. The mass of colors, a kaleidoscope of impressions. Vince had never been inside an art gallery before. Art was for people who lived in Kensington and Hampstead. There'd been that school trip to the Tate Gallery, but they'd fought some kids from Lewisham. Even at that age, West London fighting South London, and Vince had hit one. A teacher saw him. He'd got the cane, then been banned from the next trip, a seaside visit he'd have liked since he didn't go on holiday often. But he'd done well as he grew up, had been to more places than most people managed, and wasn't finished yet. A bit like the woman in the photo at the front of the museum or art gallery or whatever they called it. He bet she didn't care about Victorian bullshit when she was traveling, fighting back against her set role in society, refusing to be ground down, showing more bottle than he ever could. He had total respect for Marianne North, though he knew nothing more about her than what he saw on the walls. She showed what was possible. He asked his granddad if she'd seen a lot. Mr. Farrell said she'd just seen the beauty. That was the way to do it. He went briskly from one picture to the next, matching images with the text below. Nice enough, though a bit close together. She was an example. Someone with a passion for a subject who really lived. That was all you could do. Then he was finished, and outside waiting for his grandson, ready to go home and sort out his wife's clothes and give them to the jumble. Clear out and start again, wash the floors and scrub away any lingering scent. The wind cool on his face, refreshing, invigorating, like waking after a long sleep. His grandson still inside, looking at volcanoes in Java, and then a picture of a plant whose name he couldn't pronounce. Thinking of that Italian girl on the beach, an old Spanish tramp trying to teach the Englishmen his language. Glad they'd left the bulls alone. Something worthwhile, knowing some people were more upfront and took protests further, something beyond class, like Marianne North, daughter of an MP. Just people in the end. Looking inside the plant past the shape, and seeing all that detail, Vince wondering whether its genetic survival depended on a bat, bee, or butterfly. They were hard as nails going into the lion's den, warming up on a couple of slow pints, enough to get courage flowing in this nothing pub, something to dull the blows if things turned bad. The kids bragged and sang, while the older blokes played it calm, knowing mouth and action rarely went together. It all came from experience. Apprenticeship served, lessons learned. No room for chancers tonight. Everyone here had to stand up and be counted. A lot of pride at stake. Self-respect, all important. If anyone bottled, they better not show themselves again. The narrator looked at familiar faces. Mark and Rod standing next to him. Harris with Martin Howe and Billy Bright. Black Paul putting coins in the fruit machine, acting casual and pulling it off. Black John, lucky to be back in Victoria after West Ham. Facelift and Don Wright, everyone primed, ready to get stuck in, doing their duty when it mattered most. Behind the scenes, maintaining reputations and promoting the good name of the club, their select club. They put on a show tonight, and if they were the only ones who saw it, so fucking what? Not something you did for someone else. You did it for you and yours. They peered through the pub window, seeing what was what in the station. Not a lot of drinking. 2 pints the limit if they wanted all the benefit and none of the weakness. A lot of the lads made do with soft drinks. Alcohol dimmed the brain and killed discipline. If you wanted to punch up and not just chatter, you had to watch what you drank. Couldn't afford to get careless away to Millwall. Make a mistake down there and you were dead. No second chance against that lot. They had to stay alert, see what was going on, act straight till the second it went off, and when they got stuck in, take no prisoners. Harris stood at the corner of the bar with his squad. taking the nod from new arrivals, clocking faces, knowing who was who, wary of outsiders more than ever since Newcastle. A tight mob tonight. Only the full-timers made the trip to Millwall because it was major aggravation down in southeast London. A couple of kids knocking around, youths pushing into their 20s, but they knew the score, older than their years, keen to prove themselves and move up the pecking order. Games like this were where a kid could arrive, get stuck in with the best of them, build the base of a reputation that would see him all right if he stayed solid. If a bloke did the business when it counted, it didn't matter what else he was about. Building up from Millwall away. Going to be nasty. Yet they respected Millwall somehow, deep down, though they'd never say as much, knowing New Cross and Peckham were the arseholes of London. The bushwhackers had been making people take notice for years. As far back as their memories went, Millwall had always been mad. Something special. Mental. Off their heads. They had the reputation and deserved it, raised on Docker history spanning the century. 100 years of kicking fuck out of anyone who strayed too far down the Old Kent Road. Their old men had been doing business chasing visitors around Coldblow Lane when they were kids into toy soldiers. Before Millwall moved up the road to Senegal Fields, and before that, their granddads were handing out sewing lessons when West Ham strayed too far through the Isle of Dogs, bringing bad habits from Poplar and Stepney. Knives, bottles, running battles before, during, and after the game. All that before the narrator's old man was even born. Back in the good old days when Britannia ruled the waves, while parts of London were no-go areas for the police on bank holidays, when the locals went on the piss in a big way. Human nature translated as human nature. If the police nicked you, and worst came to worst, and you went down for a couple of years for a fray, your mates would visit wherever you ended up, and when you got out, you'd be made. That was how legends happened. Names from history that meant more than all your Nelsons and Wellingtons put together. Millwall, West Ham, Chelsea, F Troop, the ICF, Headhunters. Waterloo was just the name of a train terminus. The best the blokes who died for their country got was a station named after the place where they fell. Going to Millwall was what it was all about today. And it made more sense than fucking off to France to get your head blown off. Killing time in the pub, stronger by the minute as fresh faces arrived, keeping things tight, being discreet. No need to attract attention. Tonight more than any other time. The police primed for trouble with their riot gear and half-starved Alsatians tucked away down dark side streets on standby. Expectation. A balancing act, keeping momentum flowing in the right direction, looking for a result. Harris told the kids to lay off the noise. They responded straight away, toning down the songs. Tight-lipped, understanding that Millwall way was the big one, and no time to lose control. The majority of the firm, older, with a few well-known faces who only turned up for major aggravation. They left it till 6:30. Then Harris started moving, and they followed him out of the pub, through buses packed with silent citizens into Victoria. Remembering West Ham briefly, but in the past now, filed away. Into the moment, looking at departure times. Harris knew where they were going, the plan to get a train to Peckham Rye. They wanted to avoid New Cross and South Bermondsey, where most of their support would arrive. If everything went to plan, they'd be walking around Millwall without an escort while the police focused their attention elsewhere. The police would be lined up doing their duty while they wandered out of sight, looking for a good night's entertainment. The mob had filled out by now, a good 300 of them. A lot of muscle around, the older element, some nasty cases straining to hold back the violence. Every firm needed numbers for major games like this. No good with 20 or 30 head cases, however tasty. They had a laugh thinking of Pete Watts. How he got thrown through a pub window at Millwall 15 years ago. Another slice of Chelsea myth, knifed in the leg before the police pulled up and nicked him. Cost him 50 quid, that one. On the train, they filled the carriages. Other passengers feared them. The narrator could feel it. But they weren't interested in anyone else. Keeping their affections for Millwall, Not wanting trouble, none of that juvenile stuff with light bulbs or touching up office girls. Millwall was a corner of London where time stood still, even with a plush new ground. The streets and people remained the same. Coldblow Lane had been full of nutters, and the new den might look flash, but it held the same old faces standing in the background, waiting. Those days of everyday Millwall theater riots were part of the past. Their fun was out in the streets, as it had always been, away from reporters and photographers. What did they expect the police to do? Cameras on every roof? They weren't interested. Cost too much. They only acted when it hit the public eye. A dead fly irritant washed out with a good caning and outraged tabloid words. The doors closed, moving away from Victoria and the plastic Disneyland of the West End. Through London with its granite blocks full of official secrets, money managers, arms dealers, legalized drug barons, glass offices reflecting light and buildings, empty of life, full of advertising strategies. The river, a great sight this time of night. A harsh city where lights were the only thing stopping the place from exploding. They picked up speed, the train rocking gently, flashes of electricity on the tracks. The whole thing could grind to a halt any second. Windows full of reflected faces, rolling through Brixton and Denmark Hill in silence. Turn the lights off in London and the whole place would go up. They had to keep the fires burning no matter the cost. Pull the plug for more than a few minutes and there'd be nothing left. Harris started talking in his precise way, giving instructions and warnings. His reputation sound, despite Newcastle, that hadn't been his fault, beyond his control, but he still had to deliver because the rush was there and they were ready for it to go off in a big way. Too much frustration over the last few weeks. The police sticking their noses in, doing their job, messing things up. Tonight had to happen. Vital for confidence. Like junkies in a way. Clean-cut junkies looking for the kick of a punch-up. Except they didn't take the easy option sitting in their own shit jacking up. They got out there and put themselves in the firing line. A natural high, adrenaline junkies. The train pulled into Peckham. They piled onto the platform. Queen's Road was nearer the ground, but that meant hanging around for a connection. One phone call and they'd be lumbered with an escort. Looking good, though. No coppers in sight. In the clear until some idiot nicked the ticket collector's small change. The man was shaking, obviously terrified. The narrator didn't blame him, but Harris shouted at the thief to give the money back. The British railman seemed happy enough, not wanting trouble, just earning a crust. Harris coming on like some kind of Robin Hood. They laughed inside knowing he didn't give a fuck. Just keeping their noses clean for the moment. Petty theft and vandalism were the mark of a cunt, and Harris didn't want the ticket collector on the phone. Last thing they needed. They piled out of the station, on their own, spilling into the road, geared up, steaming, moving away, over the street without waiting for the lights. Energy flooding their brains. On Millwall's Manor now, strutting along. They knew the bastards would be somewhere with their scouts out. Mobile phones and small fists for a quick call to the bushwhacker switchboard. They looked at stray mails with suspicion and headed toward the ground, buzzing inside. Going to go off in minutes rather than hours. A fucking unreal feeling. Knowing another mob nearby wanted the same thing, and the fact it was Millwall made it major league. Top of the table. Millwall and West Ham. But they were united, all together, telling themselves Millwall were mental, but they were mental too, like against West Ham and Victoria. All about pride and self-respect. Traffic piled up as they covered the street, taking over, total control, a shot of power. On Millwall's Manor, and it was up to Millwall to stop them taking the piss. Otherwise they wouldn't hold their heads up till the next meeting. Taking liberties. But Millwall were smart cunts. Couldn't be denied. The time they'd mobbed together and cut a tree down blocking Leeds coaches. 2,000 aside against West Ham. That took organization. Tension rose. Nervous and cocky at the same time. Somehow they had to control the nerves and make them work. Made them more violent, more determined. When it went off, they'd have to be brutal to survive, putting themselves on the edge, and in southeast London, that was a long way to the bottom. Like sailing with Christopher Columbus against the tide. Keep momentum, otherwise you're fucked. Not a copper to be seen. Only Peckham locals and flashing amusement arcades. Every pub held potential as they passed. Millwall holding up somewhere trying to find them, playing the same tracking game, cat and mouse, hide and seek through streets they knew like their own hands. That gave them the advantage. You could get lost for days in the blocks, houses, empty yards. No color in the buildings, bricks identical, wasteland overgrown, rows of broken walls and barbed wire, smashed glass and rusted metal, dull new houses that reminded the narrator of Bethnal Green. A fucking joke thinking about Millwall's Flash Stadium setting among this shit. Made you think about priorities in a dump like this. They turned right at traffic lights, moving with more swagger because they were pumped to breaking point. Harris shouted at a few lads to tone it down. Keep calm, hang back, behave themselves a bit longer. They could hear the crowd singing from the ground, streets and estates away through the darkness, the station way behind them now. Mist off the river drifting across rubble, a white chill infecting dead homes. Fucking eerie, full of decaying dockers and flat caps, bombed and left to rot under a collapsed London. People talked about concrete jungles. That's what this place was, a nightmare without any kind of life. But once they found Millwall, that would change. They'd come out of the brickwork, then disappear in the tunnels when the job was done like they'd never been there. Fog drifted through blocks of flats, in and out of stairs and balconies. A mugger's paradise. The chance to earn a few bob carving up a skint granny. The air cold and evil, only their energy keeping them warm. London a ragged place now, full of mute pensioners and sullen rappers, past and present melted down and spat into the gutter. They turned a corner. There they were, Millwall up ahead. A good 500 of the cunts. They had the numbers, could be on for a kicking, but quite a few kids with them, though, a few of other backgrounds as well, and those ones were always carrying. Mobbed up in a patch of wasteland the council called a communal garden, and among a tunnel of concrete blocks. They started moving slowly toward the Chelsea mob, coming down from the new den maybe, or just standing around waiting for the right moment. Time got lost. Clocks didn't matter anymore. They were shouting Chelsea as bricks came raining in, bottles lobbed by kids on a balcony above. Millwall moved faster now, getting things going. The narrator could feel the hate coming their way, like they were gasping for air, so fucking wound up. You could understand the thinking of these blokes nailed into a slum like this. But they were strong, united, Chelsea. This was what they'd been looking for. Out to settle scores, show their bottle, make a point that they were here at all. And they didn't feel Millwall's hate anymore, because they had enough of their own. They returned the bricks and steamed in. A roar that set heads racing. The rush, the buzz of fighting shoulder to shoulder for status and their mates. First punches and kicks landing, both sides piling straight into each other. They had the front in this slum, Peckham, New Cross, Deptford, wherever the fuck they were, trading more kicks and punches in a madhouse. The usual gaps appearing in the street as the two sides clashed. The crack of glass. A couple of men going down on concrete immediately set upon, kicked black and blue from head to toe. Some poor bastard was going to have a serious headache in the morning. No time for fear as they kicked out. 6 or 7 older geezers in their 40s came through the crowd. Real old-time street fighters in donkey jackets, guard faces and pock skin, uneven haircuts and dead eyes, even in dim street lights. They got bricked and hammered. One bloke on his own with everyone scrambling to kick him, threatening to break him in half, send him back to his family in a wooden box. But Millwall acted fast. He was dragged back along the concrete unconscious by some of his mates. Millwall winding themselves up, an uncoiling spring with a sharp edge. Millwall going mental, Chelsea going mental, holding their own, but too many of the bastards to run them right off. Fights breaking out back and forth through a kiddie's playground, bottles smashing against a climbing frame. One day they'd think back and see it as a bit of a laugh, if they could think straight. Swings bouncing around, some kid trying to get up the slide, pulled back, his head slammed into the metalwork by a couple of older blokes taking turns. Chelsea boys battering the Millwall kid's head trying to dent the fucking thing. Mental rucking in a playground. Seriously funny when they thought about it later, reminiscing over the Millwall trip. Childhood fucked up by grown men who should know better. More Millwall started appearing through the concrete like soldier ants, flooding through the precise angles and stacked piles of rubbish. Battles kicking off toward the ground, houses and flats around them coming alive, old men hanging out of high-rise windows cheering Millwall on, their bitter voices echoing through the concrete, locked in cells with only the telly for company, taking their hatred out on West London. The roundabout in the playground spinning with an unconscious youth bent double like something from a war photo. Could be Millwall or Chelsea. Nobody knew what side he was on or what he was called. What was the fucking difference anyway? The generation gap closed. Swings and slides and men in their prime cheered on by men ready for the grave. The fighting confused now. Chelsea and Millwall mixed up. The sound attracted more people coming from the direction of the ground, but still no coppers in sight. A kind of heaven, this, even though it looked more like hell. Low wattage lighting and dirty mist turning everything inside out. The narrator could feel the anger and hate coming out all around, flushing out the locals, dragging them from their caves, their kingdom under attack. Moving through the age groups. Women's voices screaming from balconies above, as well as the old boys. The sound of fighting cats late at night, shrieking like babies, a seriously sick sound, turning the air blue with the best Queen's English. Things getting worse. The narrator looked down the street. A few of the lads were getting the shit kicked out of them. Too far gone, unable to do anything to help. No mercy on sale, yelling at each other to stick together, loving every second. Then Harris started going mental with a hunting knife, a 6-inch blade, and a dark wood handle. It stuck in the narrator's mind, time stopping for a second, then speeding up again. Didn't know Harris was tooled up, his arm moving forward, slashing some Millwall cunt across the face. The bloke in shock, expression frozen, a thick groove across his cheek from jaw to the edge of his eye. Those Millwall around him holding back as he staggered. Millwall was everywhere now. Must have been waiting mob-handed further down the street. Out of control. They came desperate for blood, kicking to kill. More bricks and bottles landing on their heads, though the narrator had no idea where from unless the pensioners on the landings were dismantling their flats. He couldn't track what was happening above because his attention was fixed on the aggro 2 feet in front. Ears burning with the din, movement and dull blows, the thud of fists and kicks. Then something, an iron bar or something, caught him across the side of the head. Suddenly he was on his own. Isolated, face down in the street eating dog shit. Forehead in a puddle. Grit cutting his hands. Up against a wall. The smell of crumbling brick and wet concrete. Weight of numbers had forced the main battle further along the street. Off to the football. To the match. A game of football. Only sport. Should be attractive. 2 sides who love to go forward. But he didn't reckon he was going to make it because the kicks were coming in. A mob of blokes surrounding him, kicking to cause maximum injury, numbing his body, digging in, breaking blood vessels. He felt the kicks bouncing off his head and shoulders along his spine. The crush to get stuck in was his only protection as Millwall got in each other's way. Kicks aimed at his bollocks. He tucked tight in the ball, trying to protect himself as best he could. A ringing sound all around as most of the mob moved off down the street, taking that deep roar with them. Individual words came through now, just nonsense and hatred. The kicks slowed but landed better placed. Evil bastards picking their spots. Numbers thinning, leaving the sicker ones to work him over. Probably scrawny kids with no bollocks. Seconds turned to minutes. He had no idea how to get up and run. He'd never make it, would only open himself up, expose his balls and face. Escape impossible, not even considered. He had to take his punishment like a man, like he was taught in school by his mom and dad. Hit them harder than they hit you. Don't cry. Don't tell tales. Stand up for yourself. Be a man. Have pride. Self-respect. Violence without a happy ending. No way out. He wanted to shout, but nothing came out. Throat bruised, cords rigid, scared like never before as he realized it was him against the whole of southeast London. Less than 10 of the cunts left now, he supposed. They hammered him into the concrete, trying to force him through the gutter into the sewer. The kicking didn't stop. He felt sick, like he was going to die. Shitting himself, turning to panic. Sheer blind panic gripping him inside as the kicks bounced off his head, spine, even his bollocks as he rolled over, opening up. He tasted sick in his mouth as he tried to keep the ball shape, protecting his bollocks, hiding his head. But the blows cracked against the back of his skull and along his back. He imagined himself in a wheelchair, in a coffin rolling down the chute, burning in the furnace, paying for his sins, corpse melting like a waxwork puppet, strings cut one last time. Where the fuck were the others? Where was the rest of the lads? Why didn't the cunts help him? He shouldn't be left alone like this. It wasn't supposed to be this bad. Football should be about running punch-ups and a few bruises. Nothing too serious. A quick ruck and some mouth. He'd been left to fend for himself, losing his grip, going into some kind of junky dream world. Thoughts cracking up and drifting along, floating. He could feel the blows, but none of the pain, just numb, like he was pissed or something. But through it all, he still had his dignity. A dull voice in his head told him they'd done the business. Done themselves proud, showing they had the bottle to take on Millwall and held their own against superior odds. He could hold his head up high if he got out of this. But his legs had gone dead and his skull ached. He'd had enough. Thank God for the sirens. The editorial team was in place and ready for the evening's business. A lot of planning for the next issue. Once the content was decided, there wouldn't be much time left to write, edit, design, and get pages to the printer. Miss their slot, and it would mean a 2-week wait. A lot could happen in that time. The difference between a well-run operation with its finger on the pulse and a cowboy outfit trailing in the wake of contemporaries. The editor came in with a wooden tray carrying mugs of steaming coffee. Maxwell was a big man with badly cut hair, a chubby face, bushy eyebrows, and a square mouth. He placed the tray on the table, and the rest took their drinks. Maxwell lowered his bulk into the editor's chair and picked up his clipboard, paper, and pen. Cast aside in the rush to make coffee. He was one of the troops and didn't want his colleagues thinking he was taking the piss. A chocolate cake and plate of crackers for anyone who fancied something to eat. Maxwell had already cut himself a slice and took a big bite, then leaned over and added 3 spoonfuls of sugar to his coffee. He stirred and marveled at the whirlpool effect. Vince, new to the team, remarked that issue 2 had sold well. 2,000 copies was a lot of magazines to shift in 2 months. He expressed surprise that they'd had time to see any football, given how busy they must have been flogging copies. He'd been introduced to the others by his younger brother Chris. They found him interesting. He'd spent 2 years in Asia before traveling to Australia, where he'd worked on the railways. A bit older than the rest, with good knowledge of Chelsea history, planning a return to Australia at some point, so his contribution wouldn't be long-term, but the more people interested, the better. The editor had been going through the mail before the rest arrived. Maxwell said they were picking up momentum. They'd doubled their print run for the 2nd issue and sold out. He predicted they'd be challenging the other Chelsea fanzines soon at this rate. Twice as many letters as for the 1st issue, with a couple of days left till deadline. 3 articles sent in that weren't bad. One on the Rangers-Chelsea connection, another moaning about the lack of skill in modern professionals, the last going on about the club in general. No exceptions had started up after the more established fanzines, the Chelsea Independent and Red Card. No serious sense of competition, despite the editor's remarks. More an attitude of, if they can do it, why not us? Maxwell was first to acknowledge the Independent's determination at getting punters a say in how their club was run. He had every issue lined up next to his programs. Like many others, he strongly believed the club belonged to the supporters. Players, chairmen, and backroom staff came and went, but hardcore fans were there from child to pensioner. The fanzine's name had been Maxwell's idea, lifted from the club's own terminology for ticket arrangements. For big games, there were long lists of conditions and qualifications with no exceptions tagged on the end to prevent discussion. The lads felt it summed up Chelsea's attitude perfectly. As well as the Matthews brothers, Tony Williamson and Jeff Miller were also making the most of the coffee, cake, and crackers, both longtime mates of Maxwell. The core three had been strongly influenced by When Saturday Comes, and their broad socialist/anarchist approach meant they appreciated fanzines like The Independent for reflecting the grassroots acceptance of black players in the English game. All three had been at the Crystal Palace-Chelsea match in the early 80s when Paul Canaville was booed by a big chunk of Chelsea support coming on as substitute. The arrival of a black face in the first team had upset many. Some walked out. They talked about it in the pub that evening. Maxwell had argued it was a beginning. Canaville soon won over the majority of Chelsea fans. His performances and vital goals put an end to the abuse. Since then, numerous black players had become big crowd favorites. The editorial team believed football, more than any other area of society except possibly popular music, had accepted the shifting makeup of England's working-class population. Done it without help from latter-day interest groups who, now that they felt safe to get involved following a middle-class media-inspired acceptance of the game as something other than Neanderthal territory, had jumped on the gravy train 10 years after the event. Maxwell, Tony, and Jeff agreed that those who'd founded fanzines like the Chelsea Independent should get the credit, not people in the media establishment who'd spotted a career opportunity. Vince shifted the conversation, suggesting a cartoon strip. He'd be up for doing it. A character called Liquidator, after the song. A bloke with a mean streak mixed with a Robin Hood sense of justice, going about righting wrongs at Chelsea and within football generally. Chris agreed they needed a few images, all text and a few lifted newspaper photos at the moment, which never showed up well. Arguments about team selection or club politics. They needed to lighten up and keep expanding without losing the edge. 2,000 happy customers couldn't all be wrong. Maxwell shoves himself out of the chair, heading for the bathroom. He leaves the door cracked, wants to hear what the lads think. If Vince can draw, why not? He aims for the side of the bowl, avoids the water. Through the gap, the editorial team sounds enthusiastic, tossing around ideas, laughing over Liquidator in action. Maybe they'll target Dean Saunders. Liquidator could drag Paul Elliott along. At the sink, Maxwell dries off, washes up, catches his face in the mirror. Ugly bastard. 5 months since he's touched a woman. That thought lands him somewhere almost proud. Feels like a professional publisher. Or a tabloid journalist. Scum of the earth, some of them. He's fine as he is. Delivery van driver, hauling no exceptions pages to the cheap printer in Crystal Palace. Paper plates keep costs low. The manager even looks a bit like Dave Webb, which is a bonus. A hobby, though. He wouldn't want it as a real job. Honest, if nothing else. He turns from the mirror in disgust. Back in the other room, Vince builds his creation. Liquidator won't be one of those TV celebrities who talks football but can't name specifics. Semi-aggressive. Goes to the heart. Half man, half machine. No trial, no jury. Instant, final justice. Vince sketches a storyline, veering from football's hypocrisy to its money madness. The wider angle, football as a microcosm of society. Tony argues that pricing policies would land well. Everyone he talks to feels stitched up. Breaking point's coming, fans will just quit. Jeff struggles on that angle. He doesn't agree with price hikes either, but if English teams want to compete with Italian and Spanish clubs, backed by corporations, stadiums holding 100,000, their own mints, then money's necessary. Otherwise, talent drains to Milan or Barcelona. Top players chase the cash. Who wouldn't jump at 20 grand a week in Italy? The others nod but quickly point out, from Chelsea's view, that player drain argument doesn't hold. Italians and Spanish wouldn't want any of their lot. Maxwell says footballers' wages sicken him. 10,000 a week and up, how do you justify it? Vince agrees, though. He admits he wouldn't turn it down either. But the subject needs addressing. Liquidator will handle a couple of well-paid Tottenham stars and their agent. First, though, settle old scores. Pay Thatcher and Moynihan a visit. Vince lets the story grow, the drawings forming in his mind, revenge as the engine. Identity cards, expensive seats in all-seater grounds. Liquidator rides a train south to Dulwich, bunking the fare, covering walls with marker graffiti. Maggie's home after her latest world tour, probably jet-lagged. He knows the address, finds the house, climbs the back fence. Breaks a window, slips inside. Dennis crashed on the couch, an empty champagne bottle on the floor. Liquidator keeps moving. Thatcher upstairs, deep sleep. Expensive decor, ornaments from around the globe in strategic places. Vince admires her artifact choices, but Liquidator cuts him off. Don't be a prat. They're on a mission. Probably fakes, originals stashed in a vault, Maggie saving treasures for a rainy day. Liquidator looks good. Vince has the face curves, the assassin's expressions, perfectly formed. He thinks about oversized eyes or reflected images, but decides that would make the hero look a plonker, and it'd be too difficult anyway. He doesn't know how good his drawing will be yet. Liquidator jeans, trainers, black jacket, short but not shaven hair. Transfer the mental prototype to paper. That's the hard part. Liquidator leads upstairs, stands over the former prime minister. The woman Vince whispers would have been queen if the queen allowed such oddity. But a wig on the bedside table. The Iron Lady aging. Now that Liquidator holds power, Vince hesitates. Murder and torture might upset readers with respect for women and age. So, a tattoo. Chloroform to knock her out. Liquidator adds the original club crest to her right forearm. Chelsea Lion wrapped in a Union Jack. Then he rethinks the flag. Probably not a good idea. Adds to nationalistic mystique. On the way out, he ransacks Dennis's drinks cabinet. Vince knows the plot's not strong enough. His audience will want a more decisive thrust. The modern way, clear-cut, good and bad separated, no common ground. Moynihan next. Maybe better there. Moynihan works as a newspaper boy in Surbiton. Vince decides on a puppet characterization. After Liquidator recovers from his Thatcher-fueled hangover, he tracks Moynihan down, uses chloroform, bundles him into a suitcase, keeps the former parliamentarian in cold storage until the Millwall-Chelsea game. Then down to southeast London. At the exact moment the two mobs are about to clash, he produces Moynihan. In a frenzy of working-class recognition of a common enemy, they join forces and rip him apart. Maxwell returns to the room, takes his seat. Feels like a major publisher. Isn't there something about big boys doing whatever they like? That kind of power, influencing elections, forming opinion. What would Murdoch do next? He only holds the job for a year, then switches to Tony or Jeff. Democratic approach at no exceptions. He clears his throat, gears up for something profound. Insight, publishing acumen, but then thinks, bollocks to all that. It's only a bloody football fanzine. Not like they're trying to bring down the government. He's thirsty despite the coffee. He asks if anyone fancies the pub for inspiration. Continue the editorial meeting there. The Harp does a decent pint, even has Liquidator on the jukebox. Anyone thirsty? The team grabs coats, Maxwell kills the lights, everything's going well. He could murder a nice pint of Guinness. The nurse adjusting his pillow smells of roses. Some flour melted down, bottled, sold for a fortune. She's a good looker. The uniform doesn't hurt. He's not into uniform birds just because of the official stamp. But this one's different. Something special. Nurses serve time helping the likes of him. Makes her more a woman than the mouthy slags you pick up, Shag, then never see again. He recalls Chesterfield once, coming back from a game up north. Can't remember where, maybe Oldham. A club full of off-duty coppers. He was drunk, past the point of return, talking to a woman in a black pencil skirt. Fishnets up her arse, Gary glitter heels. She wasn't bad. Then she leans over and admits she's a copper. Loves the force because she can watch the world go by, knowing she can nick anyone, anytime. He was gutted. Filth. He'd been lining up good sex and found out she had the plague. But he swung back around. What a laugh, shagging a copper. Great crack telling the lads he'd knobbed the WPC. He tried to imagine her in uniform, but it didn't work. She looked like any Saturday night bike ride. Then she starts on about the cuffs in her handbag. If anyone starts anything, she'll kick him in the balls and nick the bastard. Not scared tonight. Plenty of colleagues backing her up. His head spinning, he went into one about how much he hates the old Bill. He'd love to fuck one up. The music drowned him out. She just smiled and rolled her eyes like any bird looking for stiff. She was pissed, too, nothing making much sense. He realized what he was saying and toned it down, still thinking he was in. Ended up blown out. Would have made a good story. Soon as she pissed off, he had a word with Mark and Rod, and they got out sharpish. That's all you need, socializing with the old Bill on a Saturday night. He'll drink with almost anyone, but there's a limit. You have to have standards. The nurse asks how he feels. Not too good, he admits. That's what happens when Millwall get hold of you. He must look a right state. 2 black eyes, cuts, grazes all over. Body aches head to toe. She tells him he looks worse than he is. 3 cracked ribs, a fractured cheekbone, bruising over a good chunk of his body. Lucky it isn't worse. She says there are sick people in the world. Can't understand why a gang of men would attack someone just because he supports another football team. He just shrugs. Heather asks how he feels. He admits it's not good. That's what happens when Millwall get hold of you. He tells her he must look a state. 2 black eyes, cuts, grazes all over. Body aching head to toe. She says he looks worse than he is. 3 cracked ribs, a fractured cheekbone bruising over a large part of his body. Lucky it isn't worse. She adds that there are sick people in the world. She can't understand why a gang would attack someone just for supporting another team. He shrugs. The slightest movement hurts. He says he doesn't know either. It doesn't make much sense. She tells him he probably owes his life to the policeman who arrived just in time. She explains how many people come in suffering, really suffering, and when drunks arrive with sick, down their clothes and heads split open from fighting each other, she feels more angry than anything. They've got their health and money in their pockets, yet they go out and fight for nothing. Her name's Heather, from the West Country. He thinks of Bristol City and Rovers. Always football. He decides Heather is a lady with the lamp throwback. Suppose all nurses are, really. A romantic view, no glory in bedpans and scrubbing the incontinent, but maybe there should be glory, because the cunts who get headlines and congratulations deserve sweet nothing, earning more in a week than nurses do in a year. It's all about public service. She tells him about kids coming in with cigarette burns all over their bodies, parents stubbing them out, tormenting them their whole lives, little bodies covered in cuts and bruises, hair pulled out in lumps. Then the men at closing time, full of beer and filthy language. You hate them because they only see themselves. They're angry but don't know why. They don't try to work anything out. They spend fortunes on drink and drugs. Where does it get them? Their Saturday entertainment is damaging people. Heather's voice stays chirpy despite what she's saying. Positive. She tidies his bed, clears a plate and cup. Keeps moving, twisting her body, almost breathless the way she darts around. No pause for rest. Nurses don't have time to hang about talking rubbish. Every second counts. They have to stay cheerful, otherwise they crack up seeing all that misery and shit every shift. He couldn't handle it. She tells him to try and rest. The doctor will come later. He'll be fine after a couple of weeks doing nothing. Give himself time to heal. Right as rain, and they won't have to see him again. Heather walks down the ward. Nice body. He imagines them tucked up in bed together. She stops at a middle-aged man with a sad dog face. He doesn't know what the man's in for, but it won't be anything good. He can't hear what she's saying. The man just nods. He keeps his eyes on Heather. She doesn't look back the whole time she's with him. Then she moves further down the ward and out of sight. She's a nice lady, real class act, but he knows he's never going to get near her. They're moving in opposite directions. If he's honest, he has to admit she's got it sussed. But it takes all sorts, and he's not going to sit around thinking he's shit. Thinking too much can seriously damage your health. Like the official government warning. He's got enough to get on with. Right arm bandaged, ribs bandaged. A mess. Heather says he's got enough bruises to open a market stall. She's got a sense of humor. They've done x-rays, a brain scan. He'll be okay. Gotta stay patient. Better off than some of the poor cunts in here. He tries to keep still. Feels like a geriatric, confined to bed for the next 20 years. What a way to live. He feels bad for all those poor sods stuck at home from birth to death. Worse than the physical side, it must seriously mess up your thinking. The boredom would do him in. Even now he wants to get up and move, but at least he knows if he keeps his head down for a couple of weeks, he'll be on his feet and out the door. Good as new in 14 days. The bloke in the next bed says Heather is lovely. She can give him a blanket bath any time. He won't disappoint her. He may be getting on, but he still knows what it's for. He says nothing and pretends to sleep. The ward goes about its routine. He's not interested in talking with the neighbor. One of those cunts into every little detail, talks all the time, but says nothing, reads all the papers, knows a million facts and figures, reckons he's the dog's bollocks when it comes to politics. Brainy papers stacked next to the comics. He doesn't give a toss about committees and arguments between party leaders. A bunch of wankers. Their publicity stunts do nothing for him. He keeps his eyes closed, starts drifting off. Rod's voice wakes him. A call to wake up, you ugly cunt. Pain races up his spine. The words land like a kick in the balls. Rod adds that no matter how hard he tries, he'll never fool anyone he's Sleeping Beauty. No nurse will creep up and kiss him. Not looking like that. Mark and Rod stand over the bed with a plastic bag of biscuits and Lucozade. They look fit and healthy, prime of life, though Mark's got a shiner where his right eye used to be. Apart from that, not a scratch. Shows it can be done. Go to Millwall and come out in one piece. Even do well out of the experience. Learn a few lessons without paying for them. Luck of the draw. There are a couple of pretty boys making the effort because this is a hospital. Real end-of-the-line job. Mark speaks with his mouth full, eating biscuits from one of the packs. He tells him to pull himself together. Visiting time. The nurse said they've got an hour if they want it. Said he's going to live. And he's lucky to have come out with his head still on his shoulders. Mark calls her a silly cow. What does she know? She needs a good 6 inches up the arse. That would sort her out quick enough. They pull up chairs either side of the bed. He props himself up, feeling useless, and reckons they should give the nurse a break. He feels like a pregnant housewife waiting for the kid to drop, or an invalid with disease eating his insides, working up to the brain so he ends up a haggard old dosser talking to chocolate machines on the tube. The same feeling as flu, but 100 times worse. Being out of circulation, defenses down. At the mercy of something beyond his control. Something he made for himself. Rod says they lost him. He shakes his head, forgets to hand over the bag he's carrying, just puts it at the foot of the bed. 2 unopened biscuit packets spill out. They don't notice. Rod continues. It was mental. Chaos. You're only thinking about what's in front of you, and you don't see anything else. You know who you're with, but it all gets mixed up because you can't look over your shoulder every other second. Mark admits they didn't know he was getting to hiding until they saw Millwall kicking the shit out of a ball of clothes on the ground, and even then they weren't sure it was him. He looks at the ground, focuses on the tip of his right foot. Rod says there was no way they could get to him. He looks guilty. They both think they let him down. Mark adds there were 100 or more people in the way. Like going into a tidal wave. Just numbers. Millwall were everywhere, but they did the business all right. Rod says 1 minute you're there, the next you've gone. Mark looks up. It happened so fast you don't have time to think. They're acting like a couple of grannies. He knows the score. They'd have done whatever they could. No need for explanations. Most of the blokes there would have as well, but in that situation, there's no organization and little chance going against the flow. The whole thing's a lottery. If you're unlucky enough to go down, you're fucked. He tells them to leave it out. Not their fault. Nothing they could do. Diamond blokes. Bit of emotion. Embarrassing. They avoid each other's eyes. Get into that position somewhere like Millwall, and you have to take what you're given. Take it on the chin. The cunts in charge say there's freedom of choice, but the options are lined up before you start. You don't get to pick, a bit of luck, and you're king for the day. Fuck up, and you're straight down emergency. Mark and Rod look relieved, like it's been on their minds. He understands easily enough because the big thing isn't really winning or losing, it's having the bottle to have a go in the first place. Sticking together, getting on to Millwall's manor and making your mark, pushing yourself a bit further, showing what you've got inside. No overall winners or losers anyway, just a good row. Considering the odds, Chelsea came out looking pretty good. Mark cheers up, turning the Millwall game into history that'll grow through the years. Millwall are evil, but they didn't put up too bad a show considering. Facelift got 4 stitches in his head from a brick. Blood down the front like the fat bastard had puked, except it was red. He thought the cunt would have blue blood. Facelift was well narked about the mess. Said he'd send the bill to Millwall. Rod says it was a bit tense inside, apart from a couple of scraps down the side of the ground. Afterwards, Millwall went mental and had a go at the old bill. Mark picks up. They came out of the ground and were held back by vans and dogs. The old bill had been at the stores. Shields out, truncheons oiled, half of Battersea Dog's home on overtime for extra tins of chum. All stations everywhere. Vans packed with psyched-up coppers. They looked nervous as fuck. Millwall were off down the end of the street, going mental, trying to get at Chelsea. Rod adds that all you could hear was smashing glass and riot police legging down the road to get stuck in. They were penned in. The old bill shunted them down to South Bermondsey and sent them back to London Bridge. Coppers on the trains everywhere. Up at London Bridge in case Millwall followed them or they tried to double back. They hung around for ages. Nothing happened. A lot of Chelsea got the tube from New Cross, and it went off at Whitechapel. Sudden silence. They're thinking they shouldn't be going on about Millwall, the buzz they got out of it, because in the end, he was the one who got a hiding, sitting in hospital suffering, the one Heather reckons owes his life to the Met. He's not bothered. It gives it meaning. When he's fit, it'll be another story. But last night, when he got his head together, he lay in bed, looking at the ceiling, with the breathing of all these sick, sad men around him, wheezing, coughing, half drowned in disinfectant, and he started thinking about Millwall. Like a nightmare. But real. He was fucking scared when he went down. He feels a bit of a wanker now and wouldn't tell anyone. Never known anything like it. Norwich was a playground punch-up in comparison. At first he thought he must be a bottle merchant. But it wasn't that. Not really. You just realize you could get yourself killed, crippled, blinded, brain damaged. Something that would stay with you your whole life. Suddenly you don't want to be there anymore. You want to turn the telly off and tell everyone it was only a joke. One big grin. No hard feelings. Why take life so seriously? Because after all, football's only a game. Rod asked how long before they let him out. He looks a mess. That yokel nurse told him she thought he'd get better quick. Young and strong. Head start on the old men. Rod calls her a nice bit of skirt. Reckons she fancies him the way she was going on. He should get her out for a drink. When he's fit, they reckon nurses are dirty as fuck. They see so many bodies, they're not scared of getting stuck in. He thinks about what Heather was saying. Men kicking lumps out of each other, and she has to put the pieces together. He knows she's right. He understands the argument. But it can't change anything. She'll never know what it's about because her thinking is different. Suppose the whole country works along a million different wavelengths. Getting battered at Millwall was bad news, but he knows why it happened, and it's not a surprise. Other people would feel disgust. He just feels the pain through his body, head to toes kicking. Right now he cares because he's hurt. In a couple of weeks, who knows? Mark cuts in. He spoke to that Scottish bloke at the warehouse. Told him what happened. The bloke said he passed the message on. The foreman phoned and said anything he can do, just let him know. Some of the lads would try to get down to see him. Seemed like a decent enough bloke. He thinks about what Heather said. Men kicking lumps out of each other while she puts the pieces back together. He knows she's right. He understands the argument. But it can't change anything. She'll never know what it's about because her thinking is different. Suppose the whole country works on a million different wavelengths. Getting battered at Millwall was bad news, but he knows why it happened. No surprise. Other people would feel disgust. He just feels the pain through his body, head to toes kicking. Right now he cares because he's hurt. In a couple of weeks, who knows? Mark cuts in. He spoke to that Scottish bloke at the warehouse. Told him what happened. The bloke said he passed the message on. The foreman phoned. Anything he can do, just let him know. Some of the lads would try to come down and see him. Seemed decent enough. Mark adds that his old girl phoned as well. Wanted to know what happened. Then his old man got on the phone. They came down yesterday, but he was out of it. Said they'd come again tonight. They were worried. He wonders how they found out. Not the kind of news you want the old girl hearing secondhand. When he was a kid, and the old bill came round, his dad used to give him a whack, but Mum just cried and drank half a bottle of whatever was handy. Went on about how she'd failed her kids. That was the only time he felt guilty. Like when he got done as a juvenile for nicking a car, she was gutted like it was her fault. A dumb way to think. Makes you feel a cunt. He never forgot that. But you get older, and you don't want your parents involved. Mark and Rod stay until their time's up. The hour goes fast. When they're about to leave, they remember the biscuits and Lucozade. Hand it over, a bit embarrassed, saying they should have brought porno mags and lager to ease the pain. He tells them the biscuits and Lucozade will do fine. They laugh. He watches them walk down the ward. They look back and give him the wanker sign. Laugh again as they turn the corner. He's soon dozing. Down in southeast London again, 6 o'clock Sunday morning, streets empty. Sun shining so hard it must be summer. A gold plaque on a wall that's just been rebuilt. The only clean bricks in the area. The plaque reflects sunlight. He has to cover his eyes to read the words. He's an old man. Gray hair, walks with a limp, arthritis. A walking stick with the Chelsea crest painted on the handle. The name on the plaque is his. Says he died for his country and has been buried where he fell. He looks around, just concrete and a cross in the street. He jolts awake, remembers the dream, a load of old bollocks. He drifts off again. He's with Heather in the nurse's hostel, her room on the 10th floor overlooking London. He watches trains cutting through houses like mechanical snakes. No sound. Late at night, lights make the train stand out. Miles of vague terraces. No detail. The post office tower in the distance with a flashing light on top. He's in the spotlight, but nobody can see him. He likes Heather. She's different. He turns around, and she's naked, her back to him, opening a cupboard full of whips and vibrators. She reminds him of that posh bird after Horse Ferry Magistrates. She lies on the bed and tells him he'll be fine in a couple of weeks. Mark and Rod laugh on a television screen. They tell him she's just another money grabber, in it for the dosh. Good money in bed, pans, and shoveling shit. Cold, hard currency. A voice. "Tom, you all right, son?" He jolts again. It hurts. His old man's standing next to the bed. He looks past him. It's dark out. Must have been asleep for ages. He's got a depressed, kind of hard-on under the covers because Heather turned out different to what he wanted, but he's expected to perform. It disappears in seconds. Heather's forgotten as he gets accustomed to the light. The old man's got a pile of newspapers under his arm. Something to read, he says. A good draw in the next round, home to Derby. He smiles, a bit uncertain, and sits down. Stands up again to take his coat off. Lays it across the bottom of the bed. He starts talking, a bit nervous, but his eyes are checking the bandages and bruises. After a while, he gets used to the scenery. And he doesn't feel so awkward. The old man explains that his mum was going to come, but they didn't know how well he'd be, and she's got overtime tonight. She'll come in a couple of days. They were there yesterday, but he was sleeping. They phoned this morning and were told he'd be all right. The old man looks healthy. His eyes are burning like he's been on the piss. Silly old sod probably thought he was going to snuff it. Suppose you worry when it's your kids. At least he knows not to go into any lectures. Unable to move much, you've got no chance of getting away. He says he spoke to a couple of nurses, and they said he'll be good as new in 2 weeks. They heard from Gary Robson's old man. Gary heard it off, Rod. They got worried at first. Thought he might die. It was a shock. Still, he doesn't seem too bad. Not in perfect health, but at least not maimed. For some reason, he thinks the old man should be more upset. Don't know why. A bit daft. He doesn't want to fuss. And he'd prefer it if he didn't come at all. But now he's here, the least he could do is see that, though he's still alive, he's been through the grinder, and it's going to take a while for the pain to go away. Mad, he knows, but these ideas spring up from fuck knows where. Must be the drugs. Dad stretches his legs out. He's going to tell a story. Give a few pearls of wisdom. Real father and son job. He starts, when he was a kid, him and Uncle Barry went down Acton to an Irish pub with a load of lads from the area. A couple had been in bother there. Some paddies knocked one bloke's teeth out with a hammer. They took the train down, had a drink in a pub round the corner, knew what they were doing, 3 hours in the pub, then came out raring for a punch-up. They got to the mixed pub about closing time, the lot of them coming out blind drunk. Real hard bastards, navvies. They beat the shit out of them. He got stabbed in the stomach, lost 2 pints of blood. Could have died, but survived. Someone got an ambulance. The hospital stitched him up. He remembers the doctor, an Indian man from West Bengal. Not many of them around then. Stood out. Looked a bit like Gandhi. Funny the things you remember. They're good people. He looks at the bloke a bit cockeyed. Surprised. Couldn't imagine him doing business like that. Not that he's amazed those things went on. You always know your parents weren't lily white like they try to make out when you're a kid growing up. But even so, he wonders what the old man is telling him for now. Probably his way of saying he understands. He doesn't care if he does or doesn't, but the old man keeps going. It's all good stuff, and he's interested now, but he doesn't need to say anything. Some things don't have to be said. Families and mates don't need big speeches. The old man continues. Then he was in the army. Basic training down near Salisbury. Hard work, but it toughened him up. There was a bloke from North London, Edmonton, he thinks. Thought he was king. A bit of a spiv, liked having a go at the easy targets. Tried it on with him once. Went on all day, taking the piss. Said he had no guts. He was frightened. He doesn't mind saying it, but by evening, he'd had enough. Something in his head clicked. A big dose of strength from somewhere. Like the stories you read in the papers about crack. The bloke went out of the barracks to shine his boots round the back. He walked straight up behind him and put his knife across his throat. Had him in this lock they'd taught in training. Nicked his throat, blade over his jugular, just like they taught. He wanted to kill him, but held back. If he could have got away with it, he would have done it and been pleased. But he controlled himself. The bloke started crying. He told him if he hassled him again, he was a dead man. The bloke sobbed, said he didn't want to die, said he was sorry. He walked off, and the bloke never spoke to him again. He's trying to work out why the old man is telling him this, whether it has some hidden meaning or whether he's just trying to show he was a lad in his own youth in his own way. The old man smiles when Heather walks past and says hello. He doesn't make any comment, though he can see the old man watching the way she moves. He asks if he fancies a drink. He's bought a small bottle of gin. He shakes his head and laughs, but tells the old man to go ahead. He makes a big deal of keeping the gin secret, which would work him out straight away to anyone bothered. The old man says he feels better. A bit of gin and old stories to tell. Says he never liked Millwall, always a bunch of hooligans. He thought trouble at football was a thing of the past. You don't see it much on the telly these days. He seems happy, actually smiling, which is unusual for the old man. A bit of a funny situation. You'd think he'd be gutted, but for some reason, he's really enjoying the visit. He feels like a kid, full of life, raring to go. Nothing can touch him. Millwall is already becoming another story for the future, told again and again. A small boy on his knee listening to the old geezer with drink on his breath. But for now, he makes do with 30 of them wandering the streets between Earl's Court and Fulham Broadway. A derby firm's been spotted, a call came on the mobile. If they find them, it's a chance to make up for lost time. He's in the mood. Feels good. Derby might be fuck all at football, but they've got a few faces willing to do business. These midweek cup games in winter are ideal. Added needle from the competition, darkness for cover. As long as it doesn't freeze your bollocks off, it's a good night out. They walk down from the Jolly Maltster. A couple of the lads go inside the first pub to check for Derby. Straight back, shaking heads. The pub's full, but it's all Chelsea. They keep moving, going against the flow of decent citizens heading for Stamford Bridge. Eyes full ahead, inspecting concrete as they pass. No pavements of gold, just fag ends and old paper. Even Dick Whittington gave up when he got to London. They check another pub around the corner. His turn. He goes inside with Mark. Nothing happening, just a crowd of men with papers and programs talking football. They go back out. Harris takes command outside. He fancies a pint. Warm them up, get the blood flowing. If Derby walks down from Earl's Court, they'll have to come this way. Either that or North End Road, and that's the long way round. Chances are they'll come to them whether they know it or not. Sit tight, and they'll be okay. Everything comes to the man who waits. Half go in through one entrance, the other half the side door. A couple of the younger blokes go off to have a look around. No point standing on street corners looking like orphans, making cunts of themselves. Inside the pub, the volume dips a bit. The men keep talking but glance over, working them out. Robot mouths moving in time. It's obvious they're Chelsea. The noise goes back to normal. A group arguing about the England side and what's wrong with football. Same old words, year after year. Daft cunts should let it be. You've got no comeback against the men in charge. Goes for everything in this country. Mark rubs his hands together like an excited schoolboy who's just nicked a dirty mag and can't wait to see the beavers tucked in his jacket. He's in a good mood tonight, happiest he's been for years. Being made redundant in a couple of months, due a healthy payoff. Done his time, looking forward to the check. Thinks he's got it made, Mr. Big, but he hasn't stopped to think about the future. Hasn't planned on what happens when the money's spent. Says he's not bothered. Something will turn up. Rod pours his light ale into a glass, acting flash. Fucks up the image and makes him laugh. Rod swears he's given the ale too much head and is threatening to spill. He puts it on a beer mat and lets the advert take the strain. Harris comes over with his tonic water and tells a story. About 5 years ago, they steamed a van load of Derby up by Earl's Court. Hanging around after the game, nothing happening, so they fucked off to the nearest station, well pissed off, slagging the cunts off. Then this van stopped at a red light. Right rust bucket must have been running on a bent mount. But it had Derby inside, so they tried rocking it. Suddenly, the back doors swing open, and a tribe of Midland head cases piles out. Fuck knows how they all fit. Must have been auditioning for the circus, though they weren't exactly clowns or beauty queens. Martin Howe joins in. He remembers that one. Don't know where the rest were. They were mental, big bastards in donkey jackets. Never heard the war was over. Still hanging about in the jungle, eating roots for 20 years in gear that went out in the Stone Age. Harris takes over again. About 20 of the cunts steamed them. Must have been hiding under the seats or wired into the electrics. Leery as fuck. Tooled up with iron bars and baseball bats. The cunts pushed them halfway down the street. Pure shock. Didn't run them. More like they moved back to clock the situation. Looked like they lived on shit burgers and 20 pints a night. Gave them time to get sorted. Lobbed a few bricks, tooled up, then chased those Derby bastards back to their van. Billy put a bottle through the windscreen. The driver panicked, tried to run the cunt over, up on the curb like the Dodgems. A bit of a Barney, everyone backs off, and Derby are back in the van, safe and sound, just pissing off. Cunts were laughing as they disappeared, flashing their arses, went up in a puff of smoke. Rod says it must have been a cold ride home without a windscreen. Thick bastards probably didn't notice till they got halfway up the M1 and started dropping dead with frostbite. He remembers a Derby nutter he knew a few years back. Met him in Poland watching England. Mad as they come. But a good bloke. Was in the army as a kid. Got kicked out after one punch-up too many while stationed in Germany. A smart bloke, read a lot of books, could tell you the prime ministers and wars from 100 years ago, knew his history and geography, any capital in the world, didn't drink, spoke so quiet you had to stop and listen. Kept himself in good nick and got stuck in at football. Haven't heard from him for 3 years. Last he knew, the bloke was inside. Could have been a year. Don't remember exactly, though the extra months would have meant a lot to him. A mixture of football, thieving, and general mischief. The big one he got sent down for was assault. He was all right. The sort of bloke you knew was going to do something with his life. He wrote once from inside. Said things were getting wound up tight as a queer's arse at a fascist rally because it was summer, and rumors were going round. Everyone on edge waiting for the place to go up, wrote dead straight. Very factual, clinical way of thinking. He could see him working his way up through the system, building a name for himself, football a hobby, bit of an apprenticeship even, though probably one of the last going because they don't have apprenticeships these days. No cunt running a company is interested in anything but quick profits. Still reckons Derby's done well, whether legit or otherwise. Facelift stares him in the eye and asks if he's recovered now. He looks at the scar where Millwall damaged his looks. Facelift's ugly, and the stitch marks aren't exactly going to turn a mob of screaming birds off him. Millwall are cunts, but they were there, and nobody's going to take that away from them. Can't be denied. They were on Millwall's manor, giving it the big one, mob-handed, walking around. But who was it left behind? Him and a few others. Real brain damage material. He doesn't remember seeing this cunt much when it went off. But that's a bad way of thinking, because Facelift's no bottle merchant. He's a nutter, a cunt, a mad bastard, a slob. But he's no shitter. That's all that matters at the end of the day. Facelift smiles, mouthy as ever. Next time they play Millwall, they'll give some of their boys a hiding on his behalf, even if they have to go down there 5 hours before the game with a shooter. Next time, there's always next time. Take a shotgun along and blow some bushwhacker cunt's head off. But it was a mental night, whatever way you look at it. One to remember. He thinks about arguing the toss, but what's the point? Now he's on his feet again. Millwall's something to talk about and look back on. He doesn't think too deep about it, especially being on the ground with half of southeast London doing their best to kick him to his reward. But the whole night was mental. It rarely happens that bad. You get a handful of decent rucks a season, but Millwall was something else, and though he got a kicking, it gives him respect from the other lads. If he'd been hiding, holding back even, then he'd probably never have got done. He suffered, but it gives him something in return. Respect. A bit of a name. That's important. You have to earn respect in this world. Unless you're one of those bent public schoolboy politicians. But that's just their own idea of respect. Every normal person thinks they're scum. No way you can con your way through life. Comes a time when you've got to stand up and be counted. You can hide, but if you hide, you don't live. Definitely not at football. You get sussed soon enough, and if you're a wanker, you can fuck off. Billy Bright's watching the telly propped at the end of the bar. He hopes they bomb the fuck out of those Arab cunts. Fucking animals. They should use a warhead on them. Sort the ragheads out. It's all desert anyway. Land's not worth a fuck, so why not drop something special and get rid of the bastards? Just make sure the wind's blowing away from England. And you're laughing. The woman on the box is going on about possible air attacks on a Middle East dictator. Volume's low, but he picks up some words. Same old phrases and excuses. Usual bollocks, like a fucking advert. They're sick of hearing about it. Nothing but the threat of bombing for the last week, and it's obvious the government's softening everyone up so there's no protest when they steam in. Public relations. Stand together. Another showing of Coronation Street or EastEnders. They won't see the cunts burn, so they don't care. Got their own lives to worry about. No tin soldier gear or guns for their lot. Mark asks what happened with that nurse at the hospital. Waits for a story, but there's nothing to tell. Did she spit or swallow? He asked Heather if she'd come out for a drink. Couple of pints and a meal. Said he wanted to show his thanks for getting him put back together. His treat. She laughed, all embarrassed, and said she had late shifts coming up, but leave his number and she'd give him a bell. A nice way of getting blown out. Made him feel stupid for asking in the first place. Knew inside there was no chance. But if you don't try, then you don't know. Said she'd call this week sometime, but he knows she won't. Heather had him worked out by the end of his visit. She was half keen, but knew he was a cunt. That's the way it goes. You get the kind of birds you deserve. Just another piece of skirt, looking to turn you into a Saturday afternoon wanker down the high street shops. Life's a bitch. Then you marry one, then you die. Saw that on a Jag once. But only if you're a cunt to start with. Nobody makes you into something you're not. Harris has the phone to his ear and relays the message. Derby's coming down from a pub off North End Road. Doesn't look like anything major, but there's 40 or thereabouts look like they could be up for it with a bit of encouragement. A lot of pissheads, but a few boys in there as well. A mixed bag of treats. They'll be here in a few minutes. Not exactly in a hurry, taking their time, seeing the sights, terrace streets, Cockney dustbins, and the like. Should charge them for the tour. Rod says give it a couple of minutes, and they'll give them a running commentary on the wonders of West London. Outside now, and the evening turns perfect. Sharp and clear, not that cold. It concentrates the mind. Good to breathe without hospital disinfectant and death fumes. Rain washed the poison away. They walk along the pavement, heads down like decent citizens, nearly silent. Turn a corner, and Derby are up ahead. Silly bastards, laughing, joking like they're on holiday with Spanish baked beans in their guts. They hang back in a junction and wait. Derby are slow, don't clock them right away. Then they see Chelsea waiting and stop. A bit of a comedy, like stray dogs with ruffled fur scratching their heads. Two different dimensions. Chelsea smart and without colors. Derby old-time drunks in kit tops. Not a serious mob, just geezers out for the football. Not who they were expecting to find, but sometimes you make do with what you're given. Harris gives the visitors a warm welcome, stepping toward them. A big bloke in a dub top shouts back an insult, flanked by the half-smart element, backed up by pissheads with beer guts and bad reflexes. They laugh and move. Not big time, but it'll do. Major London derbies like Millwall, West Ham, Tottenham are about inner breeding and bad blood. Northerners are aliens. You don't expect large-scale aggravation midweek this near the ground. Not with modern technology, amusement arcade battlegrounds, video cameras on rooftops. Slow motion again. Harris puts his leadership up front. The derby cunt with the mouth tries a headbutt, misses, hits cold air, off balance like the mug he is, gets a bruised jaw for his trouble. A brief punch-up, a lot of fronting kicks. Derby do a runner as though synchronized, all turn and run at the same time. Should be on a fucking ice rink. They follow at a jog, knowing their hearts aren't in it, trail the shit for a bit, then give up. Walk back the way they came. Harris shakes his head, half sad, half narked. They only found drunks, not decent opposition. Facelift laughs like a Rampton special. What the fuck are Derby doing down here if they're going to run as soon as it goes off? Makes you wonder. Can understand old men and kids, but not blokes on the piss on someone else's manor. Waste of effort. Should have stayed in Derby with their whippets and pigeons. They melt into side streets away from the busy glow of North End Road. Leave shop windows for people with nothing to hide. Heads down, hurrying to watch a ball kicked up and down grass. Fucking dumb when you stop and think. But there's something more for him, Mark, Rod, all the boys, the whole thing that goes with football. A way of life you can't see changing, but know it will eventually when you get tired and old and a younger firm comes up, makes a name for itself, carries on the tradition with new rules, shifting emphasis to avoid detection, always a few years ahead of the old bill and 5 ahead of the media and public opinion. Either that or he'll end up like one of those train spotters who never change because nobody notices them. Just get on with it undisturbed. He sees kids with their old men down North End Road, lit up in 3D by street lights, cartoon cutouts, electricity in the air, cold and rain and burning bulbs everywhere, the only warmth during winter. When they pass the Maltster and get down to Fulham Broadway, they'll be nearly home and dry. Then they'll see the floodlights glowing like a spaceship. Get all religious. Bill Shankly's famous quote, "Football more important than religion." They'll hear the crowd, unreal when you're a kid. Like his first time at Chelsea, seeing the shed singing its head off, moving back and forward on its feet. Passion all round Stamford Bridge that could spill into a punch-up or pitch invasion at any moment. Supposed to be dangerous, but somehow you felt safe. Apart from a few head cases, there were rules. Even major aggro looked worse than it was. You soon understood what is and isn't important. The people running the show were outraged when shop windows got smashed and a few hundred lads ran onto grass. But out of sight of cameras and reporters, different story. See no evil, hear no evil. All cosmetics, not a bad thing, really. As long as they keep out of sight, they can have their fun and games. Just don't shit on the grass. He feels like the kid he was, thinking about it all these years later, more than 20 years since he first went down Chelsea. That first game at home to Arsenal, he latched onto the Blues. Just how it happens. Part of you. What you are makes you what. You are at football. If you're a program collector, you're the same outside. If you're mad, you don't turn into a Samaritan once you walk out the gates. Makes him laugh. The cunt's calling it football violence, when it's nothing to do with football. Nothing at all. Anyone can work that out if they take the time. But they don't because they don't really care. Just drop everyone in a filing cabinet and give them a label. Suppose you get cynical and ground down the older you get. England's changed since he was a kid. Sounds like a real old geezer ready to collect his pension. Fuck knows what it's like for people who remember back 60 or 70 years. Change comes gradual. Worms under your skin irritates the fuck out of you in your sleep. So you start scratching like you've got a dose and wake up with your inside legs ripped and bleeding. Different now. When he was a kid, there were a few punch-ups, went off inside grounds fairly regular. But today, with everything crushed, more people plugged into TVs and video games, everything's about having money and doing the right thing. Looking like you're behaving yourself. At least that's what they'd have you believe. Mark wants to share his fortune. When he gets his redundancy, he's lining up a coach for the first away game. No one pays a penny coming out of his payoff. Bit of wealth distribution. Facelift butts in, bringing him back to the here and now. Look at those cunts getting out of the car. 4 blokes across the street just parked up. Darby all right? Bit smart, like they've got money in their pockets. He looks over. 4 men in expensive gear, dressed to blend into the background with a bit of style. Keeping quiet, but not through being scared. Facelift shouts across the street. One of the men turns. He recognizes the face. A bloke who did his time in the services. In Poland, when the Poles were going mental, having a go at the famous English hooligans, lobbing bricks, bottles, anything, getting stuck in for England. All grudges forgotten for a while. Another flag to fly. Petty local rivalry suspended. Darby tells him to fuck off. No fear in his face. Looks older than he remembers. Same close-cut ginger hair. Expensive coat, the look of someone who's made a few bob. And he's just a cunt working in a warehouse who doesn't do too bad selling gear on the side. But Derby's got more than him, making him the nigger locked out of the shop again, looking in through the window, denied access. Facelift walks across the street. Derby stands facing him, his mates on both sides, broad faces, cut faces. He hangs back, watching, wants to say something, but thinks there's nothing he can do. Odds stacked. One of those situations you swear you don't go in for, but with Facelift and Billy Bright around, Black John as well, it'll happen because the rules are drawn further down the line for those cunts. The rest of the firm don't care, 30-4 if everyone goes for it, though he reckons 1 or 2 will stand back. Makes him feel sick inside. The odds and the man. Darby's a good bloke. He wants to say something but doesn't. Just bottles out. Darby knows the score. No fool. So he stays where he is and doesn't bother. Not going to cover his eyes like a kid. You see enough blood and guts on the telly, so what's a bit more, except in real life it's always raw and dull. No romance. Not now, with Darby about to get a kicking and him keeping quiet. Knowing he should speak up, but telling himself this is no innocent sneering at Facelift. When it comes down to it, he doesn't want to look bad now. Darby's had his say, and there's no way Facelift will back off. Doesn't want the lads thinking he's a wanker. He has to belong somewhere, and when you belong, you don't stitch yourself up. You eat shit and follow the rules, even though you keep telling yourself you don't. But he's trying to persuade himself Derby has it coming. Rough justice. Derby's been in enough trouble to know what's what, but he's not in the swing of it, so it's going to be worse somehow. Like the cunts who watch life through videos and TVs and porn clips. The old Bill with their surveillance gear, Rod on stage getting the business off some old slapper, the whole fucking game recorded and examined. Facelift gets close enough. Derby's arm shoots up from his waist, knife buried in Facelift's gut. He wants to hear a popping sound, like a balloon deflated. But he just hears someone yelling down the road and a load of men coming their way. He looks back toward Facelift as he slumps over a car bonnet. Derby slashes his arse with the knife. He wants to laugh. Facelift's going to have a lot of grief sitting down over the next couple of months. He pities the poor bastard who gets the job of sewing him together again. He looks back. The old Bill are escorting some Derby fans. Harris reckons they should get moving, not the time or place. They melt away. A couple of the lads bend over Facelift, who's bleeding into a puddle. Blood and water mixing patterns. A copper comes over from the firm they must have been looking for originally. They keep moving because the streets are narrow and they don't want to get boxed in by the old Bill. They leave Facelift to himself. He's gotten away without seeing Derby battered. It makes him feel better. He'd have felt a cunt letting him get done like that. Darby's moved on himself, and he's been saved any feelings of guilt. The end. And so, as the noise fades and the dust settles, all that remains are the questions the story leaves behind. Thank you for spending this time here, walking through a world that is as uncomfortable as it is unforgettable. For John King, The Football Factory was never simply about football. It grew from years of observing the rituals, loyalties, frustrations, and identities that shaped working-class life in modern Britain. He wrote about a world he knew intimately, refusing to soften its edges or judge its contradictions. That honesty became both the novel's greatest strength and one of its greatest challenges. King wasn't interested in creating heroes. He wanted to understand why people search for belonging and what happens when that search becomes an obsession. Beneath the violence and bravado, the story asks older questions. Questions about tribe, masculinity, loneliness, and the human need to feel part of something larger than ourselves. The football terraces become symbols for far more than sport. They become battlegrounds for identity, memory, and purpose. Those themes continue to echo throughout King's later works, including Headhunters, England Away, and White Trash, novels that explored many of the same social tensions through different lives and different streets. When The Football Factory reached the screen in 2004, director Nick Love approached the material with the same raw energy that would later define films like The Business, Outlaw, and his version of The Sweeney. Rather than creating a polished social drama, Love leaned into the chaos, humor, and adrenaline of the world King had imagined. Danny Dyer's performance as Tommy Johnson became one of the defining roles of his career, while Frank Harper, Tamer Hassan, Neil Maskell, Roland Manookian, and Dudley Sutton helped create a cast that felt lived in rather than performed. The film was photographed by Damian Bromley with a gritty handheld style that gave many scenes the feeling of a documentary unfolding in real time. The adaptation remained faithful to the novel's central themes and atmosphere, but it was never a page-for-page translation. The book spends more time inside the psychology of its characters, while the film pushes the momentum outward, emphasizing the energy and immediacy of the hooligan culture. Some characters and narrative details were condensed, and certain internal reflections became visual moments instead. Yet the spirit of King's story, the search for meaning inside a cycle of violence, remained intact. Behind the scenes, many of the film's largest confrontations were staged in industrial areas around South London, including locations close to Millwall territory. The production embraced a rough, physical style, with handheld cameras placed directly inside the action to create a sense of danger and unpredictability. One unusual piece of film history is that Rockstar Games, better known for creating the Grand Theft Auto series, served as executive producers, making The Football Factory one of the company's earliest ventures into filmmaking. Perhaps one reason the story has endured is that audiences continue to debate what it really means. Some see it as a warning, others see it as a satire, still others view it as a portrait of men searching for purpose in a changing world. The fact that those conversations still happen decades later may be the strongest sign that the story never truly ended when the final page was turned. If this retelling sparked your curiosity, consider spending time with John King's original novel. There are corners of the story, thoughts, and emotions that only the book itself can fully reveal. And if this journey stayed with you, feel free to share your own interpretation. Did you see tragedy, satire, social commentary, or something else entirely? Your perspective may uncover a layer that others missed. If you'd like to support more stories like this, subscribing, sharing, and joining the conversation helps keep these journeys alive for future listeners. For now, though, the story belongs to your imagination. Long after the chants have faded, long after the crowds have gone home, stories like this remain because they speak to something timeless within us. The desire to belong, the fear of being forgotten, and the hope that somewhere in the noise of the world, we might find a place that feels like home. And perhaps that is where every great story truly ends, and where it quietly begins again.